Good morning, everyone, and I would like to, for those of you who are outside with us, we certainly enjoyed the presentation by the Red Hand Dancers and the Paiute tribe, and so it was wonderful. And at this point, I'd like to call the November 16th, 2011 meeting of the City Council to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live at KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as other KCLV programming, may be viewed on internet at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available speaker cards which you can complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the city clerk's office or at the front of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under the public comment portion, citizens participation, or specified public hearing items. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Pastor Ann Jones, Life Christian Center, and remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance. Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Please bow your heads. Oh God, our eternal Father, we are grateful for this day and grateful for the opportunities to serve this community. We ask for blessings upon our city, dear Lord, that you will watch over it, protect it, that you will watch over our citizens and their families. Father, we pray that you will be with us as we make decisions necessary for the benefit of this community. Father, we pray for these things in thy Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We will now move into the ceremonial portion of the meeting. Thank you. We always wait. Good morning, everyone.
It's worth waiting for.
Say it one more time.
I'm worth waiting for you.
We're going to ask his wife of many years. I'm not so sure. This is the ceremonial portion of the agenda, and for our first item, we're going to recognize the November Employee of the Month. I would like to ask Nancy Diener, the city's Acting Director of Cultural Affairs, to join us at the podium. And I'm proud to announce, while she is coming up here, that the November Employee of the Month is Brian Kendall. Brian, please join us. Where are you? Handsome dude. Forget the showgirls for my husband. You're one of my showmen today. Okay. Brian. Oh my gosh. Brian is the senior cultural, and you may correct me as I go along if you can read. Okay? is a senior cultural specialist, and he's been with the city since March of 2003. Brian manages the beautiful and wonderful historic Fifth Street School, one of the city's true jewels. 3 years ago, he took over management of the property from the city's redevelopment agency. And under his watch, the school has become a very busy place for cultural activities. Just in the last few months, we had the Las Vegas Valley Book Festival, the Children's Book Festival, the Symphony Park Lecture Series, and Oktoberfest at that wonderful school. Since Brian took over the management of the facility, this is very important, rental revenues have increased by more than 72%. Awesome. It's truly an exquisite building that the city wants to be used and enjoyed by the public, and Brian is making sure that that happens. In addition to the increase in the wonderful rental revenues, Brian has also brought in more than $63,000 in grants for programs held at the school. Brian has an easy, confident way, and he's reading well over my shoulder, and the tenants at the school appreciate his dependability and fairness. We appreciate Brian's hard work in ensuring that the Fifth Street School is filled with cultural offerings so that it truly becomes the Agora, the cultural center that it was meant to be. On behalf of the entire City Council, I have to go back. The Agora, where are you, Mayor Pro Tem? Greek. An Agora is a Greek center.
Baklava is a better word than...
We are a fun-filled group. So I'm going to say that it truly becomes the Agora Cultural Center that it was meant to be. We're getting into the holiday seasons, I feel it. On behalf of the entire City Council, it really is a pleasure to name you, Brian, the November 2011 Employee of the Month. And along with his certificate, Brian will be receiving a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union, and a donation of $100 will be made to the charity of his choice by Superpawn. I'd like to ask Nancy, our wonderful Nancy, to say a few words, and then we'll hear from Brian.
Thank you, Mayor. Please come down. Thank you very much. It's so wonderful that the city allows this recognition monthly for all these great employees. And our cultural office, our employees work on cultural programs from the heart. I mean, they work very, very hard because most of them are very passionate about cultural programs and historic preservation. So through the Fifth Street School, it kind of all comes together for people like Brian, who deftly kind of shepherds this project and this facility, managing it. He's never managed a cultural facility before. He's an excellent performing arts presenter. That's really his background, his expertise. But, you know, things change and we do what we need to do. And I went to Brian and I said, can you manage this facility? And he said, I can learn. And learn he did. He's done a marvelous job. It's really becoming the cultural hub, the beloved cultural hub downtown. And many of his programs are geared toward children to keep it true to its historic roots as a grammar school. So we're very, very, very happy that Brian is with us and that he's stepped up so beautifully. I notice his beautiful family out in the audience, and it's employees like Brian that make my job so easy. Thanks, Brian.
It's very hard for the honoree to invite his whole family. So I invite Brian's family, please, to come up here and join him, because without a good family behind you, nothing happens. And oh my gosh, are you lucky? Oh my. Oh wow. Mom, your name, please.
Tashina.
Tashina. What are the names of your beautiful sons?
Our oldest is Landon, and he's at school because school is important. So, and this is Ashton and Brendan.
And are they twins?
They're not twins. They're 2 years apart. So 4.
Oh my goodness, 4 and 2. Now, Brian, your turn.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for this recognition. I'd first like to thank the Las Vegas City Council, Mayor Goodman, our city manager's office, and of course Nancy Diener and the Office of Cultural Affairs Management team. I appreciate the opportunity to work for them. It is a true privilege and honor. Of course, I need to thank my team at home. My wife Tashina, Landon, who's not here, Ashton and Brennan. Without their love and support, I couldn't put in the hours and the work that I do at the Fifth Street School. And of course, last but not least, I need to thank my team at the Fifth Street School who make my job possible, and we work so wonderfully as a team. Beth Shelton, who's out here, I thank her for her hard work. Anastasio Del Real, Alon Davis, and Louis Leos. Together, we make one awesome team. It's a real treat to go to the Fifth Street School each day for work. It is a place of many memories, a place of really cool stories, and a place where many memories are being made daily, as the mayor talked about. I am so grateful for the opportunity I have to work there. If none of you have had the opportunity to come down to the Fifth Street School, please come down. I invite you to come down and see how truly special this place is. Thank you again for this recognition.
You're terrific. And if you would, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Mayor. On behalf of the mayor and city council, Brian Kendall has exhibited outstanding performance through productivity, leadership, initiative, and assistance to their fellow employees and the citizens of Las Vegas. Employee of the Month, November 2011, Brian Kendall. Congratulations.
Thank you. It is. It's absolutely a phenomenal place. It's got such a warm feeling, and it really, the historical value, we have so many members of our Las Vegas community that started their education at the Fifth Street School, and they constantly come up to us and members of the council to say they're so delighted it stands so beautifully in their historic value, too. So thank you, and we congratulate you. This is part of our wonderful team. You have no idea. Absolutely fabulous city team. And now, in recognition of Native American Heritage Month, I would like to ask Councilman Steve Ross, who's going to recognize American Heritage Month. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. And Brian, what a great plug for the Fifth Street School, by the way. Good job. Before I do this, I want to bring up these kids that were outside dancing. Can you kids come up here for us, please? And I want you to stand up here. Give them a round of applause for the redhead dancers. Now, I want you to stand right here. Come on up. Stand right in front here. Stand right there. Okay, now I want their parents to come up here. Can the parents of these kids come up here? I'll tell you why I'm doing this. Moms and dads, come on up here. Give them a round of applause, too, and I'll tell you why. Come on, don't be shy. Get up here and support your children. Don't they look great? Don't you wish you had an outfit like this at home? I have to say this as the moms and dads are coming up here. It was all I could do to keep Councilman Wolfson and Mayor Pro Tem Anthony from jumping out there dancing with these kids. It took a lot to hold them back. I brought the moms and dads up here too, and these wonderful kids, because this is heritage. This is Native American heritage, and it's passed down from generation to generation. And what you parents are doing for your children today, you children have to pass on to your children. And I'm sure moms and dads teach you that at home. So thank you very much. Give them another great big round of applause. Now, moms and dads, you can go sit down. You kids stay right here, because I need you as front drop, not back drop, front drop. Okay. November is Native American Heritage Month, and at this time I would like to ask Carl Semica to come up to the podium. Carl, come on up here. And don't give him a round of applause yet. I'll tell you why first. Carl, good to see you. Thanks for standing here with us. Carl is a member of the Citizen now you have to help me if I get Potawatomi Nation of Oklahoma. Since Carl's retirement from the United States Department of Defense, he has worked with various charities. The charity dearest to his heart is the American Indian Assistance Charity, which he started approximately 4 years ago. Carl is currently helping local Native Americans in Nevada and Arizona by collecting and delivering food to the Las Vegas Indian Center every Tuesday. The clients of the Las Vegas Indian Center really look forward to the food that Carl is able to provide each week. The baked goods that he delivers are the favorite. Now, do you do the baking? Do you? All right, okay. Carl the baker. Carl also collects and delivers items to Navajos that are in need in Tuba City, Arizona. He arranges for church groups to drive to Tuba City, Arizona to assist the Navajos with various jobs that need to be done on the reservation. Most recently, he's been working toward providing blankets and coats and sweaters to the Sioux in South Dakota. today, we, the mayor, and the city council would like to present you with this proclamation in recognition of Native American Heritage Month, and would like to thank you for your dedication to the Native American community here in the Southern Nevada and in Arizona. Carl, thank you very much. Now give him a great big round of applause. So, we, the mayor and the city council, proclaim November as Native American Heritage Month and call upon all of our citizens to, in recognizing Carl Semica for his dedication to the Native American community. Carl, thank you very much. Were you expecting this?
Not really.
Tell us more about what you do.
Well, basically, right now I'm collecting and delivering goods to needy American Indians in Arizona and recently to South Dakota. There are a lot of challenges in Indian country, a lot of unemployment, a lot of drug abuse, alcohol abuse. So eventually I'd like to help cure some of those problems, but that's a long ways down the road.
But you're doing it every day.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you very
thank
much.
you.
Give him another round of applause. Give the Red Hand Dancers a round of applause. Carl, thank you very much. In case, folks, you didn't know, Councilman Barlow and I are the only two city council wards that have a sovereign nation in our wards, and I think that's pretty special, certainly for us as Southern Nevadans and for all of us here in Southern Nevada. So thank you again, Carl. Kids, you were awesome. Give another great round of applause. Red Hand Dancers. Thank you, Mayor.
That was wonderful, and I hope you're not too late for school. You are going to school, yes? I don't see great joy. They want to stay more. Maybe they want to perform later. Well, another exciting time. For our next item, I'm going to take the opportunity to recognize someone who's been willing to help others in our community over the years. I would like to ask our wonderful Irene Vogel, please, Chief Executive Officer of the Greater Las Vegas Association of Realtors, to come up to the podium. This is a woman I have known as a wonderful human being for too many years to even begin to mention. Many around town know Irene as the city's real estate matriarch. She's been in local real estate for over 30 years, and now congratulations are in order because sadly, Irene, as young as she is, has decided to retire. As CEO of the Greater Las Vegas Association of Realtors, Irene represented more than 11,000 professionals in Southern Nevada. During her tenure, the group became the third largest local realtor trade organization in the entire United States. Beyond her professional work, Irene has also brought her great skill and expertise to several charities and local organizations. Among the charities that are better off for having Irene's involvement and help are the Foundation for an Independent Tomorrow, Friends of Channel 10, the Ronald McDonald House, the Jewish Federation of Las Vegas, the College of Southern Nevada, and that's just to mention a few. Even though she is retiring, I know Irene will continue to be a strong advocate for all of our charities in Las Vegas. So on behalf of the entire City Council, I want to thank Irene for her commitment to Las Vegas and her years of service in the real estate industry by presenting her with a proclamation naming November 16th, 2011, Irene Vogel Day in the city of Las Vegas. Irene, I'm going to read the proclamation, and then I would like you to say a few words. This is a remarkable, remarkable woman. Whereas Irene Vogel serves as the Chief Executive Officer of the Greater Las Vegas Association of Realtors, trade association representing 11,000 members in Southern Nevada. GLVAR is the third largest local realtor trade organization in the United States and is affiliated with the National Association of Realtors and the this is duplicated. We are going to fix this proclamation so it's perfect. We do make flaws. We do occasionally. I mean, what can you do? Her steadfast commitment to Southern Nevada community has been demonstrated as Irene has helped guide numerous charities, which I have just mentioned. She is the real estate matriarch, and so I, Mayor of the City of Las Vegas, County of Clark, State of Nevada, here proudly proclaim November 16th, 2011 as Irene Vogel Day in the City of Las Vegas, and ask all citizens to congratulate her on her 30 years of service to the real estate profession in Southern Nevada. Irene, congratulations. We love you. We know you're going to be around helping everyone.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. And yes, I will be around. I don't intend to fade away. It's been 34 plus years that I was with the Greater Las Vegas Association of Realtors. Obviously, I'm very passionate about the industry, or crazy to stay on that long, but I will miss it. I certainly intend to be around to help them. I've worked with all of these gentlemen behind me. Took the pleasure of selling Councilman Wilson his house 17 years ago. Worked in the school district with Lois. So, yes, I have a lot of ties to everyone here and to the community. I did not know I was getting this, or I would have been more prepared. So I want to thank my group that's here, where they stand, from the Greater Las Vegas Association of Realtors. And give me the privilege to say my niece is here, and I did not know, and she did not know, Sherry Vogel. Thank you all.
Thank you, Irene. Roy's here.
Yes.
So come back to us often, and thank you. Sean, anyone, do you want to say anything? Come, we're fine. We just love her, everybody, and best to you. For our next item, I would like to recognize Nevada's Big Give. The city has long recognized the value of civic engagement and volunteerism. The nonprofit sector of our community provides valuable services that assist many Las Vegans every single day. From our wonderful faith-based charities to those helping the less fortunate, to our educational resources, to our wonderful museums, nonprofits, help to make Las Vegas a great place in which to live. November 17th has been designated as Nevada's Big Give Day to help raise awareness of the nonprofits that people can volunteer and participate with. Joining us today is Nevada Gives Executive Directors Committee assignee Carolyn Glasser and John Guy. Are you here? Do come on forward too. Nevada, his hands are full. He's working the room. Forget coming up here. Just work. Nevada's Big Give is one-day online event. The website is www.nvbiggive.org. And I want to present to Carolyn a proclamation naming November 17th as Big Give Day in Las Vegas. In addition, I want to invite everyone to visit the nonprofits that have booths set up on the second floor of our City Hall here this morning. They can tell you all about the volunteer opportunities that they offer. Carolyn, I'd like to ask you to tell us a little bit more about Nevada's Big Give, and it is online, but because I didn't go online, I have a check from Oscar and me, so we will be registered with you. So it's all yours.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. We are so excited to launch Nevada's Big Give, the first ever online giving day for the state of Nevada. I would like to thank all of the nonprofits that came here today. Thank you, Shade Tree. Thank you, Easter Seals. Thank you, United Way. And thank you to the mayor and to the city council for this proclamation. We're very grateful. Nevada's Big Give is the first ever online giving day to benefit charities in our great state. So tomorrow we are asking that Nevadans give where they live. and go to nvbiggive.org and search for the charity of your choice. Just point, click, and give, a minimum of $10. In this difficult economy, Nevada nonprofits have been hit hard too, so we're asking that individuals give to the local charity just $10 or $10,000. Join us tomorrow and give at nvbiggive.org. Thank you very much.
This is absolutely awesome, and I hope we will all, and Councilman Ross has reminded her and me to say, of course, it's tax deductible. So we have signed up more than 400 charities, I understand, to participate.
425 charities in the state of Nevada.
Isn't that awesome? They've been up to northern Nevada through the counties, and this is just a remarkable undertaking, and everyone that's been working for it has been doing it without charge. So that's so wonderful. They are giving of their time, energy, and effort to have made this happen. And we love our state of Nevada, and we love our city, so please give. Whatever you can do, whether it's $1 or more, please do help us. We want to set a record, too. So thank you very much. And tell Stacy, thank her so much. And John, keep working. You may work through the meeting. Our next item ties right into the volunteer portion of today's ceremonials, as Councilman Wolfson is going to recognize another group that gives back to the community. He will then recognize the achievements of a young man from our community. Thank you, Councilman Wolfson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. I've got a couple of presentations. Good morning, everybody. I am honored, first of all, to recognize a group of volunteers who work together each year to bring a wonderful holiday event to our community, and it's free of charge. It's called the Lakes Festival of Lights, and by a mere coincidence, it happens to be in my ward, Ward 2. The Lakes Festival of Lights is an annual event that was started in 2001 by a group of residents in the Lakes community. And I think we've got some photos that are coming up on the screen. With many team captains and a growing list of volunteers, the event improves every year. And I'll never forget, the first one I went to was in 2004. I was just elected to the city council, and the Toussaints invited me to be the grand marshal of the boat parade. Now, this is a festival which occurs in December on a lake in Las Vegas. I'm from Los Angeles. I went out there in my Tommy Bahama shirt and a lightweight jacket, and boy, did I learn a lesson. It was freezing. But it's a great, great festival. So today we have a handful of the team captains, some of the volunteers, and a special guest representing Channel 3, one of the event sponsors. Don Gibbons, are you here? There you are. Come up, please. A round of applause for Don Gibbons, please. Good morning. Good morning. Come on, stand next to me. Don, you are the Director of Community and Public Relations for Channel 3, and you're going to tell us a little bit about what it's like on behalf of Channel 3 to be a sponsor and how important this is to Channel 3 and to the community.
Well, thank you, Councilman and Mayor and City Council members. We're honored to be a sponsor of this wonderful event. It's in your district, Festival of Lights, because it's a fun event. It's a free event, and it's about families. And we put families first at Channel 3. And I noticed when you guys were honoring all these charities, we've done a PSA for every single one of these charities. So we thank you, and we hope all of you will be out at this wonderful event.
Thank you so much. Stay right here with me for a second. The Festival of Lights out at the Lakes is on December 10th. So it's just a few weeks away, and it starts at about noon and goes till about 6 p.m. I'd like to invite some of the team captains up here. First of all, Greg Toussaint, would you please come up, Greg, and kind of be a spokesperson? And obviously I could not also mention Donna, his beautiful wife. Greg and Donna worked together at this festival. I think you were kind of the founding members that started this festival a long time ago. Before I give the microphone over to you, Greg, I'd like to recognize some of the team captains that are here. You can see who they are. They're wearing the white sweatshirts that say Festival of Lights. So as I call your name, come on up real quick. Larry Robbins, are you here? Stephanie Conover. Donna, come on up, please. Donna Toussaint. Deborah Manning. And did I miss anybody? I'm sorry? they're volunteers. They're not team captains. Well, in my world, they're captains. So come on up, folks. These are the folks that head up some of the departments. You know, it takes a lot of work to put on this Festival of Lights. And Larry, you're in charge of the boat parade, right? Yes, I am. And Mayor Goodman, you're going to be the grand poobah this year, aren't you? Aren't you invited to be out there?
I certainly am.
Make sure you...
My little scarf ready.
Well, take it from me, it better be a long, big scarf, okay? You're in charge of the boat parade, Larry. Stephanie, you're in charge of the car show. Where's Stephanie?
Right here.
Great car show every year. You've helped me with my trunk or treat a couple years in a row. Donna, you're in charge of like everything. The entertainment program. And the weather. Yeah, we've had great weather the last couple years, haven't we? And Deborah Manning. Who's Deborah? Deborah. I'm sorry, Deborah. You're in charge of the sponsors, which are so important to this event. So let's have a round of applause for the team captains. And I was just told by Dawn that Siegfried and Roy are sponsoring the petting zoo this year. Have we had a petting zoo out there before? What? Pony rides, petting zoos, crafts, festival, boat ride, and it's free. And you don't have to live at the swimming pets.
Yes.
Greek swimming pets. Okay. No, it's a great time for all. So, Greg, why don't you tell us a little bit about what we can enjoy out there?
Well, first of all, I just want to let you know that this kind of an event couldn't be done without a lot of help from a lot of people. And this team of our executive team of team captains, there's 15 people who helped put this thing together. And just this last Saturday, we decorated the park for the festival, and we had 43 volunteers show up. So it was really awesome. It's a great opportunity for people to get together and with their neighbors and their friends and meet people, and it's just been great for the last 10 years doing that. Wouldn't be possible, however, Councilman Wilson, without your support. Thank you for all you've done over the years to keep the festival going, and also your staff. Christelle Klingler, Audrey Dodge do a great job helping us every year. Christy Garnis, she's awesome. Without her, we'd all be fumbling around trying to figure out how to put this event on, so she does a great job. And finally, Maria Castillo-Couch, thank you for all your help. So the city is a big part of our festival every year. The other big part of our festival is Channel 3, NBC. They help promote the event. They have responsibilities for publicity. Dawn got the sponsors for the petting zoo and the pony rides this year. This is what makes it happen, is all the people who are involved in our community. But speaking of volunteers, we have a new volunteer this year. And I wanted to make a presentation to the newest volunteer we have, our new Grand Marshal, Mayor Carolyn Goodman. This is for you. Thank you.
Am I to open it here?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, show it.
Okay, let's see what we have. Oh, excuse me. Well, I never get gifts. I have to warn Oscar a month before my birthday and remind him every day my birthday's coming. Oh. Be jealous, everybody. Oh, is this wonderful? Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. I remember in one of the first couple of years, Oscar was Grand Marshal, and he came late, and I was standing frozen on the sidelines waiting for... Yes, it was wonderful. So come out. Where's the petting zoo going to be? In the middle of the lake?
In the park.
In the park. Well, it sounds wonderful. And what time will it begin?
Noon.
On?
December 10th, noon.
Noon, December 10th, until?
Till 6 o'clock.
Hot toddies?
Possible. Yes. If you know
So,
someone.
no. It could be hot toddies of just cider. That's fine, just to keep us warm. So thank you. Thanks, Donna. Dawn, thank you. Thank you all. This is wonderful. It's good to see so many of our friends doing this. Thank you. And you have... Thank you for this.
Thank you.
Greg, before you leave, a couple things. We've got certificates for team captains. We've got certificates for volunteers. And before I ask you to step back, we missed somebody right here. No, right here. Did I call out your name and say what you were a team captain of, or were you a volunteer?
I introduce the children to Santa Claus.
Oh, my God.
It's a great position.
We have a Santa out there every year, don't we?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Thanks so much. One more round of applause for everybody, please. Thank you Stephanie. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Okay, you're welcome. I've got one more. And it's kind of special. You ready, CJ? We have a young man with us today who is here to earn his last merit badge before becoming an Eagle Scout. And here he is. Say hello to Caden Zobrist, who goes by CJ. And CJ is a 17-year-old student from Arborview High School. CJ initially started scouting at age 11. You're as tall as me. How'd you get so tall so fast? And you were in it for about 2 years, and then you were away for a few years. And then you woke up one morning in June of this year and decided that you wanted to get back into scouting and work to become an Eagle Scout. One challenge you faced was that you had to meet all of the requirements before your 18th birthday. So you sat down with his dad, Judge Jerry Zobrist, who's sitting right in the audience, and they figured out a way to do it, but it was going to require diligence and dedication because you had a shorter time frame to get everything done. So you started earning your merit badges and chose your service project, which we're going to ask you to explain to us a little about. Today is part of your Communications Merit Badge, which is the last of the 21 badges. You're here with your family, right, to help celebrate and recognize on behalf of the city of Las Vegas. So tell us a little bit about your service project, and let's have a round of applause for this young man.
All right. What I'm basically doing is I'm giving some service to the LDS Humanitarian Center, and what I'm trying to do is I'm putting together 200 hygiene kits that will be distributed either to charities around the city or to disaster relief foundations around the world. And I chose this because I really wanted to help, and I believe in this cause, and I'm almost there.
Fantastic. CJ, your parents told me that they are most proud of the fact that you have been completely self-motivated to complete this journey. You've inspired several other younger boys to also seek out their Eagle Scout award. You've been instrumental in planning, organizing, and executing several activities and classes that you needed for your own advancement, and these classes were made available to the other boys that needed the same thing for their advancement. Not to mention this, you've done all of this while maintaining your grades, which are very important in high school at Arborview High School. You're going to graduate with high honors in the top 10% of your class, and you hope to attend Brigham Young University. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Great goals, great achievements. Congratulations to the parents. So we have this recognition where the City Council and Mayor Carolyn Goodman recognizes you for your project and for your achievement. So good luck. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
That is indeed wonderful. And Mom and Dad, congratulations. You must be very, very proud once again. I know you have been there before. Congratulations. This is really remarkable. And for our final item this morning, Councilman Coffin is going to recognize the accomplishments of a seasoned team of athletes. Councilman Coffin.
Well, not so seasoned, but certainly a little salt and pepper on the steak will do. Your Honor, thank you very much. Well, okay. They're not really last in our hearts, but they're definitely last on the program. But let me just say this about the Las Vegas Neons, the ladies sitting here in the fluorescent yellow jackets and shirts. The Las Vegas Neons are a women's baseball team, ages 60 and over. You'd call them seniors, I suppose. These ladies, along with their coach Dick Williamson, went to Utah in October, competed in the world-renowned Huntsman Games with 11,000 athletes. And they won the softball gold division, the best there is, the fastest there could be. We'd like to welcome them up now. Come on up, the Las Vegas Neons, all of you.
Congratulations. Great. Are you open? Are you open for some more ladies?
Yes, I was preaching.
Now get in here, condense in here, folks. Come on, some people on this side. Come on over here. Come on, let's go. Come on. Third base, second base, first base, catcher, pitcher, and the outfield stands in the back. Well, what can you say about people who won't quit? Imagine the movie A League of Their Own. Now, I think everybody who's seen that movie, a wonderful movie about the ladies' baseball team in World War II. Well, okay, so you play softball, but don't downgrade this thing now. It's baseball as far as I'm concerned. Softball can be as competitive as any sport, including baseball. It is baseball. My father coached and played fast-pitch softball. I can tell you it is just as fast as the major leagues. First of all, I'd like to tell you that we have, about 12 or 13 people here. But let me just say, I'm going to name them first. But I want to make sure we have Dick Williamson, the coach, and I don't know how it happened that a man playing the part of Tom Hanks, Dick Williamson, coached the team this year. Trish Etheridge, my neighbor, is standing right here with me. She's manager and infielder. Other members are Loris Buchaman, Carol Sutherland, Margaret Sievers, Carolyn Comfort, Lisa Toronto, who played second base, a tough spot, a lot of range. Deb Anderson, Liel Loncon? Okay, the manager, the catcher. And we have Pat Kelly, Karen Osborne, and we're talking about a photograph, and that's being broadcast on television right now. So on the bottom row, left to right, Pat Kelly, Karen Osborne, a Rover, Star Golia, Claudine Erdner, Jean Vaughn, Kathy Hawk, Irene Martin, and Sue Silcott. And not in the picture is Marcia Havengar, but of course near to the hearts of the team here. Yes, I've mentioned you're a senior team over 60. You've been 60s for over 10 years. Some of you even run to age 73, and goodness sakes, maybe somebody had a birthday. You've won national championships across the country in recent years. You're members of the Las Vegas Senior Softball Association, and you're sponsored by Huddleston State Farm. So I know you'll give a shout out to your sponsor for this. They won the gold division. The Huntsman is the largest annual multi-sport event for seniors. Now, it's not to be confused with the Senior Olympics, but it is nevertheless what we would consider in the West to be a wonderful thing. Out of 62 softball teams, 11 teams in the 60s, our ladies won. So again, they've made Las Vegas proud. You beat the California Express 26-18. That's no mercy, really, in the final. I want to thank you very much. I'm going to read the proclamation from the city of Las Vegas to you, Trish, and your teammates. Whereas the Las Vegas Neons senior tournament softball team has been a 60-plus senior tournament team for 10 years with players ranging in age from 60 to 73. They've won many national championships across the country, and in this past October they won the gold division in the Huntsman World Senior Games in St. George. The Huntsman Tournament is the world's largest annual multi-sport event for athletes 50 and over. 62 women's softball teams participated in 3 divisions, with gold being the top division. 10,000 seniors competed in 27 different sports this year. And the mayor says, we, the mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council, do hereby take pride in proclaiming November 16th, 2011 as Las Vegas Neons Day. Congratulations. Trish Etheridge, my neighbor, I'm nominating you to say a few words on behalf of the team right now. Surprise.
Oh, okay.
Actually, you've covered quite a bit of it. I want to say that our Huntsman team is the Las Vegas Neon 60 and over team. Part of us are here today. A lot of them have to work, so we brought along a lot of backup. Some of our backup people have played with us in the past, will play with us in the future. We are spinning off a 65 and over team, and a lot of these people are on that. They have played with other teams for the moment until we can get this new team going, and they have won a lot of medals on their own. We started about 20 years ago loosely as women playing, and we became, as you said, 10 years ago, the Las Vegas Neon 60s. We were a bunch of tennis players, golfers, slot machine pullers, a lot of people who had never really played ball. Dick whipped us into shape, and now we're winning a lot of tournaments. The Huntsman has been our last one, and we've won that several times. Pardon me while I look at my cheat sheet so I won't have brain freeze here. He's told you about the Huntsman. One thing that I would like to say specifically about this is that from the time we started about 20 years ago, one thing we have always had to have is fields. And going back into the early days of Parks and Recreation with Lee Pringle, if anybody remembers him, bless his heart, he always made sure we had fields to practice on. And this is something that's continued to the present day, and I want to thank the city, because if it weren't for the fields that we practice on, and we practice twice a week all year long, we wouldn't be standing up here today. We would not exist. So I thank you, city people. Our team members have knee replacements. I have 2 myself. We have hip replacements. Bobby broke her hip in the Huntsman several years ago, and she's coming back. Shoulder surgeries, back problems, lots of senior moments. But we have a passion for the game. We play. And it keeps a bunch of little old ladies from running wild in the streets and getting into mischief. We're always recruiting. Mayor?
When are you going to raise the age limit at the top end?
They go all, there's one team that we play against that has a 80-year-old. She, that's the oldest that's on our team at the moment. That's Leal. Chica's also.
What's your average batting average? What's the batting average?
The whole team, or I have no idea. Normally over, probably around 600 in good tournaments. Okay. Again, I thank you.
You are very welcome, Trish. Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for being so good and setting such a good example for our country, because, let's face it, what you're doing is the answer to the health problem of the peoples of America. No diabetes from here, no arthritis. I mean, certainly you're licking your wounds, lots of aspirin. But the point is, this is an example for all of us. I think that you will be continuing for many, many years. So I guess you could be Gina Davis then, in the, and we'll be nominated. And thank you very much, Coach.
And yay, ladies.
All right, I'm going to take these, give these to you, and you can distribute them on your time. Thank you very much.
5-minute recess and convene back in 5 minutes. Thank you all and congratulations.
Thanks so much for coming down.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Neat.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I felt a little clumsy on that, but it's my first shot.
Yeah.
don't have any agendas today?
They're over there.
They put them out now?
But it made me giggle. A styrofoam cup, because otherwise I would be drinking.
This is 80, my goddaughter. This is Anthony Hawkins. What were you saying? 35. Did a nice job. I wonder if you're going to
Okay, we will continue on now. The public comment portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may also be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. And we will set the time at 1 minute at this portion of the program.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. On item number 35, I just want to make a statement. They're doing an absolute beautiful job there. I'm just real impressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of After School All-Stars and Nevada's Big Give. My name is Joylyn Watt, and I'm the proud mother of 2 Clark County School District students who currently attend Jim Bridger Middle School. Both my children participate in After School All-Stars, which provides free, comprehensive after-school programs geared to keeping children engaged and active in enrichment programs. These programs are designed to keep our youth off the streets and out of trouble. Some of the programs the children are offered are media, theater, improv, dance, football, volleyball, and Japanese. Another program that they offer is nationally recognized, and it is Mad Science. These programs or more are available to each and every student as long as they participate, have good conduct, and do not have excessive absences. Each student also receives a meal at no cost to the student or the parents. And although these programs are free to the student and free to the students and the parents, these programs do cost money. It's estimated to cost $100 to fund one student for half of the school year. These programs wouldn't exist without charitable contributions from people in our community. Without financial support, After School All-Stars wouldn't be able to make the positive impact that it has in my children's lives. This is why I am deeply grateful to all of you, and I thank you for supporting the first Nevada's Big Give event. By doing this, you send the message of how important it is for our community to give back to the local nonprofits that do so much to nurture our children. I encourage everyone to go to NevadaBigGive.org and make a donation to the programs and charities like After School All-Stars that make Nevada a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry we didn't get you in the ceremonial portion. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Alice Flugie. I live at 6336 Arlington Avenue, and I'm here about speed humps they want to put on our block between Hussey and Torrey Pine.
Excuse me, which were the streets between?
Hussey and Torrey Pines.
Okay. Please continue.
I think they're unwarranted and an expense that the city cannot afford. We have less than 300 cars a day. We have no accidents ever been reported on the street. We've got no school directly across from us. The closest school is a half a block up at Celeste. The closest park is 4 blocks up at Elton. I brought a map so that you could see how it's set up. Basically, and we have more police protection than one could ever warrant it. We have, is my time up?
Yes, and what I would suggest is when we get to item number 41, that you make your comments then, and this is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. So thank you very much, Ms. Flugie.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none, thank you. We will move on to item number 13, business items for possible action. Any items from the morning session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Mayor, we do not have any items.
Thank you. So there is no need to vote on this. Moving on to item 14, for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the regular city council meeting of November 2nd, 2011. Is there a motion to approve, please?
Motion to approve the minutes, Mayor.
There's a motion on the floor. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We're on to the consent agenda. Items 15 through 39 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. I've been asked to make a note of the following corrections. On item number 20, it should be stated as in Ward 6. On item 34, that is in Ward 5. And item 38 is also in Ward 5, not as printed. So please make those corrections. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilman Barlow?
Item number 29.
Okay. Is there a motion on the floor to approve minus 29?
Yeah, motion to approve the consent agenda except for item 29.
There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. And let's move on to item number 29. For possible action to approve a pistol permit, Business Solutions League, LLC, DBA, Gun Runner Firearms, 101 South Martin Luther King Boulevard, Benjamin Lofgren, owner 100%, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, I would like to move to obey this item for 30 days, which will give me an opportunity to meet with the applicant as well as staff on this item. That will be my motion at this time.
Which is
21st.
December 21st. Ms. Duddleson, do you have any comment to that?
For the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. No, we will be glad to set up those meetings with the applicant.
Okay. There's a motion to obey until, what was the date, December? December 21st. Item number 29, please vote. Please post. Item carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on. Excuse me, Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. Out of order. I just wanted to say we just approved item 26, which is a very special thing. It is simply a license for beverages at the 5th Street School for this coming weekend, I guess. Or maybe it's Friday the 21st. The important thing is it's to honor Cam Fehrenbach. Lola's is putting on a feed for the investiture of federal judge Cam Fehrenbach, very popular local man, very, very honored, and we're really thrilled to have him appointed to the bench from Nevada. So that's a good thing, and I suppose those who are watching should come on down to 5th Street School for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And when we do congratulate His Honor Vincent Fehrenbach, Cam Fehrenbach. We'll move on to item number 40, discussion for possible action regarding an appeal of a work card denial for Jamie Lee, DB, at the Heart Attack Grill, 450 Fremont Street, Suite 130. This is in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. Would you like the item read?
Yes, Mayor. You just
there
did.
is nothing. There's nothing more than that. Please.
Ms. Duddleston is here to report.
Your Honor, Karen, again for the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. Ms. Lee has applied to become a server at the Heart Attack Grill at 450 Fremont Street, Suite 130. According to her Metro report, Ms. Lee was forthcoming with her history, and the detailed report was included in your confidential binders. Ms. Lee has the support of her employer, and according to Metro, has no incident since the situation in Guam that was noted in your books. After consultation with Metro and on the disposition of her case, staff is recommending a site-specific word card with an administrative review in 1 year.
Thank you. Is Ms. Lee present? Okay, thank you. Oh. Do you want to come on up? Thank you. And if you'll state your name and with whom you are.
Yes, Mayor Goodman. My name is John Basso. I own the Heart Attack Grill. I would just appreciate...
Why are you so thin?
Well, it's a lot of hard work. Mayor, speaking of hard work, this is the most wonderful human being that I've had the opportunity to employ. And any lenience that you can extend, I would greatly appreciate it. She's an admirable person.
Wonderful. Thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item subject to all conditions of this matter.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Unanimous. Good luck to you.
Mayor Goodman?
Thank
you.
Yes,
May I
please.
please ask John a question? John, I understand one of our city employees, Ted Olivas, is a regular customer at the Heart Attack Grill.
I've been treating Mr. Olivas for some time now.
Treating? Yeah.
We're making significant progress. I have his weight up from where it began.
Well, he started at like 125 pounds, I think. All right. If you don't mind, Mayor, would it be appropriate for me to ask John to just give a little plug about his restaurant?
Well, we're the home of the double bypass burger. We've been, you see, Las Vegas, like any other community, has its own challenges, and we're here to fight the horrible disease of anorexia, and we're going to treat that disease as earnestly as we can.
I have to tell you, and I won't give them up, we have council people who've been there and enjoyed it. Looking at the free burger for the 350-pounder, is that correct?
Yes, the larger members of the community are treated to free hamburgers.
Thank you. But I heard the hamburgers, cheeseburgers are wonderful, so we wish you the best and congratulations. I will come over. I will bring the family for one hamburger to divide up.
Thank you very much for helping her.
Thank you. Congratulations. We'll move on now to item number 41. Discussion for possible action regarding a request to install speed humps on Arlington Avenue between Torrey Pines and Hussey Drive, and this is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1, and now 2. If Miss Dallas Flugley would want to speak, we would welcome that back. Mr. Cervantes.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. The city received the request for speed humps along Arlington. Our traffic studies indicated that approximately 250 cars a day use this portion of the street. The 85th percentile speed was 35 miles per hour, where the posted speed is 25 miles per hour, and this is not an emergency response route.
Was this polled? I mean, do you go out to the neighborhood and just see how many are requesting, or just go up and down the street, or it's just based on reports from Metro?
We do, Mayor, and I don't have that information in front of me, but we do send petitions out there to the neighbors to get their opinion, and this did go before a public hearing at the Traffic and Parking Commission.
Which has already taken place.
That's correct.
And
they're
everybody's notified of that time and place?
That is correct.
Okay.
And the Traffic and Parking Commission's recommendation was denial.
Okay. Denial.
That's correct.
Councilwoman?
I had several calls from individuals who wanted these speed humps. I have not had them come in and meet with me individually. I did not know there was opposition. I do know that this does not meet the criteria, but there are some cases, Jorge, you know, where we've had where it had not met the criteria, but for other reasons it was needed. And so I would like to obey this until 30 days, and then I would like to speak with you more.
Okay.
But I do this because I did have calls to my office, and I didn't have anybody against it until now.
I spoke to your assistant, Rose.
Rose?
Robin.
Maybe it's the wrong one.
Robin, I'm sorry. I spoke to Robin.
Uh-huh.
I explained almost everything to her, the fact that she thought that Garside Park was directly across from us, and when in fact it's not. I mean, the block is technically 2 blocks long. There is a stop sign at one end, and you have to make a right or left turn at the other end.
Well, you know, who put this on? Because in order for it to come to your planning commission, you have to have over 50% of the people who live on that street, don't you?
Only 10.
Not necessarily, Councilwoman.
You only need 10. That's
you
what
need
they got,
10.
was 10 signatures. They sent out a letter. We got this letter here, and of the people that sent it back, I mean, there are 30 houses on the block. 8 people said no. Said yes. 6 people said no. And I think it's just because they just didn't think it was going to happen. I mean, initially when I called to see what had happened at the original meeting, I was told that it was denied for the obvious reasons that it's an incredible expense, and It's just not warranted.
Well, you know, because you are here today and you are voicing this, and because we had all three of the areas that we judge be judged as not needing it, what we could do is I could move to deny, and then if those people who are very interested in it, they could come again, couldn't they, and request?
That is correct, Councilman. Just to explain the process a little bit, when we receive a request for speed humps, we send out letters to the neighbors. We require at least 10 signatures of folks along that corridor to say, yeah, we support this. If we get those 10 signatures, then we move forward with the studies. Once we have those study results, we set up a hearing, a public hearing for the Traffic and Park Commission, where the item gets considered. If the Traffic and Park Commission denies it, the applicant has the opportunity to appeal it to City Council, and that's why we're here today. The applicant appealed it to City Council.
As a matter of interest, what was the reason why they felt they needed to have the bumps? I was not at that meeting.
The concern was just speeding along the corridor, speeding along the street. That was the concern that was raised.
Okay. Well, I'll move for denial on this, and then what we'll do is I'll talk with those who were for it, and if it's something that it should come up again, then we will bring it up again. If we deny it, it doesn't mean they can't come up again, can they?
That's correct. They can always petition again.
Okay. Thank you. Doesn't a year.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And just to make a point here, I don't know if you can see my little map here.
You can put it right here and they can see it.
Okay. My little map here. I live here, where the dot is.
Just put it here and they'll put it on the screen. Just leave it there.
I got you. Thank you.
Okay.
It takes a minute. You'll see it on the screen here.
Okay. Okay, I live here where the dot is, right at off of Torrey Pines. And like I said, there's a stop sign at Hussey. If people are going 35 miles an hour, they'd never be able to stop at the stop sign.
Okay, I think it's all been covered, and you are where you want to be, so I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Cervantes. Anyone else wishing? Yes, Councilman?
Thank you, Your Honor. I will support Councilwoman Tarkanian and whatever she wants to do on this, but I just wanted to say that this is a good time to mention, while Jorge's still in the building, that we're working on a couple of issues here to help work this problem out, because, you know, it's a frustrating thing for us. We usually get turned down on these because the fire department says, no, you can't do it. So we've got a couple of projects going on rumble strips that could conceivably be an answer to this for some people, because really what we're trying to do is just get their attention.
That's right, and I thought of the rumble strips. You had mentioned them to me earlier, and I was thinking of that on this item. I wanted to make and I'm glad you brought that up, Councilman Coffin. I would also like to say, however, that if I move for denial, it cannot come back up for a year, right? I would like to, if that's the case, then I would withdraw without prejudice. So I move to withdraw without prejudice.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. And the motion is to withdraw without prejudice. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the resolutions.
I just wanted to, Mayor, just a matter of a joke in a way.
Okay.
Knowing Ward 1, I want you to know that we have had petitions to change the name of the street Hussey. We have had people who haven't gone for that, and they come up about every other year.
Well, all we have to do is repronounce it Hussey.
Hussey, we could do that. Good.
Okay.
Change the vowel.
Okay, and now I hope everybody noticed and noted that Councilman Coffin has whatever Councilman Tarkanian wants in the future, he's with that. So we're going to make note of that and put up a little sign every time you go and vote differently. It sounded indefinite to me. Okay, we're moving on to item number 42, resolutions R50-2011, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution consenting to undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, RDA, in connection with Commercial Visual Improvement Program, CVIP agreement between the RDA and Granite Properties IA, LLC, owner and CVIP participant, located at 32 Fremont, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. Note the item is related to the RDA Item 5, RA 12-2011.
Thank you. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. Discussion took place during this morning's redevelopment agency meeting. This is a $15,000 grant for a facade, a new LED sign at the Mermaids property on Fremont Street. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, move for approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Let's move on to item number 43, R51-2011, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, RDA, in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program, CVIP, agreement between the RDA and Margaret Guarini, 50% owner and CVIP participant, Art Rosen Family Trust Family, 50% owner and CVIP participant, located in 1409 South Main Street, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Councilman Coffin's Ward 3. This item is related to RDA Item 6, RA-13-2011.
Thank you. This item is for property on Main Street. The property owners could be doing new security gates, signage, canopies, exterior paint, and new fencing. And the applicant is eligible for a $15,000 matching VIP grant. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion, Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, I move for approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Thank you. Motion carries. Item number 44. It will be trailed to the afternoon session and heard following item 89. We will move on to item number 45, boards and commissions. Boards and commissions for possible action, Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission, Craig Ballou, term expiration 12/3/11, Harry Lee, term expiration 12/7/2011, and William Teal, term expiration December 17th, 2011. Any member of the City Council may make a recommendation. Options are reappoint Mr. Ballou or appoint a new member to fill the seat. Okay. Let's do them one at a time.
Okay, one at a time.
Either that or the two appointments you can take together.
Okay. Reappoint Mr. Lee or appoint a new member to fill the seat. Well, we might as well do Mr. Teal too, or appoint a new member to fill the seat.
I can do all three in one motion. No? Okay, my first motion will be to hold William Teal's reappointment in abeyance till a future meeting.
And to approve? And to reappoint? Okay. 12/7.
12/7, very good.
Okay. Do we have to vote on it? Okay, please vote on the motion to obey. Thank you. Please post. Motion carries. Moving on to item number 40. What? Okay.
Okay, my motion to continue will be to appoint April Thomason to the Parks and Rec Advisory Commission. Ms. Thomason is a very active in girls softball. She's the secretary of the Northwest Girls Softball League. She's also the secretary of the Parent Teacher League, and she's very active in Ward 4 with girls softball at Majestic Park. So I'd like to appoint April Thomason to the board, and I would also like to reappoint Harry Lee to the Parks and Rec Board, and that will be my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Moving on to item number 46, possible action, Senior Citizen Law Project Advisory Board, Kathy McLean, term expiration November 18th, 2011. Procedure for this board requires appointment by any member of the City Council. Options are reappoint Ms. McLean or appoint a new member to represent a senior services provider seat. Is there a recommendation?
Yes, there is, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, Council. For the record, Sugar Vogel, Administrator of the Senior Citizens Law Project, and we recommend the reappointment of Kathy McLean to our advisory board. She's been a strong advocate for senior causes with her work in the legislature and in Clark County, and even though she is retired, she's very active as a senior provider, and we recommend her reappointment.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
My motion will be to follow Ms. Vogel's strong recommendation to reappoint Kathy McLean.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Mayor and Council. And
you.
just want to note that the Senior Law Project and our new nonprofit is participating in Nevada Give Day tomorrow. We're very excited about it. And we applaud the Mayor and the Council for supporting Nevada Gives. It's a wonderful program.
Wonderful. And please tell our seniors they can try out for the softball team,
Wonderful.
the Neons.
Thank you very
Mayor,
much
may
for
I-
your
Thank you.
support.
May I please? with your
Please,
permission?
Council.
Sugar, before you leave, I've said this before in this public forum, I'm going to say it again. I cannot tell you how much I personally appreciate what you do for the seniors in this community.
Thank you.
It takes good people to go the extra mile, and you demonstrate that on a regular basis for the benefit of those who have lived a long time and who are struggling to continue to be here with us, and I appreciate what you do.
Well, thank you, Councilman, very much. It's a very exciting time for the Law Project. As you know, this is a big transition year for us. With the support of the City Council, we're becoming a freestanding nonprofit next year, and we couldn't do it without the support of the Mayor and the City Council. Thank you for everything you've done for seniors in this community by sponsoring us for over 35 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Sugar.
Great. We're
Thanks,
really
Mayor.
proud.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Okay, item 47 for possible action, Regional Flood Control District Citizens Advisory Committee. Terrence P. Kane, P.E., term expiration December 3rd, 2011. Procedure for this board requires appointment by any member of the City Council. Options are appoint a new member or reappoint Mr. Kane. Is there a recommendation?
Mayor, unless Councilwoman has a recommendation, I am unaware that Mr. Kane does not want to be on the advisory committee, so I would move to reappoint Mr. Kane.
I would agree with that.
Okay, there is a motion. Thank you, Councilman Ross. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Item 48, possible action, appointment and reappointment of members to the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program, YNAPP Grant Review Board. Procedure for this board is appointment by the City Council. The Department of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services recommends the following appointments and reappointments. Appointments, adult representatives, Michael C. Brown, Cicero, alternate. Youth representatives, Shara D. Williams, Mecca Walker, Zachary Shatler, Veronica Rose McKinney, Race Rios, Kennedy Williams. Reappointments, adult representatives, Donna Toussaint, Nicole Wright, Javon Banks, David Lopez, Anthony Ruggiero, Robin Munier, Michelle Thaxton, Yudalina Yuturtalde. Youth representatives Julie Monahan and Gabriel Newell. That will be my motion. There's a motion. Please vote.
Mayor, before the motion,
Please go ahead, Councilman Barlow.
I have a question in regards to item number 48. Just in regards to the time frame in which the YNAB board application goes out. I believe, Lonnie, as I understand it, the applications roughly are out into the community, go out into the community in approximately August, and that window remains open for applications to be turned in through mid-October. Some of the concerns that I've received from a lot of the schools that participate, understanding that there are church and faith-based applicants as well as neighborhood groups that apply for the YNAB, the schools find it very difficult, being that school commences at the tail end of August. Their student body and student councils are not elected until the first week of October, and the window for the application to be turned in is October 10th. So that's a very, very small window for the youth in our community, specifically in the schools, who enjoy the YNAP program and of course, rally to come up with projects within the school in order to apply for these grants. Is there a way for us to take a look at and move and slide the date a little bit to provide a little bit more opportunity for the youth to participate without having to each and every year be crunch time to get an application in?
Lonnie Zimmerman, Deputy Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. Yes, Councilman Barlow, I think we should take a look. You are right on target with the fact that we've established, one of the reasons it doesn't start until August is because the schools are starting. Typically, the youth councils aren't developed or elected until October. What you're looking at as a schedule is really dictated by us and the council, because we want to have time to have an agenda item, put it on the agenda, and then have the project submitted to you for approval of funding in January. I think we can.
But let me ask you this: I don't believe that there's a rush, and I'm speaking for myself on the council, but I don't believe that there's a rush on our part to get the applications turned around. I mean, I think, from my perspective, we want as much participation from the youth as possible. I mean, it is a youth grant. So what is it that we can do from a council standpoint, as far as your recommendation is concerned, that we can possibly adjust whatever needs to be adjusted in order to open that window up more for the young people?
I think what would be best, Councilman, is for us to go back, take a look at it, be able to outline the positives of the current calendar for you, the reasons why we do it, and then come with a proposed calendar to address your concerns about being so late in the school year and the elected boards for the youth councils, and if we see any negative impacts to you. I think it may just be an adjustment to our historical process of what we've always done and continue to try to perpetuate that schedule.
You know, it's a great program, so don't get me wrong. YNAP is a great program. I sat on the YNAP board myself a few times, but I really would like to at least provide a little bit more cushion for the young people in the schools, because they want to participate. And a lot of schools are left out because the window is so small and they can't come up with a project within 10 days in order to get it turned in. And a lot of the projects that are turned in by the 10th of October, are projects that that they just basically threw into the coffer, just to be able to get some of the money that's available. But I believe that by opening it up a little bit more, we'll have an opportunity to get more youth involved in more strategized projects that will benefit the community as a whole, and in particular, getting our young people more involved, getting more young people involved in this process.
Thank you, Councilman. What we'll do is go back and look at the schedule and be ready to brief you in the upcoming weeks of a proposed schedule and the impacts of any changes to that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor
Thank
Goodman,
you. Yes,
I just want to say,
Councilwoman.
just so I understand clearly, what you're saying is that you do agree with Councilman Barlow that giving a little bit more time for them to be able to do it would be a good thing. You think you probably will be able to make the adjustment, and then you'll see how that can be done and get back to us.
I absolutely agree that we always ought to take a look at any recommendation. I stand up here with limited knowledge. This is new to my world for about 8 months, so I don't know of all the inner workings, but definitely a conversation with staff. And I think if there's a reason to hold true to our schedule, I think we should be able to come back to the council and explain the reasons why this schedule is so important to us or so necessary. I agree with Councilman Barlow's statement, as we want as many people involved as can be involved, and if there's a way we can do things as a department or you as a council can change our schedule that will enhance the application of this program, then we definitely should look at that.
I understand.
Thank you, and this would be for the following year rather than for this year, because we need to have continuity without interruption.
Yes, Your Honor.
So there is a motion, if you would please vote to accept the recommendations. There's a motion. I made the motion to approve. And there's a motion, please. Did we vote? Well, my finger didn't even go there. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilman. That's a miracle. Long arm of the law. Okay, we're going on to recommending now. Recommending committee, bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 2011-38. Councilman Anthony, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2011-38, in order to provide that the use of banquet facilities are permitted use in the M zoning district and provide for related matters.
Thank you. That was a short one. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item number 50, Bill number 2011-40. Councilman Anthony, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2011-40, an ordinance to update the Chapter 6.60 of the Municipal Code pertaining to pawnbrokers to conform with recent changes in state law and to provide for other related matters.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item number 51. Item 51, Bill 2011-39 is eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We will move on to new bills. Items 52 and 53, Bills 2011-44 and 2011-45 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, December 6, 2011. I would like to have these bills read, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2011-44, an ordinance to establish a parking program for qualified alternative fuel vehicles as required by state law and provide for related matters. And finally, Bill number 2011-45, an ordinance relating to city boards and committees, updating municipal provisions regarding Senior Citizens Advisory Board, repealing provisions establishing the Animal Advisory Committee, Management Committee for Emergency Operations, Records Management Committee, Citizens Priority Advisory Committee, and Yucca Mountain Nuclear Repository Committee, and providing for other related matters.
Thank you very much. These bills will be assigned to Councilmen Barlow and Coffin for their review. Thank you very much. This session will be in recess until 1 p.m. Thank you.
for item 72.
Okay.
And the SUP number's at the top right there.
That's perfect.
Text down.
That's perfect.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
He must be in a lot of trouble.
Three in 1 week. If you want to check it, I'm going.
Hopefully, we're ready to get started in a minute. Thank you very much. Here's the map back. Okay, we are ready to reconvene, and we are starting with item number 54. For possible action, any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 78, MOD 42984, applicant Great American Capital, owner Lone Mountain Plaza LLC, on 3.52 acres at the northeast corner of Cheyenne Avenue and Halapai Way. The applicant has requested this be withdrawn without prejudice. And item number 86, SDR 43012, applicant Nissan Coruglio, owner Fremont Place LLC, on .62 acres at 208 North Las Vegas Boulevard. Applicant has asked this be obeyed till December 21st, 2011, and that is my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post.
I'm okay now. You should have it.
Motion passes. Thank you very much. We will now move on to item 55, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 1805 Poplar Avenue for fees in the amount of $3,045 and assess a maximum amount of $35,000 in daily civil penalties. Property owner Gloria Morales and Joaquin Bonilla. This is in Councilman Coffin's Ward 3. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the property owner present? Mr. Baus.
Mayor, members of the council, for the record, Mike Baus, Code Enforcement Manager. The major cross streets to this property are Bruce and Bonanza. This case was opened on the 21st of April of this year and closed October 17th of this year. A notice and order to compel the property to be brought into compliance with the code was issued on June 29th. After the notice and order was issued, we received word from the lender that they would abate the conditions on the property, but they did not follow through. Consequently, the city conducted 11 inspections on the property, hired a contractor to abate the substandard conditions. We started the abatement work on September 16th and completed it on October 7th. The abatement work consisted of removal of refuge, waste, high vegetation from all areas. We applied a herbicide, removed concrete block walls, and boarded unsecured doors and windows. The city's out-of-pocket hard expenses on the abatement work is $3,045, and there are civil penalties assessed in the amount of $35,000 for total out-of-pocket expenses and charges of $38,045. And as of October 10th, the property on Zillow was valued at $44,500.
And any contact at all with the owners?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from our council? Anyone wishing to be heard on this matter? Please come forward, state your name.
Thank you, Todd Parla, 240 North 19th Street, and I think that the mortgage companies should be held totally responsible for this. And if we don't start enforcing it, we'll never get any satisfaction from these people. They're no damn good.
My name is Anthony Hardy. Is the property still in the homeowner's name or the lender?
The property is still in the owner's name. There was a notice of rescission of default was filed on August 12, 2010.
And you had no response from them?
Correct.
Well, Mr. Corbin, do the best you can.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none. Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, I move for approval of the item as stated.
Is a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. On to item 56, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 1707 Santa Paula Drive for fees in the amount of $3,850 and assess a maximum of $23,500 daily civil penalties. Property owner, Santa Paula Drive Thrust, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the property owner present?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Mr. Baus.
Mayor and members of the City Council, for the record, Mike Baus, Code Enforcement Manager. The major cross streets to this property is Las Vegas Boulevard and Oakey. This case was opened on April 20th of this year and closed September 17th of this year. We issued a notice and order of substandard conditions on June 29th. The record indicates that a breach of default was filed on the property the 6th of May 2010. Notice of trustee sale was filed on August 8th, and then a trustee deed was recorded on September 15th, naming the owner Santa Paula Drive Trust. When we started this case, it was in foreclosure. There were stickers on the window. We contacted the lending companies represented on those stickers and received no response. Accordingly, the city was required to conduct numerous inspections, a total of 10, and then abate the substandard conditions. We commenced the abatement work on August 24th and completed on August 26th. The abatement work consisted of the removal of waste, weeds, high vegetation from all areas, the application of herbicide, removal of dead vegetation, and boarding of all unsecured doors and windows. The city's out-of-pocket abatement costs are $3,850, and civil penalties to date are $23,500, for a total cost and penalties of $27,350. And the property was valued by Zillow as of November 10th at $126,700.
Would you state your name and make comments, please?
Eddie Haddad, and I'm the owner of the property at 1707 Santa Paula Drive as of August 31st, which came into the picture right at the very tail end of when the construction was, I guess, completed. Immediately that same day, I contacted the city, and I worked with Tony, and who basically told me what happened, and he told me that the city would not be pursuing any penalties since the work had been done, and that there was no more abatement. I told him, I said immediately that I'll see to it that the property is secure, because it still had been unsecured. I was surprised that they actually spent money, that the city actually spent the money to board up this property, but it was still unsecured. So I'm the one that actually secured the property. I'm not sure what the city did or why they didn't follow through, but I'm the one that actually secured the property. Anyhow, I told Tony that I'd be pursuing a reduction in the balance that's owed. Perhaps, if I could just compensate, the city for the hard costs, which was about $2,000 or $2,200, if the city would be so kind to remove the remaining charges, which is what's still considered hard costs. And I think that was for a very short period of time that they actually went out to the property and drove the property. And he says, let me look into it. Never heard back from Tony. He referred it on to somebody else, a lady that I spoke with yesterday. She told me that Tony gave her the wrong phone number. I said, I don't know how that could have happened, because I've got messages from Tony back and forth. Then Mike House and we played phone tag together. But I did not know that Tony was going to pursue a $23,000 daily civil penalties, and I think that's probably a mistake, because had I been out of the country, not attending today's meeting, then I'd be subject to $28,000 in fees, which is not right. I mean, the lady that I spoke with yesterday told me, had I paid this account back in a couple of months ago, in August or September, that I would have only paid about $3,500. And I told her, I said, the reason I wanted to come and see the city council is to bring that balance down to $2,200, the actual hard costs.
Could you give us the last name of Tony?
Tony works at the city.
Guarino? Tony Guarino, Mayor.
Okay.
He's a senior code enforcement officer.
Thank you. Is he here?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin?
Well, Your Honor, Eddie, hello, how are you? Your father
Yes.
passed away?
I'm sorry?
So your father passed away recently? Is it
No.
Eddie? No relation?
No.
Good, okay. Eddie had
no, it's
died.
gotta be
same
somebody
year.
else.
All right. I thought that might have been a distraction
Is
for
it
you.
Macayo's, maybe, a restaurant?
Yes.
Okay, I did not know that.
I have a question. You indicate Tony, but you don't have his last name.
I can get that.
But you don't have, at least you didn't contact me in advance, so I don't know if you had email exchange or any kind of recorded exchange with him to indicate that you had told him certain things. But in any event, you have purchased properties in this same fashion. So you are aware that costs are incurring. I mean, correct, Ed? I mean, it is true, right?
I think we rectified the situation right away, the same day, in fact, August 31st. I had somebody staying at the property, and then we went out and we secured the property on the same day when I learned that it was supposed to have been done prior. And I'm not sure, I mean, certainly, yeah, there was
No, Ed,
evidence.
what I'm talking about is, haven't you also purchased other distressed properties?
Oh, yes, yes, sir, correct.
So you're familiar with the process as it goes through. Hard cost plus administrative and so on, which actually in our books is all hard cost. And then the
So-
only question becomes, maybe can we forgive some portion or all of the civil penalties?
Yeah. I mean, it was such a short period, I think, that the city was involved at this property. So this is why I kind of talked to Tony on as to why, if we can just limit it down to the hard costs alone, which is the amount of $2,200 that actually was expended.
Well, Eddie, we actually started spending money in April on this property, long before you entered into the discussion phase or even thought about it. And I hope you're getting a good deal on it because we need that developed and we definitely need it saved. So for that, I'm thankful. Personally, I don't know what the experience has been of the council in these, and I'll take guidance from any member of the council on this based upon their experience. My inclination is to go ahead and still charge you the hard costs as added up and perhaps forgive the civil penalties, which is your vast majority of this cost. But that only sounds fair to me, but I don't know what has been the custom. And I'd like to ask my colleagues for their guidance, those who have been around a few years, if in case this like that. Do you sometimes do that?
Councilman Wolfson?
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Absolutely, Councilman Coffin. The question I have, though, is I think there was some inconsistency between the position. The city said that they paid a contractor to come and abate the nuisance, and you said that you paid to clean up the property.
Yes.
I mean, there's some inconsistency there, so that's something I think we need to straighten out.
He has
But
said he secured the property. That could mean a lot of things.
It does. It does. But if the city put out hard money
Yes,
to pay a contractor to clean up the property, we're entitled to that money back. We have the discretion, though, on the administrative fines. And oftentimes we do waive them, especially if the property owner shows up, is showing good faith, gives us a comfort level that he's going to continue to take care of the property, rehab it if it needs it, get it occupied, and get it, in the proper condition that we'd want it to be in.
The question I would have then of Mike, for example, there was an abatement date, and apparently at that time, Mr. Haddad has said that he felt that was the day, or the day after, that he talked to Tony. How much have we spent post-abatement, and perhaps on an administrative fashion, not an actual hard cost, if you will?
Yes, sir. I'll give you a breakdown. The abatement work itself, we hired a contractor to go out and abate the conditions, and that abatement work commenced on August 24th, and that work was completed on August 26th. The abatement costs themselves, Tony's right, is $2,200. Then there are $330 that the city incurred as costs in administering, preparing the letters and notices, the bid packages. There are $1,200 inspection fees. That's our cost of going out and performing the 10 inspections of the property. And then there is $120 late fees because the charges weren't paid. So the $3,850 that we're saying are out-of-pocket expenses, the only thing that really is in a direct out-of-pocket expense would be the $120 late fees. So that would bring that $3,850 down to $3,730.
my experience so far in this short time I've been on this council is that I don't recall us spending $1,200 post-abatement on anybody yet. That's just inspection fees.
That's inspection fees. That's from the time we go out and do the initial inspection and re-inspect the property. We do notices, verify that the contractor's work was completed.
Yeah, post-abatement though, not pre-abatement. Just
It's
$1,200
both.
post-abatement.
Pardon me? There's no post-abatement
Oh,
charges. I'm
thank you.
sorry.
All right. I'd be inclined to, I can't, in my own mind, then, if these are justifiable expenses, whether they're administrative or contractor, I can't really justify in my mind waiving any of those hard costs. But I can see where we could waive the entire civil cost, the extra $23,000 and change.
And
to
how
get you-
about the late fee, Councilman? That was $120.
I
Can you
think
waive
I
that?
would waive the late fee if our new property owner has, in good faith, felt that he was doing his best to contact people. He took title. What date did you take title?
The earliest possible date that we got the deed, which is by law, they have trustee has 3 weeks to send us the title. So I can tell you that. As of record, September 15th, which would have been 2 weeks after the acquisition date. Would have been the soonest that we could have recorded the deed.
All right. I can see where those were very close, almost the same day on those late fees, and I would forgive those.
So
what
the
is the
total
math?
number would be $37.30, as Mr. Baus said, as hard costs.
All right. That then, does anybody in the council have anything to add to that? Then in discussion, I hope, and I'll just make the motion that we go ahead and approve the recovery of costs in the amount of $3,730 and waive the entire daily civil penalties of $23,500.
To be
I don't
clear,
know if
what
then
would the
somebody
total-
in discussion wants to.
The total numbers
I
were those
apologize.
submitted by Mr. Baus, excluding the late fees of $120. So the total number would be $3,730 of hard costs.
That's more than reasonable. It's the first time
Yes,
I've
ma'am.
done
Okay.
7:30. Okay.
So there's a motion?
If I may, Your
Start.
Honor.
Yes, please.
Sorry for the interruption. We would ask that a condition, the council consider a condition on the motion that if the hard costs aren't paid within 30 days, that the full amount would, the waiver that you're granting would expire and the full amount would become due and payable.
Your Honor,
Could,
please
um,
add then to my motion that.
Could I ask a question? Are you able to do that within 30 days?
Immediately. I've been in front of the city council before, and within the week, I can get a payment.
Wonderful.
That's not a problem.
Okay, please add it
And
to
I
your
hope we've
motion.
made it as easy as possible for you to get that building open and
Yes, you
up
have.
and renting, and good for you because that street needs it. We've done. I hope
Oh,
you'll
yes.
recognize that what we've waived is something that I haven't done before.
Yeah, there's
On the
another
entire
property right adjacent that
Buy it.
has a problem, but yeah, that's coming up soon, so I'll probably be back.
Well, just keep a paper record of what you're doing with us. Thank you.
Okay, before we go any further, is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Please step forward, state your name.
My name is Anthony Hodges, and Mr. Coleman, this sounds like it's good. If he can settle up with it, hey, you're looking good.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. So now, Councilman Coffin, your motion, one more time, I'm sorry.
All right. I'll probably forget the math here, but the
3730.
The motion was to levy the fees and hard costs to the maximum amount of $3,720 and waive the daily civil and the late fees with the additional admonition from staff that payment be made within 30 days or the entire civil penalties will apply.
Okay, there's a motion.
It should be 3730, actually.
That's what we said, 3730. Hard costs. There's a motion. All in favor, please vote. Please post. Off to the bank you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and welcome aboard. Congratulations as well.
you.
Thank you,
Thank
City
you.
Council.
Councilman Ross.
Mr. Dodd, before you leave, thank you for being here, representing this property that you owned, and I know you bought it after it was foreclosed upon. But just the fact that you're here, trying to deal with this at this level is important. I would suggest to you that if you run into this issue again, that you go visit with whoever council member it is before you get to this point, and try to get that worked out. But I would suggest to the council and to staff that wouldn't it be nice if we had some kind of mechanism, some kind of ordinance where these properties didn't fall into disrepair. Everybody see where I'm going with
Funnel
it?
them through me, and I'll take care of them.
Does everybody see where I'm going
I know
with
you're,
this?
You're going to be talking about this.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item 57, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located 1913 South 11th for fees in the amount of $1,561.75 and assess a maximum of $56,500 in daily civil penalties. Property owner, Trustee, Clark County Treasurer, care of James R. Kent, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the property owner present, or his or her representative? Mr. Bowes?
Mayor and members of the council, for the record, Mike Bowes, Code Enforcement Manager. The major cross streets of this property are Maryland Parkway and St. Louis. This case was opened on March 16th of this year and closed on October 10th of this year. A notice in order to abate nuisance conditions was issued on May 17th of this year. The property is not in foreclosure. Numerous orders and notices were not complied with. In the course of the investigation, the abatement work, we conducted 11 inspections. The abatement work started on September 16th and concluded that same day. The work consisted of removal of refuge, waste, high vegetation from all area, and the application of herbicide. The city's out-of-pocket expenses in conducting the abatement work is $1,561.75. Civil penalties are $56,500 for a total cost and penalties of $58,061.75. And as of November 10th of this year, the Zillow property value is $59,500.
How come the city is dealing with the Clark County Treasurer?
I heard that explanation earlier today, but I want Senior Code Enforcement Officer Vicky Azuna.
Please, Mrs. Zuna.
Vicky Ozuna, Code Enforcement. The Treasurer's Office doesn't really own the property. The property has lapsed on paying their taxes. So when that happens, the Treasurer's Office puts their name in front of the property owners until it goes up for the auction for arrears. So that's why their name is on there. They don't really own it.
And do we know, have we gone past that to the owner? Has there been any dialogue with the owner as to his or her intent, and that's not our job?
No, we haven't heard from the owner. We've done our noticing, and they did not respond.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to come forward and speak, please do so.
My name is Anthony Hodge. The way it sounds, this property is probably getting ready to be auctioned off, probably, for taxes, maybe, since the county is involved?
Possibly.
It's at that point. Well, I guess you get your money down the road.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? If not, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin, in your ward, please.
Your Honor, at this point, the civil penalties and the hard costs are more than the value of the house, if you are to believe Zillow. I guess we own the house, but in fact we don't. So let's just levy these fines and then talk to the people when they come to appeal. I assume somebody will then show up. So I move now for approval of item 57 in the full amount of $1,561.75 of hard cost and the $56,500 in daily civil penalties.
There's a motion. Please vote. Please post.
That's a lot of money.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Item number 58. Public hearing for possible action to consider request for waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $1,582 and civil penalties in the amount of $45,000 recorded against a vacant lot located across from 1305 Belcastro, APN 163-03-501-32. Property owner, trustee, Clark County Treasurer, care of Knockley Sammer, care of Ms. Sherry Fee Adnan. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the property owner present? Mr. Baus.
Mayor, members of the council, Mike Baus, Code Enforcement Manager. This property is located to major cross-sections. Closest major cross-sections are Oakey and Delray. This is a vacant lot. The case was opened in August of 2009 and closed in January 2010. A notice and order was issued to the property owners. There's no breach on file for the property, but a substitution and conveyance was filed on 5/19/2010. I did speak with the property owner's representative. Are you David?
Yes, I am.
Madam Mayor, I did speak with David. He advised me that the property is owned by a group of 6 investors or lenders, owners. We went in and did our normal abatement of substandard conditions on the property, conducted inspections. We assessed, the council assessed a lien for hard costs of $3,425.70. The council also assessed civil penalties of $45,000 for a total amount of $48,425.70. The council approved that action on May 19th of this year, and the lien was actually filed at the recorder's office or assessor's office on June 10th.
Could I ask why our report here, which was stated when I read it, that the waiver reduction of fees of $1,582 is different from your $4,500?
Yes, ma'am. After the council approves the cost, and then we take it to the recorder's office, they charge 4% of the amount that you lien the property as a charge to the city. So at the time when the lien is filed, the city also pays that amount. That amount was $1,843.70, which gets us to the total of $3,425.70.
Thank you. Councilwoman Tarkanian? But excuse me, I'm a little premature here. Would you be good enough to state your full name and your position here?
My name is Dave Fidel, and I represent the investors that made the loan on this property in 2006. Also, I'm mathematically challenged here. I have 7 of these packages, and I know that's not enough. But can I have you take one of those?
And there's 6 owners. 6, did you say? Now you've got me on the 7.
There are
So
7.
7 owners.
Yes.
And have they all been contacted, and was there any response from them?
They
in
have.
regard to this?
I'm the representative. I'm the guy in the box at this point.
Okay, and
Okay.
your comments, therefore, are representing them?
The hard cost on the abatements, we certainly will accept. The city has done the work. We were unaware that any of this came down. We now are we are now filing a notice of default on Dr. Knackley. We made the loan in 2006 and have absolutely been unaware of this. We have, if you look in the documents that you have, the first thing, of course, is the request for the waiver. The next thing is the payoff demand to the city. After that, these 2 pages came from the initial title report showing the investors and our addresses and the amount of the first trust deed. Then in January of 2010, we received from the county the total amount due to the taxes is $32,830. At that time, I contacted Kathleen Baker, and she set up a payment program for us, which we began. And we have paid some $18,000 of those taxes. We're absolutely unaware of the abatement because the lien hadn't been filed yet. The next page is the explanation of the action taken. When we got the notice of public sale, I contacted Kathy, we set up the payment. Then I contacted Dr. Knackley and have been dealing with him for about 13 or 14 months. Had him agree to pay $15,000 of the taxes. At that point, we would sign he would sign the property over to us, and we would take no further action as a deficiency. Now, he is a doctor, and it will adversely affect his malpractice insurance. So it was a good trade-off. Anyway, so we made that deal, and I made that deal in September of this year, finally got that put to bed. The next thing that you have, there's a title report that was run the 29th of August. Actually, I guess it must have been the last of August that I did that. If you go through it, you will see that there is a second and a third mortgage, which again, I contacted those people and made a deal with them. So we were ready to accept the property and the $15,000 and let Dr. Knackley off the hook until we got to item number 13 on the preliminary title report. There is a $1,617,000 judgment against him that if we go through with this plan, we get to pay that. Obviously, we're not going to do that, so we now have proceeded. I've contacted Carol Gagne, and Carol has begun the paperwork for us to foreclose. So we got forced into foreclosing on this guy. The next thing, of course, is the breakdown of the costs. And then the last is just a little blurb that I put together as far as going forward. We would like the city council to waive the penalties. Of course, we're going to pay the hard costs. I've had numerous people come to me and want to develop this property. It's 2¼ acres, and it's on a dead-end cul-de-sac on the end of Belcastro in Section 10. It's a beautiful piece of property. But can't do that until we foreclose. And we'll perfect that in 4 or 5 months, and then you'll see me here again.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be heard on this, please come forward, state your name.
My name is Anthony Hardy. This sounds like a Donnybrook. Good luck to him.
Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward. Hearing none, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Councilman, Mayor, before Councilman does, may I?
Yes, Councilman Ross.
And sir, I appreciate you bringing all this to our attention. Are you ready to pay the hard costs today?
We will.
Can you approach the microphone, please?
I'm sorry. It'll take me a couple of weeks to contact everybody and get their position, but 14 days I can make it
And
happen.
Councilwoman, was going to ask you that, but I'm just curious, as we deal with so many of these, that we don't care about the foreclosure process. Or certainly I don't care about the foreclosure process
Okay.
or what you're doing for your investors, your clients, or anything like that. We've got a property that needs help, and we had to go out and do it because nobody did.
Right.
You understand that part, right? So the rest of that stuff, the rest of this doesn't concern us. That's you.
Right. Councilman, I'm sorry, we just didn't know. That's the only reason that I brought all this to your attention, is that we didn't know, or we'd have done it.
Okay.
We wouldn't be here.
I'm just curious, because
Yeah.
you see where we're at and where Councilwoman is.
Oh, certainly.
And so,
I have no problem with that. I mean, we would have gone out and done it ourselves. We have a couple of other pieces of property. One of the investors actually foreclosed on a piece, was contacted because it was dusty. He went out himself and watered down the property.
good guy.
So
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, he's
Thank you,
sitting right
Councilwoman.
here, the guy in the hat. Anyway, we would have done this ourselves. I mean, that goes without saying.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Well, you should wait. Wait a minute.
sorry.
Okay.
I just wanted to tell you that we all work differently, and it does, this material does mean something to me because it shows an effort to try and make a correction as soon as you were notified. And basically, this is what happened, isn't it? He was not notified. The other owner was. You didn't know. and that's why you're sort of in this position. So this is what I would make as my, what am I making? Thank you. Thanks. That I want to make as my motion. First of all of the hard costs, including though $1,582 that we spent in cleanup, all of the money which would be considered hard costs for that 4% tax roll fee, which would be $1,843.70. I move that all of that be paid. Ordinarily, if I did not feel you made a good effort or you were evasive, I would have recommended 10% of the civil penalties. But I think you tried hard. I think these are things that happen, and I think it's, as Councilman Ross said, it's important we get this property into what it can be and make it a more viable piece. So that's my motion. All the hard costs.
And so those hard costs were $3,425?
And 70 cents.
Yes, ma'am.
I forgot the 70 cents. I was going to give you a gift. Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Okay, for the record, Vicky Ozuna, Kathy Baker, and Michael have been more than cooperative. I mean,
Great.
if I can pat them on the back, I'm going to
Great.
do that. All right? Thank
We
you
got
very
great
much.
staff. Thanks. Hold on one second, please. Councilman Coffey?
I was just going to say in the comments submitted on this, on the appeal, I have to say one caution. That's a nice neighborhood, and it's surrounded by large lot, single-family homes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir.
So when in your comments, and you say you're trying to sell it to a developer who might put up a nursing home,
Yeah.
that would caution you on that one, because
It's going to, if this guy does, I've had this conversation, if this becomes.
Do you want to come up to the mic? I'm sorry.
If I participate in this, and that's what he's asking us to do, is put the land in and joint venture it. If we do that, and I come in front of this council with a nursing home project, believe me, it won't look like a nursing home. It'll be beautiful, because it's going to have to
I
be.
just thought I'd raise the issue.
Yeah, you're absolutely
Councilwoman
correct.
Tarquini will have to fight that.
And he did, and that's a good issue to raise. And if you did anything like that, certainly working with the neighbors, because you're absolutely right. Those are great-looking homes on great properties.
Absolutely.
And there is a concern when nursing homes come in, because many times they have not been of a benefit to the neighborhood.
Exactly, and it has to go through a public meeting or a neighborhood meeting first, before I'd ever spend the money and come here.
Okay, that'll
Okay.
be later. Good
All right.
luck to you.
Thank
you very much. We are now into the consent agenda. Items 59 through 67 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the Planning Department. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 59 through 67?
Motion to approve, Mayor.
There's a motion to approve
Mayor.
these items.
Mayor,
I hear you, but I don't. There you are.
I'm here. Actually, I would like for a few items to be obeyed.
Obeyed.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Please. Which items?
Items number 62, 63, 64, and 65, 66, and 67.
All of those?
Yes, all of them.
So 62 through 67 you would like pulled or obeyed?
Yes.
You'd like them all obeyed?
Yes, I would.
And to which meeting in December?
The 21st of December.
Okay. May I have a motion
Can
to,
we,
a-
can
sorry.
we, excuse me, Mayor, can we split that into two and approve the two and then do the
That's
motion
what I
for
was going to
abeyance?
do.
Thank you.
I'm with you, I'm learning.
Okay.
Items 59 through 61 are on the consent agenda. May I have a motion that those be approved?
Motion to approve 59 through 61.
There is a motion. Would you please vote? Would you please post?
It's not recording, please vote me on.
You want to vote the affirmative?
Yes.
Okay.
Please post. Motion carries. Items number 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67. There has been a motion made to obey those to December 21st. There's a motion on those items. Would you please vote? Please post.
Oh, you know, no.
Motion carries. Those items are obeyed to December 21st. We will move on now to one motion, one vote. Let me double check. We are on items 68 and 69. May be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Item number 68, SUP 42982, applicant David Tran, owner, Third and Charleston LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,880 square foot tattoo parlor body piercing studio at 220 East Charleston Boulevard. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Item number 69, SUP 42985, applicant Efrain Mendoza, owner, Seabreeze Village LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 5,548 square foot supper club at 1780 North Buffalo, Suite 101, which is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of both items. These are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on these items? Please come forward, state your name.
My name is Anthony Hodges, and both of them say approval by staff and planning, so sounds like a good deal for the two councils. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
Your Honor,
Yes,
I want to
Councilman.
hear discussion on item 68.
Please.
I want someone the person who is applying for this special use permit on Charleston and Third to appear before us and tell us a little bit about this. It's a critical corner right in the heart of the Arts District, and I want to know a little bit about the schematics here.
Is the owner present?
What's the name of the tattoo parlor, and what are we doing here with this property?
Mr. Pag, do you have any?
The applicant was notified of the city council date. I don't know where they are.
Your Honor, I move to obey this to the first meeting in December.
Item number 68? Just
Item number
68,
68.
Councilman Coffin?
Just item number 68.
Thank you. Let's vote on that separately then. There's a motion to obey to December which? December 6, 5? December 7. There's a motion to obey item 68 till December 7. Please vote on the motion. Please post. Motion carries. The item's been obeyed to December 7th. And now on to Councilwoman Tarkanian, Ward 1, number 69. Do you wish to make a motion?
I wish to ask a couple of questions.
Please.
First, I'd like to ask, when I look at the history of this property, previously it was a restaurant, right? What is being requested now that was not there before? I mean, I know it lapsed. But I mean, before it lapsed, what is there now?
Okay, I think that was...
Excuse me, could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Efrain Mendoza, and I'm the owner of Mentiera Mexican Restaurant.
Thank you.
It's been like 3 restaurants in that location. That was Coco's. That was another Mexican restaurant, I think as Gallerias. And then that was a Mega Cafe, and then we took over like 3 months ago. Actually, this location has been like empty for a long time, like a year and a half. So I'm trying to make it in there, you know.
And I understand that. I was just getting into some of the history with him, and thank you for your comments. They are
Okay.
very helpful.
Okay.
In the past, then, it was a restaurant. It was a supper club.
Correct, Madam Mayor, through you, yes. This particular space has been a supper club in the past. As the applicant has indicated, it has been out of business, and so consequently the special use permit for the supper club expired. This necessitates that they do apply for a new special use permit.
And this, as I have no recollection whatsoever that we ever had any complaints when this was a supper club years ago.
In terms of our history in the staff report, no, we don't seem to have any indication that there have been problems in the operation of the business there at that location.
And how, there's another supper club in that same business area?
That is correct. They're in that same suite there in the shopping center.
They're not in the same suite, the two of them, are they? You mean the same?
In the same portion of the shopping center,
The same
yes.
portion of the shopping center. I know that I had several protests on this, far more than I had in an approval, but we didn't have a meeting where I could convey some thoughts to the people who were there, but I think that we should approve this. It puts 21 more people to work. It also goes back to where we were originally in feeling it should work there, unless there's something that you know of that I don't, Flynn, as far as...
No, staff has reviewed this application. We feel that it is in order. We feel that the business can be operated without impacting adjacent properties. And so consequently, we have recommended approval of it.
Well, and I move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion. All those, please vote. Please post. Motion is carried.
Thank you very much.
Good luck to you.
Thank
We'll
you.
come to eat.
Yes, we went by it, and it looked like a great location.
Good luck. Now we're on to item number 70. WVR 43448 waiver, non-public hearing. Applicant Donald W. Reynolds, Discovery Children's Museum, owner City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request for a waiver of Section 316.6/5I of Symphony Park Design Standards to allow a marquee sign to extend 7 1/2 feet above the rooftop parapet wall, where all signs must be 2 feet below the top of the building parapet line at 360 Promenade Place. This is in Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. The staff recommends denial, and here we go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the council, Tom Amick, 8345 West Sunset. Here in a slightly different capacity than you normally would see me today. I'm here as the Vice President of the Board of Trustees for the Discovery Children's Museum. We have our CEO, Linda Quinn, in the audience as well. I know some of you have met her in the past. What we have, you guys are all aware of the Smith Center for the Performing Arts. We're a tenant of theirs. The Children's Museum is currently under construction alongside of the Smith Center for the Performing Arts. This is accelerated a little bit from where we might otherwise do the signage in order to meet the timelines for the Smith Center to open. We need to have the facade of our building completed when they're ready to get rolling here in the spring. So this is the signage plan. It's been reviewed and approved by the Symphony Park Design Review Committee, all except for one item in particular, and that's with regard to where the section where the swoosh and the stars extend over the parapet line for the roof. It's about 7.5 feet above the parapet line. Other than that, it's the package is complete. We understand that the Design Review Committee for Symphony Park doesn't have that within their purview, and that's why we're here to request the waiver from you guys. So we're happy to answer
And I
any
gather,
questions.
Mr. Vag, the reason it was denied by staff was because it is exactly that fact.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. It looks beautiful.
Thank you.
Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And before I go to a vote, I just really want to say that the entire Symphony Park community has really folded up to be a very exciting place, and I can't wait for all of the bricks and mortar to be complete in the entire park, because it's going to be such a great destination point for the entire community. I have had an opportunity to walk through on a tour of the Performing Arts Center a couple weeks ago. I mean, totally fabulous destination point. I can't wait to hear the sound coming out of, off the stage and through the speakers into the seats of the Performing Arts Center. And in addition to that, with the Children's Museum being a part of that campus is just going to be another special added addition to all of the entertainment that will be and the arts that will be on that campus. And I understand why the design team had to deny or was had to not necessarily how do I say this, they had to deny the item. However, they didn't necessarily disapprove of the swoosh, if you will. And so I like what I see with the elements that you all are bringing forward for the museum, and it's going to be a very beautiful attraction to the entire architecture of the building. And so I'm going to move forward to approve this item. Is that right? Do I approve the item? Because if in fact it comes on a denial, then it would be the opposite, right, Brian?
You're approving the request for the waiver.
So I'm approving the request of the waiver.
Right.
Okay, so my motion would be to approve the request of the waiver after my colleague, Councilman Coffin, speaks. Yes, Councilman. I see you down there waving.
Well, I wasn't waiting, I just wanted to be recognized.
Councilman
You're
Coffin,
recognized.
please go
Thank
have
you very
at
much.
it.
I'm sorry if it comes in the middle of a motion. You haven't actually made your motion yet, have you?
I'll do it.
Yes, he did.
I'll
He
do
was
it.
shy.
I'll do it after you speak.
Okay, but I've got to dig in just a little deeper on this because, in there they thought this thing through very carefully when they were designing the whole area. And marquee signs are allowed to be above the building, but 2 feet, I guess, 2 feet below it? No higher than 2 feet below the top of the parapet. So now they're talking about essentially 9 feet above what would have been allowed. And I don't know how, I would like to know what kind of lighting is proposed, because this is going to be lit, no doubt. I assume neon, and it might even flash. But I'm just wondering how that will fit with the tone of the building it is integrated with, which is the center, the
Thank you,
performing center.
Councilman. It's something that we discussed with the Symphony Park Design Review Committee. It is lit. There are LED components to it. But this is such a unique use for the Symphony Park area. It's a children's museum, and the ability for us to create the environment for a children's museum with the signage was very important to us. The architecture of the building, as it should be, was put together by Mr. Schwartz. It's part of the Smith Center for the Performing Arts. So the architecture had to be similar, and jive with what they were doing. So the only way for us to really kind of announce ourselves as a children's museum was through the utilization of the signage. The Smith Center folks and the Donald W. Reynolds Foundation folks have both reviewed this. They've approved it. They're in support of it. So we think that because of the nature of the use, we hope that would be justification for the waiver at this time.
So, okay, well, you're saying then that the management and the directors of the Smith Center approve of this?
Correct. I believe they might have even sent a letter to the mayor and the council.
Yes.
No, I haven't received anything from them.
And the
It
design
doesn't look
team.
right to me. I mean, I'm saying to this, it just seems odd that you have this period building right next to it, and then you throw in this swoosh and
Swoosh.
star, which is not consonant with it. That's all.
Understood.
Okay,
Because
thank you.
this area sort of
Thank
belongs to all of us. It's not just one ward. I'd like to think that we all have a hand in that. Or do we make an irreversible decision here? It's going to be lit on both sides, right?
No, just on the front.
It would just
But
be-
it's not able to be seen from the back because the Smith Center for the Performing Arts is
Well,
behind
if
us.
I suppose I'll sublimate my architectural judgment to somebody else. I just was thinking there was a reason why they had these standards.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a motion on the floor. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. I think it's outstanding.
Thank you, Mayor.
I know they were really concerned about it in the beginning and very opposed to it, but I think as they got more into the review process and saw its value, especially for the discovery and for children, and you call it a swoosh?
The Swoosh and the Stars, that's kind of our working name, but that's
Swoosh
part
and
of
the
our
Stars.
new logo. It's we're with our move to the Smith Center, we're rebranding the museum and the Swoosh and the Stars, and you see the kids down here with the magnifying glass. That's all part of our rebranding and our new logo for the museum.
Wonderful.
So we've incorporated it
Well,
into our
here's to
signage.
swishing along. Thank you
Right.
very much.
And
thank you very
Motion is
much.
carried.
And Mayor,
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, just in addition to that, if any of the council members have an opportunity to go by the Children's Museum, you can actually see the entire building with the Performing Arts and the Children's Museum, how it all ties together with the courtyard in the middle. It's a very, very fabulous location, and in a place that we'll have an opportunity to not only bring our kids and grandkids, but anyone that's looking to come and enjoy entertainment in the downtown community. This is most definitely going to be one exciting place. And I just really want to congratulate everyone who had anything to do with the Children's Museum, and in particular Reynolds, for their wonderful, wonderful contribution toward this great cause.
Thank you, Councilman. We appreciate that very much.
Thank you. Moving on to item, where are we on to here? Item 71, correct? 71? Zone, or ZON 41006, tabled item, re-notification, rezoning, public hearing, applicant owner Charleston Rancho LLC, request for rezoning from C-D design commercial to C1 limited commercial on .72 acres at 2324 West Charleston Boulevard. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. Planning Commission voted 7-0 and staff recommend approval as well. This is a public hearing which I now declare open. Is the owner present? Applicant present, I should say.
Your Honor, thank you. Bob Genzer, Genzer Consulting, Las Vegas, Nevada. On behalf of the property owner, Ms. Phyllis Schwartz, this application, as you have indicated, does come with a recommendation of approval from both the staff and the Planning Commission. The property is located on the north side of Charleston, just west of Rancho. And I think I need to start very briefly with kind of a history of the CD and what brings us here today. As I'm sure you are all aware, the CD zoning was first created by the council in 1971 as a way of protecting the adjacent single-family homes. And at that time, it was probably very appropriate for this property. At the present time, however, the property is no longer anywhere near an existing single-family home, and in fact, as you can see on the overhead that's shown on your screen, the location of the property at the closest point is about 150 feet to the corner of the nearest subdivision, and it is also separated from that subdivision by what is now an existing C1 shopping center, and in fact, it's adjacent to the driveway from Charleston to that shopping center, which is also zoned C1. The property, as your staff report indicates, is also in conformance with the Rancho Charleston Study Area Future Land Use Plan that puts all of the area within this little section into the service commercial and ultimately C1 zoning district. The next issue that we have is the fact that under your new Unified Development Code, CD is now an overlay zone, and as such, we can no longer find CD in your chart of permissible uses. So, as an example, yesterday when my client, after speaking with the councilwoman, and then I spoke to the client, and she asked me, well, what is allowed in that zone today? I can't answer that question because it doesn't show up. In the past, I can tell you that when I was a staff member, we would revert back to the previous code. And I would like to, through you, Your Honor, ask for clarification of that from Mr. Fagg, because if in fact that is still the case, the issue that we then come back to is the fact that because this is an existing two-story building, approximately 20,000 square feet, which really does not meet any of the criteria of the CD zone, the kinds of uses that are potential tenants for this property, which, by the way, has been vacant for almost 2 years, are things such as a college or business school, possibly a convalescent care facility, possibly, and a very good possibility right now is a substance abuse treatment facility. None of those uses are allowed in the CD zone, most of which, however, are allowed in C1 with a special use permit. So that's the situation we're in today.
Madam Mayor, if I may please.
Yes, Councilwoman.
I'm a little puzzled by this. Mr. Genzer, when I spoke with you yesterday, and you indicated to us that you initiated a contact with us saying that you wanted to obey this
That's
in
correct.
order to have the meeting with the residents.
That's correct.
And I said, all right. I said, that's okay. You come, and then we can do that. And then I told you that I would contact those individuals, many of whom were here during a very volatile time in discussing this. Many Scotch 80s residents, many McNeil residents, many of the people who live in that area very close to it. I said, just so we won't have another problem there of anger with some of the things that happened. You may be familiar with where we ended up having a driveway going from the corner of Campbell and Charleston, under some very questionable circumstances, I might say, and when I became a council person, I looked into them. I just wanted this all to be above board, all to cover that. I spoke with former Councilman McDonald, and he wanted to speak today, so anyway, we called these people and we told them not to come. So if you're going to go on and want to vote today or may have a motion for me, I would request that as a good faith, because I called these people and said you were asking for an abeyance, that we not consider this today, but follow through what you told me you were going to do.
I apologize. We have no problem with that, and that was really the next thing I was going to say. I know that you would like us to do a neighborhood meeting. We have no problem doing that, but my client asked me to at least create the record of the situation that we have and the confusion over what we can actually put into this building today under the existing code. But that said, we have no problem holding in abeyance and having that neighborhood meeting. And as I indicated to you on the phone, if we do that, I would request that it not be heard until, at the earliest, the second meeting in January, so that we don't upset any of those folks by trying to do a neighborhood meeting within the holiday period between Thanksgiving and New Year's.
Well, I will tell you that you said it would be, you didn't want it any earlier than January. What was that letter? Do you have it?
The second meeting.
Okay, the second meeting in January. By that time, I'm sure they could get together as strongly as they feel. I personally feel this can be worked out.
Okay.
I personally feel that the applicant has very good substance, but I also feel very strongly that, again, integrity in small things is a big thing, and there's an integrity issue here. If we tell them this is going to be obeyed, don't come today, then I don't want to get into a vote on this today.
Okay, and again, and that's fine. We
right.
have no problem with the abeyance. The only thing that I would request today is that we have some clarification of what the new code really means and explaining what the CD overlay is and how we determine what uses are allowed on this property as we sit here or as we stand here today.
Might I
That's
suggest
my only
that this
question.
come from Mr. Fagg to you and your client and be given to us as council people, and then if any questions that we have at the time that you come back on the obeyed item, if that's the motion that you
that's
make,
fine.
let's
That's
do
fine.
it then rather than today. We've got a holiday to get through anyway, and you're just going to have to do it a second time.
Okay?
And then, Flynn, in that, we might get back into what happened with the zoning use, and that, you know what we've discussed, it's so complicated. So there'll be an
Exactly.
understanding. Because I think if we can show the residents why this is the way it is, and it is the way it is because of, I believe, what happened with Councilman McDonald, I believe that was the vote time. And I think they knew what they were doing then, but things have gotten mixed up, so.
Could you
I think
please
it's important.
disseminate then to the city council at the time as you give it to Mr. Genzer for his client, the clarification on this, and just to record that, of course, city planning and staff did recommend approval, and if that is your motion, but I see out of the corner of my eye, it is a public hearing, and we welcome you to
Thank you, Todd
state your
Farland,
name.
240 North 19th. I just have a question. What we're looking there on the map, is the red the medical district?
Yes.
So, in other words, this property would be an island in the medical district.
It's just outside the medical district.
It's just outside the medical district. Well, and that's the question, because there's two colors of red there, and that's what confuses me. There's a dark red right here, and then there's a pink right in here. And I was wondering, is this pink part of the medical district?
No.
Yeah, no.
Thank you. The answer is no, that is not, the pink is not. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item?
Anthony Harding, y'all said the holidays need to
Yeah.
go by.
Okay, say it right there.
Oh, okay. My name's Anthony Hodges.
Thank you.
And y'all said for the greater good for everybody, let the holidays go by, and good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Tarkanian, please.
I move that,
Is her microphone on?
I move that this be obeyed until the second meeting in January, which is the meeting that you requested when you sent us the
That'd be fine.
notification.
That would be January 18, City Clerk?
We'll work with staff
Thank
to
you.
get an
Yeah.
appropriate time for a neighborhood meeting.
Yes, and then also I would say staff that perhaps we could get together with some of the former government officials at that time so we could explain what happened so that it just doesn't come out where people can't understand it. Because I foresee if we don't do that, there are going to be a lot of people who do misunderstand this and will be very angry.
We would be happy to do that.
Okay, my colleagues, there's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Thank you. Motion is
Thank you.
obeyed to January. Thank you very much. We are now on to item number 72, and in that regard, item 72 has a potential impact on the future development of property commonly and previously known as the Lady Luck Hotel and Casino. In interest of full disclosure, I wish to make the following statement. Jeff Fine has an ownership interest in Fifth Street Gaming LLC, which is the gaming licensee at the Lady Luck property. My husband, Oscar Goodman, has a business relationship with Jeff Fine's father, Mark Fine. Specifically, Oscar Goodman and Mark Fine are co-owners of a building near Charleston and Shadow Lane known as the Veterans Building. Jeff Fine, the son, does not have a business relationship with my husband, and my vote on this matter will not result in any financial benefit to Mark Fine or to my husband or me. After conferring with our city attorney, Brad Jerbick, I've been advised to make this disclosure and further advised that I may vote on this matter. And every time something is coming up with the Lady Luck, I will continue to restate this statement. So, going forward, on item number 72, SUP 42648, abeyance item. Special use permit, a public hearing. Applicant Ace Loan Company, owner BF Trust, for possible action regarding well, excuse me, I was ahead. I thought that was 72. It is? Okay. Oh, I see where it's going. Thank you. Applicant Ace Loan Company, owner BF Trust, for possible action regarding a request for a special use permit for a proposed pawn shop within the existing 1,606 square foot commercial building with waivers to allow a 50-foot distance separation from a residential use where 200 feet is required and to allow a 20-foot distance separation from a similar use where 1,000 feet is required at 519 East St. Louis Avenue. This happens to be in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing which I declare open, and is the applicant and or his representative present?
Yes, Todd Kessler, Kessler Consulting, 206 North 3rd Street, here on behalf of the applicant, Ace Pawn Company, and the owner, BF Trust. First of all, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'll attempt to be brief, but I think before I begin talking about some of the the specifics of the waiver request, I want to talk about the family that owns this business. This is a business that is one of the oldest pawn businesses in the city of Las Vegas. Its licensing goes back 60 years. They've operated the business in the family for 60 years. Carol Bach, who is the proprietor today, has operated for 36 years. Their family is deeply rooted in Ward 3. Their son has a temple in Ward 3 on Maryland and Oakey. Their daughter-in-law runs the Hunt Ridge Pharmacy. They've done numerous redevelopment of homes in that area. They've also, Carol Bach actually taught at Valley High. These are folks that have been a part of this community for a long time and in business in this community for a long time. So I felt it was just appropriate to indicate that to you folks. As it relates to the specific waivers that we're here for today, one is, of course, the distance requirement between financial institutions, and the distance requirement is 1,000 feet. And as you saw from your briefing materials, I'm sure that this will be 20 feet from an existing location. There's a super pawn that is across the alley towards Las Vegas Boulevard that's 20 feet away. And what's funny about that super pawn is that that's the super pawn that used to be located on First Street when Howard Bach had Honest John's immediately next to it. So he operated next to this super pawn and it'd be his other business. And by next, I mean there was no distance requirement between that location and the super pawn location. And as part of the redevelopment of the Golden Nugget, they removed both of the pawn shops. The Honest John's ended up going to Paradise in Charleston, and the super pawn ended up coming here. This family has owned this property for a long time, and they've been attempting to bring in various uses. At one point, it was a pharmacy for the culinary, which was adjacent property. But I remember this ordinance going forth and having, some scuttlebutt that was being discussed. And I remember Mayor Oscar Goodman at the time, his first statement was that competition is good for business, and that's one of the reasons for why we're requesting this waiver. I think the fact that they operated harmoniously in the past, and I'm citing the First Street example, is a good example of that. There have been numerous pawn applications or SUPs for pawn licenses that have requested waivers. Some of them have been 900 feet, some of them have been whatever numbers they might be. This one is 20 feet. But I still believe that a waiver is a waiver. I don't know if you say that 999 is acceptable and 20 is not. So I just wanted to kind of comment on that for a second. So what's funny, too, is the applicant actually required a waiver. It wasn't the applicant. When Honest John's moved to Maryland and Paradise, they actually had to have a waiver as well because there was a financial institution. And the reason I brought up some of the history of the financial institution ordinance was, at first, pawns weren't supposed to be inserted in there. And then based on some of the products that pawn companies were offering, it found themselves being deemed a financial institution because of some of the payday loans and the other products that were being offered. As it relates to the residential waiver, as you can see, it's already existing. There was a waiver granted to Super Pawn, which is less than the 200-foot requirement, to the adjacent residential neighborhood, which is most likely the Spiegel Suites, which is directly across of St. Louis. And so from that perspective, we don't see a tremendous impact since it's already been granted from a residential perspective. With that being said, we would request that you approve subject to staff's conditions. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Could I inquire as to whether or not there have been meetings with the residents in the area, besides the Siegel Suites, but the residents in that northeast area, the residents which it is closer to than Super Pawn?
There have been no official meetings. Mr. Bach has had some discussions with folks, but there have been no meetings.
And no notification of this coming to be?
Well, besides the city's notices as it relates to the hearing today, no other further notices.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this particular item? Please come forward, state your name.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman and council members. My name is Eric Aldrian. I'm here today on behalf of St. Louis Square, which is the commercial development just west of the proposed subject location here. My clients oppose the request for the special waiver for several reasons, many of which were actually identified in the staff report, and that my colleague here has pointed out. First is that there's currently a requirement that there be 200 feet between a residential neighborhood. We think this is important because we're afraid that this will become a pawn shop alley. And with the super pawn already there and putting another pawn shop in the same location, we're worried about the impact it'll have on this residential neighborhood, which is certainly intended to be protected by this, by the code. Also, there, as he said, there's a super pawn, which would be only 20 feet away. And I understand that a waiver is a waiver, but 20 feet is certainly quite close in proximity to the proposed location here. And secondly, my clients, as he alluded to, the culinary union is placed in this commercial development, and they have plans later on to reestablish the pharmacy and a health clinic in this location. And we feel that having two pawn shops in such close proximity would not be harmonious with the culinary's plan to do that. Also, we would like to bring up the fact that we do not believe it's physically suitable to put another pawn shop in this location. The requirements based on the projected square footage would require 7 spaces, if I am reading the report correctly, and that the current plan only has space for 4. And I understand that it's already zoned to be commercial, and in some respects the cat's already out of the bag, but we're afraid that patrons going to the pawn shop will go and park in the residential neighborhood, which is so close in proximity to this proposed pawn shop. So in sum, we ask that the council deny the request for a special use permit, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
I do see there are other members that would like to public comment, or sir, that you're standing. Well, I think that will evolve. Let's get all the comments as we can, so we're dealing with everything that's there, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Swank. I live at 546 Barbara Way in Beverly Green, just a couple blocks away from this site. I'd like to point out a few salient facts. I'm typically quicker, but many people couldn't be here because it's the middle of their workday. First off, they're asking for really quite substantial waivers in terms of distance. The most significant to those of us that live there is 50 feet from residential. Directly across the street to the east is residential, Siegel Suites. Directly across St. Louis to the south is another Siegel Suites. This building, unlike the Super Pawn, opens onto, it faces in that direction. It's right on that corner, fronting the neighborhood. And so while it's 50 feet and Super Pawn, if I were to guess, is perhaps 150 feet from residential, this is a much more like visceral impact to those of us that live there. As far as any relationship to the renovations of the Lady Luck, I don't see how this is a material issue. They could easily move anywhere they choose to. They may well very much want to move to this building, but right now in this economy, there's a great deal of commercial real estate available at terrific, terrific prices. They could rent elsewhere. They could rent this building out for its fair market price. And if they rented a comparable space, they'd break even. So there's no binding issue here that will impede the Lady Luck's development. Additionally, Beverly Green currently has more than its share of pawn shops. We have the Super Pawn, a half mile down the street at Saharan Paradise. We have John's Pawn, which is owned by the same applicant. It, in fact, is not much beyond the 1,000-foot limit. So they'd be within perhaps 1,400 feet of another pawn shop that they currently own. The residents are enormously opposed. We have emailed, we've made phone calls, we've met with councilmen where we could. I brought in and submitted a petition where 101 of us signed that live right in the immediate area, asking that this not go in. And finally, in terms of the value of the applicant as an addition to an area, I went down to 3rd Street. I looked at their current site. It is it's a fine building. I didn't see any great problems. Security from Lady Luck came out, asked what we were doing. I said we were just looking at it because they wanted to move into our neighborhood. Security said to me, quote, "Nobody would want them next door," unquote. And when I asked them why, they said, quote, "They're very difficult every time we have to deal with them." I don't know the context of that, but this is a statement that I heard verbatim. If you could pull up the photo that staff has of the front of the building. Thank you. You'll note that the sidewalk has AstroTurf that's torn up. There's plastic coming up through the rocks. If you, in one of the other, there's the plastic. In a couple photos further, you'll see there's graffiti on the back of the building. That's never taken care of unless I or someone else who lives there calls it in. There's oleander in the back of the building that's dying, which I think is a difficult thing to achieve. This is simply not something that's been cared for in a manner that brings great promise to me as somebody who lives immediately there. So with all respect, I ask that you deny this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, Steve Franklin, 556 Ellen Way. Also here just to speak out against this proposal here. There are two variances that they are seeking. Currently against two code violations that are in place for good reason, and one of those would be to help protect neighborhoods. This neighborhood is one of the few neighborhoods in the downtown area where people can walk to the Arts District or ride their bicycle, also to Symphony Park, also to Fremont East. And we want to protect the integrity of the neighborhood. It's seen some really nice redevelopment in the past 10 years, and we want to continue that. And most people, if they're in a neighborhood where they see a proliferation of pawn shops and payday loan places and car title places, they feel like they're not in a good neighborhood. Whether that's reality or not can be debated, but if that's the perception of the general public, then that can certainly impact the property values and the desirability of the neighborhood for future residents. So that's all I have to say on that. I hope you vote and just keep the law intact. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Mayor, City Council, my name is David Figler. I live at 1302 South 6th Street and part of the historic John S. Park neighborhood. As some or maybe all of you know, I'm very, very passionate about this area. I'm also very passionate about supporting the people who have been a part of this far before my 40 years in this neighborhood. I want to point out that while some people think that Las Vegas culture and history was all kind of cool cocktails and fashion, etc., there's a lot more to the fabric of Las Vegas. And I have to say that the Box, who I am aware of, have always been a part of the Las Vegas culture. I have plenty of friends who have depended not just on the pawn industry, but on the Box specifically for a lot of different reasons, for music, and including my sister who bought her first flute there in 1985 at the Box Pawn Shop at Ace. If it weren't for the Las Vegas pawn shops, and most specifically the small independent owners like the Box, there'd be far less of a Las Vegas music scene, a film scene, an art scene, that many of the people who in the 80s and 90s needed items at affordable rates were able to go to the Box and get help from them. I guess it would be nice if we could pick and choose what businesses we want in a business zone, but we can't unless you suggest that the government subsidize things like that, like fancy bookstores or wine and cheese shops. Pawn shops, at least the good ones, operate more like a cross between a bank and an antique store. Good owners don't buy, obviously, stolen goods, and they require ID as required by law, so you can get your stuff back at no charge and perpetrators can be arrested. Despite what it may sound like, I'm not thrilled with the proliferation of pawn shops because I think there's too many bad ones, and I think that the super giant ones lose the character and fabric of what Las Vegas is really all about. On the other hand, if we've learned nothing from the lesson of our friends at the History Channel, the Pawn Stars, there is more than the myth, especially when it comes to the right people running the right shop, and the Box are those people. The Box are not interlopers. They aren't Johnny-come-latelys. They're not untested or unproven. They are important parts of our community. Out of personal interest, I've done a bit of research on this particular rule where a waiver is being asked. It is not a rule of antiquity, but it was imposed in February of 2006 over much opposition for years prior to it being passed. The reason given was the fear that there would be, quote-unquote, a proliferation of these type of businesses in one area. First of all, we all know that pawn licensees have to be scrupulously screened and that there are fewer and fewer individual qualified pawn owners in the community. So I think the proliferation argument is one that's specious. There was no discussion on the record during that City Council council meeting in February '06 when it was passed why these quote-unquote type of businesses should not proliferate. That said, there were plenty of objections at the time to the ordinance that it was merely a backdoor way of limiting competition and shifting out the shady or giant operators who would be trying to secure a monopoly in the area and driving out the nearby good operators. That seems to have been happening despite this ordinance coming up. City staff indicated that there is a quote-unquote built-in waiver for case-by-case determination based on the applicant, and that the city convinced, or at least presented to the city council at that time, that there were going to be ample opportunities for waiver. In fact, waiver was discussed more than why this ordinance needed to be in place. In other words, that the waiver would be present. I would direct the City Council to the January 17, 2006 meeting where my colleague, professional colleague, Paul Larson, opposed this for some of the reasons that I've stated. In summation, anyone who's been in Las Vegas for a long time, like myself, knows the Box and their contribution to our community. They are civic-minded, they are arts-minded, they are fair business people in a field that needs more, not less of the same. And as much as Gold and Silver Pawn is a vibrant pop culture part of our community, so too is Ace. It was featured, though fictionalized, prominently and compellingly in the New York Times best-selling novel Beautiful Children, which happened to be written by arguably the greatest author to ever been raised in Las Vegas, Charles Bach, who is their son. Charles captured his experience as a Vegas kid, and for disclosure, one of my best friends growing up, that could only have been informed by his unique part of the Vegas experience and his parents as pawn shop owners. It's books like Charles's that Las Vegas has become more than the obvious, and the realism of our unique place in history has been defined. Ace and the Box are part of rich Las Vegas history. They are good neighbors. This opposition to them is unfounded, in my opinion. When the law says pawn operators asking for a variance must be considered on a case-by-case basis of who they are and what they do with an eye towards allowance over denial, I cannot think of a better case or a better applicant than the Box. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll put this in for the record. It's my
Thank
statement.
you. Anyone else wishing to be heard at this time?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. At the Planning Commission meeting, I believe the applicant says that they would put in a lot of landscaping. Councilman Coffin, were you ever given a landscaping plan? Because my thing is this. At this location, we really need good landscaping. I mean, we just don't want a parking lot here, and that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard? Please come forward. State your name.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Lazovich, 8345 West Sunset Road, here today representing Super Pawn, which has been mentioned over and over again. I need to make a couple of things clear for the record. The first thing is that our comments today have absolutely zero to do with competition. Absolutely zero. Ace Pawn has a clientele. Super Pawn has a clientele. Our customers are loyal to us. I am sure their customers are loyal to them. It has absolutely nothing to do with competition. Our comments, which I made on the record at the Planning Commission, simply go to the fact that a 20-foot distance separation, in our opinion, sets a bad precedent. We have asked for waivers. I have stood before this council and I have asked for waivers from either other financial institutions specified, or I have also asked for waivers from residential areas. If we have asked for waivers from residential areas, we have worked with those neighbors. And I can tell you that in the most recent case, which happened to be in Councilwoman Tarkanian's area, the reason why we were able to relocate that license, which was a license that had to be moved to allow for Rush Tower to be built downtown, that's where the other Ace Pawn went when they went on Paradise and Sahara. We worked with those neighbors and we were able to bring what I believe to be a beautiful $1 million building on Decatur and Meadows. We worked with the neighbors. We come in and we do that. Our comments today are simply that we think a 20-foot waiver is just simply too close and sets a bad precedent. The comment that was made earlier with our pawn shop, Super Pawn, being immediately with no separation to Mr. Bach's pawn shop on First Street, That is a true statement. However, what happened is Superpon acquired an existing pawn shop that had been there for a number of years. It predated any distance separations. It was known as Stoney's. That's how we found ourselves immediately next door, and I'm sure we operated just fine for that period of time. But then the distance separations came into effect, and in this particular case, we just think that 20 feet is too close. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, please.
Ms. Lazovich? If these waivers were to be granted and this business were allowed to be placed close to yours within 20 feet, do you believe that would help or hurt your business, your client's business?
I think it would have a non-impact on our client's business. Because as I stated earlier, I believe we have our customers, they have their customers. I don't believe that there's anything that would be positive or negative.
I have several questions, one of which is, thank you very much. And one question for you before you go off. Your property is leased, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you have there's a freeze on licenses for pawn shops.
I believe, well, it's done based upon population, and I don't believe that there's any more that can be
issued
requested
at this time.
Correct.
Yes. But your property's leased?
Yes,
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. It's my understanding that the box, and certainly appreciate all their contributions to our community over these many, many years, own their property.
That's correct.
Not seeing any efforts to improve the property and speak to the issues that have been brought up, and not hearing, other than the signed petitions, that there's been no effort to meet with the residents of the area, and with the door facing that direction, would there be anything in doing anything to meet with the residents under the help of Councilman Coffin, one, to make sure that you have a meeting, but two, to do any architectural change of design of moving the door so it faces, it is C1. I can see all the 4 areas right there. They're all C1. They're all C1. To move the door from whatever that is, what does that say, Weldon? To have a door that fronts on St. Louis, which would cost some money, but understanding they own the property. I just think this is something that needs more work to try to ameliorate, fix, and come to a resolution where perhaps with improvement to the property and trees, landscaping, and moving the door, and since there isn't a question of competition at this point, it is possible that Superpon might choose to move to a different area at some point because they have the license, in order to try to mediate this, to make some effort to try to do it, which doesn't seem to me, unless Councilman Coffin, that you know there has been anything more than Mr. or Mrs. Bach rightfully wanting to move into a building they own rather than lease it out, go through that, and go to some rental somewhere else. So rather than just throw in the towel, I would love to see that perhaps it be obeyed, to give a little more time, and to see if one of your clients would be amenable to doing some redesign, and two, meeting after that's been determined and submitted maybe to planning or to the staff and Councilman Coffin, if in fact at that point the residents might say this is okay.
And my client's not here today, and so I wish I could answer you very quickly by
Okay.
just having a brief discussion. But I just want to point out one thing, just for a clerical error or clerical. There is no door facing to the west.
No, east is what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
the east is facing into an alley. That's the alley in between there. But that's the one you were referring to then?
I'm talking to the one that as you come around the curve on Paradise
It's on
onto
St. Louis.
St. Louis.
On St. Louis.
Right.
Okay.
That the door would open onto St. Louis rather than in some other direction. That would really be an affront to, because you have people walking around the property, to the residents of the area. Has anything been considered of that, of doing some architectural changes to the building since they own it, and would they be interested? And actually it defers anyway to Councilman Coffin. But trying to mediate this and make it work, since he owns the building, and then go to the residents and say, we are now fronting on St. Louis. This is our picture of redesign. It's going to look beautiful. It's going to have palm trees and whatever else you're going to do. And we are already Zone C1, which
Again,
means you would have to obey this item,
Yes,
is what I'm saying.
I get it.
And that is only with the approval of Councilman Coffin.
and I think Councilman I wanted to address some of the points that were brought up, but I don't think I need to based on what I'm hearing, so I'd be happy to have Councilman Coffin speak. So,
Please.
Your Honor, there's a lot of issues here that don't meet that aren't in print in front of you and not on the screen. Given the fact that there was a thought expressed by you, Your Honor, about the idea that maybe if the lease expires and Superpond doesn't renew, that would remove one hindrance. It would remove the separation problem, but it wouldn't move them any further away from the neighborhood. That would still be a problem. And of course, I'm not a great lover of the ordinance that I see when I came in, about 1,000 feet. I've always believed businesses like this could thrive right next to each other, so that's not a bias. Not a bias against Mr. Bach either, who is one of our community leaders. But what I see here is a move being made to really ease a downtown development project and put it into the laps of the neighbors. In essence, make it easy for Lady Luck to finalize its project, called the Downtown Grand now, and put their problem, their business problem, which could be a money problem, into the hands of the neighbors who live at St. Louis. You know, that's going to be the overarching issue that's not in print here. It really is something that's on everybody's mind. So let's bring it out here, because I don't think these neighbors should be asked to solve the business dispute between Mr. Bach, Ace Loan, and the developers, and I lost track of the alphabets, of the folks who are promoting this downtown. Frankly, I realize the value of that pawn license, and it's remarkable. I mean, I think he's never going to lose that. He's going to keep it going somewhere. But something is amiss here. Something is escaping me in the purchase price, the offers between the people who are trying to develop this project and what Mr. Bach wants. I'm not in the middle of that, and I don't think the council are in the middle of that. And I don't think we should be, because in essence what we would be doing is easing the taking of a property. No, I think there's something else bigger than that, bigger than the zoning issue here, and it has to do with this. And I can't support it, but not for that reason. I just can't support it because it's too close to the neighborhoods. But there is a solution, I suspect, and it's the size of the check between these two property owners here.
I can't speak on behalf of that. I mean, I find the word problem somewhat not appropriate. Let's just say I don't think that's a way to describe it. So I take issue with that statement, but I understand what you're trying to say. But I don't believe there's any problems currently between CIM and Ace Loan and Pawn. And I believe that it goes back to Mayor Goodman's statement about this is their property. They own this property on St. Louis, and they have rights, they believe, to do what they want to do on their property. And
but Todd, so those homeowners own their property too.
No.
And so they're kind of.
And I'm not taking that away. I'm simply trying to give you some backdrop about what it is, why they're looking to go to this location. And then, again, they've owned this property for years, and so they have feelings. And then, like Mayor Goodman said, there's problems with tenants and everything else that you do when it's not your property. When you're leasing out your property, and then when you would have to lease someone else's property.
Well, there's a benefit, Your Honor, if I might continue. There is a benefit to all this. It brought up the idea, it just evolved somehow, about the idea of reopening Pawn, because for some reason it was closed on the boulevard. And of course, that would take a lot of pressure off this kind of situation, because this isn't the first, nor will it be the last time when a Pawn or any other financial-oriented business is going to want to move off of a boulevard into or very close to a residential neighborhood. I personally don't have any objection to Pawn on Las Vegas Boulevard. Lord knows what we've got on that stretch. It's pretty racy.
If I might, Councilman, would there be any, this is very important, I think, in trying to fix it so it works for everybody, would there be any appetite with Mr. and Mrs. Box to redesign that and submit a landscape plan, redesign it so the entry to the property and all the signage that would go on doesn't face a residential neighborhood? That is a commercial, that St. Louis pathway is a commercial area, so that all the frontage and all the signage and the entry would be on the St. Louis side of the building they own. Would there be any appetite for that at all? Would they be considering that? Not guaranteeing that that would do it at all, but at that point, with some design, that's all it has to be at this point, to go back to the neighborhood and satisfy the residents, because they are the closest to the residential area. And the other piece is then, and I don't know what the council would feel, because I'm not spoken with them, but then at the point, going from that point forward, because if the residents say no, 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 there's nowhere, I don't believe that the council would approve it. However, with some intelligent remodification to the building, there's a possibility that the residents, in deference to somebody who owns the building, who's been a member of this community and done a lot giving back to the community, might go ahead and say, yes, we would accept that. The only question then would be the adjacent pawn shop, which Councilman Coffin addressed. And since the Bachs own their property and Super Pawn leases theirs, but they don't feel in competition, they have different clients, then the issue becomes a different issue. And I don't think you can answer any of that right now because they're not here.
I think you're absolutely right, and I think you've given some very good wisdom and ideas, and that's something that we'd like to think about. I wish I could say for sure that that's what we're going to do, but I feel that it would be appropriate then to obey, see if they're interested in doing something like that, and then if so, then having those meetings and going forward with that.
And then, too, it would give the representatives of the adjacent pawn shop for them to come out and make other statements, whatever those would be. What we're trying to do is keep the jobs, do things to satisfy our community, and continue to build on everything that is good for this city. And I'd rather not see confrontation. I'd rather see us work so we can satisfy and bring people together, everybody giving a little bit, and make things work. And as Councilman Coffin inferred, there are some possibilities that maybe locations might prove better for the leasing Super Pawn, which would be hugely better than the one they're currently occupying there, especially since they're around the corner from the McDonald's area on Sahara and Paradise with Mr. and Mrs. Bach's other pawn shop there. I was unaware.
Yeah, it is. It's called Honest
So
Jobs.
that's... So is there anyone else that would like to come up and speak at this point? Well, it's yours, Mr. Here we come.
I just have a comment, Mayor.
Please.
If I may. Mr. Figler, thank you for those comments. Figler is back there. I just want to say thank you for those comments because the Bach family has been here a long time, and I too was going to say something to that effect, and that and not all operators of pawn businesses are evil, and I think that's significant, certainly by Ms. Lazovich's comments as well, the client that she represents. But this is a challenging area, and I was showing Councilman Coffin earlier that alleyway there, that line of demarcation, if you will, to protect those neighbors, to protect that neighborhood, because it is a historic neighborhood. And Mr. Figler, I sense your passion. We've had this conversation before about how passionate you are about the city of Las Vegas and downtown. So I appreciate those comments, and I just wanted to put that on the record. And Mr. Kessler, you're doing a fine job.
Thank you.
And thank you. Our attorney, Mr. Scott, would like to make a comment here, please.
Just one comment, Mayor, and I didn't know how to really kind of say this during the time that it was being brought up, but I'll say it now. I don't think it can be fully concluded that competition isn't solely a factor or isn't a factor in Super Pawn's comments opposing this project. I mean, I heard the representative indicate that it's 20 feet, but I didn't really hear any special reasons other than the proximity as to why this was not desirable to them. So I don't think we conclude that competition isn't a factor in their comments. So, and I don't believe that really gets them past the competitor standing rule. So I just want to make those comments for the record.
Thank you, and those will be on the record. Councilwoman Tarkanian, I feel your finger on the button.
Just to clarify, you were saying, and I believe Bob Coffin was saying, that the possibility is maybe we should look at other alternatives. And that would be maybe an alternative of the building being changed as far as this applicant is concerned, and maybe an alternative of opening up another area nearby where the other applicant might be able to look because they're leasing up, they don't own. Is that what you said?
I wasn't, I think more was constant, trying to work this through. I think whatever the other and Super Pawn decides to do, that's entirely up to them, and as they may choose, they may stay there, whatever. I think the issue here is the request by Ace Pawn to move to the property they own. And my only suggestion was, it doesn't seem, we've heard the list and seen a list of denials, and but they really have not gone out, as you do so often, into your neighborhoods to speak to the group with a formal presentation. And to me, because you haven't done that, and again, it really was to redesign the property, maybe just even move a door, but to make sure there's no signage facing on Paradise or whatever that road is that goes adjacent to the residential. They close that down and then do some really nice, attractive landscaping so it looks nice for the residents. And that's what it was.
Your Honor, I think that this kind of a problem could go on and on if you obeyed. I think that probably would be to help everybody and put a sharp point on this in order that it might start over again by denying the application today. Because at that point it would force all of the speculation to be brought into reality. And I think there's a lot of speculation here. I think if we deny today, which I believe I'm going to move in a second to do, then that would force better negotiations at the other end of the boulevard, on the other side of this equation. It would give, and it would be without prejudice in essence, because anything is never denied forever. It would give the Bucks a chance to take another look at the other options that are going to be available, I suspect, and weigh this. I don't think that this is going to slow down downtown development by denying it one day. So I think for those reasons, I feel like we need to punctuate this now with a conclusion. And let them start over again if they so choose. I will not hold that against them. There'll be no prejudice on this councilman's part. So I move to deny. Item 17.
Council, could I ask one question, please?
Is that the proper
In
motion?
denying that, how long do they have to wait to reapply?
They have to wait 1 year.
One whole year.
Unless?
If they withdraw, then they can come back at any time. But if they withdraw without prejudice, they can come back at any time. If they deny, you have to wait a year.
Thank you very much. Councilman Wolfson.
Well, you took the words right out of my mouth. That was going to be my question, too. I want to clarify something. Todd, have you or your client actually sat down with any of the neighbors and had a meeting where you talked about, like what the mayor says, moving the door to the other side, landscape improvements, things like that? Has there ever been any kind of a meeting where people have sat down and talked about these things?
Not an organized meeting.
What does that mean?
By that I mean, I think Howard Bacchus had discussions with various representatives, but not in an organized fashion, meaning a called meeting, meaning more of a...
Mayor Goodman, with your permission. Sir, the gentleman that came in my office yesterday, did you sit down with Mr. Bach? And please, with your permission, Mayor, because you've been a spokesperson for this community, and I think you're a past president of the association.
Yes, sir.
Okay, my question is, have you sat down with Mr. Bach and any of your neighbors and just talked about some general issues?
To the best of my knowledge, nobody from the area has. Nobody from Beverly Green has been approached. Nobody from Southridge has been approached. Nobody from Huntridge. Nobody from John S. Park.
Okay.
Those are the immediately adjacent neighborhoods. Who did you meet with, sir?
As I indicated, I didn't meet with anyone.
I'm sorry, who did Mr. Bach meet with?
You need to control this.
I'm not here to testify on his behalf.
Let's do this,
Okay.
Mayor Goodman, with your permission. Thank you for your answers
Certainly.
to my questions. Thank you very much.
May I add one thing, as long as I'm up here? There's residential also immediately to the south across St. Louis. So there are R4 across St. Louis to the south. There's R4 across Weldon to the east. There's an alley to the west and a parking lot to the north. So if you're not going to have it fronting residential, you're fronting either the parking lot or the alley.
Or the Siegel Suites.
The Siegel Suites.
The two-story apartments.
The two-story apartments are immediately south across St. Louis. There's another Siegel Suites immediately east across Weldon. So it's really right packed into a residential area in a singularly poorly chosen area. I would love to have them come to any 250-foot away area that wouldn't be encumbered with all these code issues. I'm not opposed to Ace Pond, but I don't want that sort of business right there where we live.
Okay. Just to conclude my thoughts, and Councilman Coffin, Councilman Coffin, just to put in my 2 cents, Mayor Goodman received the answer to the same question I had, which is, if we deny it, this application for this location is dead for a year, versus just keeping it open maybe for 2 to 4 weeks, just to give that one last opportunity to explore if there can be a happy median. And there might not be. Councilman.
Senator.
Well, once a senator, always a senator. I think you said that yourself. And I defer to your wisdom, and you've lived in this ward for longer than I've been alive, I think. But just to give it, haven't you? Yeah. My only thoughts are just to give it one more chance to see if something can be worked out versus killing it for a year. That's just my thoughts.
Mayor Goodman?
They could.
Councilman Barlow would like to add a comment too, please.
Yes, thank you so very much. I, too, would have to follow my colleagues, Councilman Wolfson's comments in regards to, the neighbors and the applicant, the opportunity for this to be massaged in some way. I believe we have an opportunity to do that, hopefully by keeping the conversation open versus the conversation going away for a year. So it would be my hope also, and of course I'll follow my colleagues, Councilman Coffin's lead, but it would be my hope that you reconsider the denial and possibly something just shy of the denial in order to keep the conversations open and possibly work out, giving the neighbors as well as the applicant an opportunity to massage this and work it out a little bit more versus cutting off the conversation for a year completely. So that is where I am at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else? All right, Councilman Coffin, we're back.
Excuse me, could I just ask one question? And that is, if this does not go through, and if ACE does not move, they don't have to move, do they? They could stay there? That's the question.
I think that's an unresolved thing, but it's a whole different issue, what's going on there. And I think it's just the question of the Box want to move to their property, open their pawn shop, and that's the issue that's
Did
in
they
front
want
of
to move in
council.
the first place, though? Did they want to move originally?
I think you'd have to ask Todd that one. I have
Yeah,
no clue.
and they expressed the interest to move to their location on St. Louis, on
Okay.
the building that they own.
I'm just wondering because I would think he should have enough time to determine where he's going to go before he got closed in on and had no place to go. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councilman, just for the record, the city is not requiring them to move, so we're not forcing them to move.
Basically,
Nobody's required the Box to move their pawn shop, was the response. Councilman Coffin.
I move to obey this item for 2 weeks. That would be December 7th.
Could I question you on that? Knowing that we're going in, I'm sorry to be such a pain today, but we are going into Thanksgiving, and there's no time really, people traveling to convene to get the plans to present to the residents.
Right.
And I would highly suggest that we give them more time, either to the 21st of December, January.
I'm only acceding to the request of 2 members of the council to your left who said they wanted to give them a couple more weeks to put this together. So,
Well, if I may, I mean, having done more neighborhood meetings than I would like to have, and I really
You
mean
didn't
that.
say that,
Yes,
Councilman
I did.
Barlow. I know you. I didn't
Yes,
hear that
yes,
from
I
you.
did. And I'm on the records, and I'm human. Okay.
No, it's your children that are keeping you up. Stop this.
I know that it will just, to organize, and neighbors know this as well, just to organize and get things going. Just as a suggestion, 30 days, I believe, is ample enough time for the neighbors and the applicant to get together to work out the issues and bring it back. But I'm just throwing that out there. Of course, it is your motion, sir. But I think 2 weeks is just not enough time, personally.
Can I pipe up?
No,
Why not? All we need then is Mayor
Thanks, Mayor.
Pro Tem. You're going to be called on next because you've been sitting silently. Councilman Ross.
Thank you. With the mayor's permission and Councilman Coffins. Mr. Kessler, this is a really good time to consider withdrawing this item. I'm just going to make that suggestion to you. That way you do have time to work with the neighbors, or the applicant has time to work with the neighbors, or more time to work with the councilman. It's just a suggestion to consider on your part. And then that way, we can end this.
Right. We had a previous application that was withdrawn, and so this would be yet again. And so I would ask for the 30 days if I had a preference here, because I think that we can take the opportunity. It would take us some time to do a landscape plan. Again, I haven't spoken to the client if that's where they're heading, but assuming that's where they're heading, it would take us a week at least to draw it up and then start to meet. So that's what I would.
All right.
I
All right.
appreciate that
Then,
very
Todd,
much.
I'll withdraw my motion. But, Your Honor, there's another holiday coming after this one, and another one after that one. So, following your line of thinking, maybe even 30 days isn't right. So, you got to think about that. Is that enough time for, there's been no attempt to reach out to the public here. So is it now the position of the applicant that he would begin to reach out to the residents? I mean, I'm talking about just a few people that run the association, but the people that live in the neighborhood. Because if there is, then I would give them a little more time. January is fine, if in fact they would use that time profitably. And
Councilman Mayor, I could also give you another suggestion. If you want to table the item, that would go, there would be no time certain, and when they're ready to come back, they could come back.
what procedure would be required? How
Just
long of a
you-
notice before to put it on an agenda?
Flynn maybe could tell you.
Certainly. If you table an item, the applicant has 6 months to bring that item back to City Council without having to file a new application. We would do the standard notification procedures in bringing that back, I believe.
I might add, too, I've just asked our city clerk, what are the dates in January, and you said?
January 4th and January 18th.
So you have a lot of choices there, Councilman Coffin.
Well, the important thing is that there's so many factors in this equation. And again, I stress to the council and to everybody in the audience who knows what's really going on here, is that there are larger business deals confronting us here. That in fact, that's really propelling this whole change and pushing this into the neighborhood. I'm willing to let it be tabled. I'm willing to let time pass. I frankly don't think it's going to change the equation, but it might give Mr. Bach a chance and his representatives a chance to drive a better deal with those folks who want to build that hotel.
So is that your motion?
Well, that's a pretty ungainly motion. I would just say January is what meetings are in January?
January 4th or January 18th?
January 18th, Your Honor. I think get away from the holidays farther. Let the applicant have that time. Howard obviously can use that time. If he doesn't want that time, tell us now. If he wants an up or down vote today, like he has told some members of the council, tell us today that he really doesn't want January 18th. Please be honest with us on that, Todd.
Well, I'm being honest with you that I wish I could speak to him at this moment and ask him specifically, but I think that some of the statements that came out from the Mayor Goodman and others are thoughts that are good thoughts, and that I should take heed and provide him with consultation about those thoughts and desires that other people are asking. And so it would be a very easy decision if it was here for me today to answer that question, but I don't have that direction.
It would be. I did place one of the options available to him directly on the phone, and he turned it down a couple of weeks ago, which made me worry that it really doesn't matter how long you want to delay this.
And let me just say this: if that's what is the desire, then I will not make it wait so long again till it gets pulled back up. If you understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
And Council, with tabling, he can bring it back in January and February. He doesn't have to wait the full 6 months, so he can bring it back at any time.
I'll give you the choice then, because I think that you do deserve some latitude here, and Mr. Bach does, because he's getting the squeeze. Do you want to have it tabled, or would you prefer defer abate till January 18th?
If I might call on Councilman Wolfson?
Councilman Coffin, I would prefer, I think it's best for everybody. I think it's fair to the neighbors. And I think this is consistent with what you started to say is, let's get some finality to this. Let's give him some time to do the work he needs to do to meet with the neighbors. And I'd encourage the neighbors to communicate with you and Mr. Bach and vice versa. My preference would be do it in January. Do it in January 18th. Because then by that date, on that date, we'll have a decision one way or another. That's my recommendation.
I would agree with that.
Mayor Goodman?
Councilman Barlow?
I once again, not to continue to piggyback on my colleague Councilman Wilson, but that is true. Number one, it will keep everyone engaged. It will keep the applicant moving forward. It will keep the residents abreast as to all of the deal points moving forward, and it also will provide Councilman Coffin with the decision that he needs to make coming into January. So versus it remaining open-ended, I would actually like to see a period at some point, and so I would like to see some type of formal drop-dead date, Councilman, but enough time to give them an opportunity to share in the dialogue and design and everything that needs to take place in order to, provide you with enough information to bring this back before the council.
Yeah, the 18th is going to be my motion. Defer to the 18th of January, item 72.
Thank you. There's a motion that this be obeyed until the 18th of January City Council. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Did you vote, you two, down there? Please post. See? Motion carries, and I would ask, please, that you convey to the box that we appreciate all their efforts on behalf of the community over the years, but to come forth with a really good faith effort here. The landscaping, the design, no frontage of signage along whatever the continuation of Paradise would be, moving doors. I mean, really a good faith effort.
Okay, I appreciate the comments. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are moving on to items 73 and 74, GPA 41934, for possible action on a request for general plan amendment from PCD Planned Community Development to SC Service Commercial. Number 74, ZON 41933, applicant owner Royal View LLC, for possible action on a request for rezoning from RE Resident Estates to C1 Limited Commercial. The applicant owner is Royal View LLC. The project is located on 1.54 acres at the northeast corner of Sky Point Drive and Horse Drive. The Planning Commission has no recommendation, and staff recommends denial of both items. These items are in Ward 6, Councilman Ross, and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Mayor, members of the council, George Garcia, 1711 Whitney Mesa Drive, Suite 110. Pleasure to be before you.
Thank you.
And Mayor and council, basically, the mayor, to pick up on your thoughts earlier, you said you would like to see people work things out and not have confrontation. We spent a lot of time with the councilman's office. We spent a lot of time with the neighbors, and a great group of neighbors, in a very difficult situation that we all found ourselves, where basically the codes don't provide the solution that we tried to work out with the neighbors. And in the spirit of that, I think with the councilman's office, we would like to amend, and you have a letter from us requesting an amendment to change this from the request we initially made for C1 commercial, effectively for the zoning with the land use of service commercial, to change it to an office land use with an office zoning, and thereby accomplish a good solution that better basically meets the needs and the limitations that we're basically stuck with at this time. And with that, we'd certainly seek your approval and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing on this. Is there anyone else that wishes to be heard?
My name is Anthony Hodges, whatever. 73 and 74 has a statement I haven't heard very much, and that's no recommendation. Now, that's pretty cute, whatever. On the front side, it said denial. So between the denial and non-recommendation, you got to look this one over. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, anyone else, please come forward, state your name.
Good afternoon, Michelle Tobler. Speaking on behalf of some of the neighbors, I think they would be opposed to the professional office request as well. And the basis for this is that this property is within the boundaries of the Spring Mountain Ranch Homeowners Association, and it's subject to its master declaration of covenants and restrictions, the CCNRs, which require that all of the property within the association be used solely for residential purposes. In addition to that, and I just got this yesterday afternoon, otherwise we would have submitted it earlier, there's a declaration of development covenants, conditions, and restrictions for Spring Mountain Ranch, which has been recorded against the property. It runs against the land, and it specifically requires that the owner of the property build solely single-family residential homes on that property. It runs with the land by its own terms. It requires any owners, subsequent owners of the property, that they have to comply with that and build only residential homes. So for those reasons, the professional office isn't going to work either. The property is mandated that it be solely used for residential purposes. And so we would ask that the request for the professional office be denied as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please step forward, state your name.
I'm John Tobler. I live at 9121 Picket Fence. We abut the property, and can I put a photograph up? Does it?
Yes, right in that square area there. Mr. Fagg will help you.
Oh, right there. Okay. Thank you. All the school children that live in the area south of the property and east of the property come up the street, and they come up the sidewalk that comes up this side, and then they go up this sidewalk here over to the school, and which poses a problem if you have something besides residents in there. If you have businesses of any kind, you have traffic moving in and out and across that sidewalk, which poses a problem for the children. They don't use the other side of the street because of the interchange up there. They use only the side of the street that abuts the property on both sides. And of course, we prefer residents and homes in there than we do businesses, particularly commercial or office, if we can do without them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward and state your name.
Mayor, Councilman, I'm Greer Keith. I live at 8513 Potters Clay Street. I'm new to Las Vegas, military. Plan on living here for a long time. I'd like to finish dental school here when my enlistment's up and possibly go commission. I researched properties the whole time I was deployed last year. Was in contact with several different realtors until I decided on the one that I had. Before I purchased this property, I investigated what was next to me, what was supposed to be there. With my realtor, we spoke to the representative of HOA that answered the phone that day. I've spoke to Todd. He says it's not him. I don't care who it was. I was informed that only residential could be built there. That is why I bought my home. I'm from a small town. I'm from Indiana. I love Las Vegas, but I like where I'm located out there. It's small, it's residential. I can see the stars. I'd like to keep it that way. I'd like to keep it safe. I'd like to feel safe being a single female. So if you could please take that in consideration when you do this, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, officer. Could you show us, could you go back one map, please, and show us where your house is?
I live right next to John in that curve right there, so I don't even know how to point it out on here. I'm sorry.
She can't point it then?
No.
Okay.
I live, if you look on the fence line to it, abuts this whole side of my house. So any noise, any business, anything that would go there, I have a pool. It's my relaxation. My big dream was to have that actually abuts what would ever be built there. So I live on that curve. It's of the three houses that abut that property, I'm the center of the three.
And you're on picket fence?
No, I'm Potter's Clay, right where that curve is.
I think she's right there. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your service to our country.
I appreciate it. It's an honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Todd Schwartz, 9112 Watermelon Seed. I'm actually the board president for Spring Mountain Ranch. We have 1,620 plus homes in the area. I've worked with George closely on this, worked with the residents closely on this. I can't speak to the details about that particular land. I know Spring Mountain Ranch, over the years from its first conception to what it is today, is not the same. So I don't know currently our documents what those acreages cover. I've been working with our lawyer looking at this. I would need to go back, look at that further regarding her statement. I am going to stay neutral on what he's asking for, but I do want to make the statement for the board and for the developer and for everyone else. I've worked with a lot of developers over the years since I've moved here, and to try to make the neighborhood a better place. People look at the area. I moved out there, said, okay, these are what's around me. Here's land out there that's not zoned yet, so hopefully I'll have a say to what's going to happen out there. That's how we would like to see it. I know that's how you guys like to see it. And there are zones, and there are planning commissions, and there are city council meetings for a reason. Not everyone has a right to build whatever they want. That's why we have the codes. If you want to build whatever you want, you go out to Pahrump, or you go out somewhere else where they don't have the same codes or the same zoning. But regarding when you do have non-conforming lands, and when you do have the possibility to bring neighbors and developers together and come up with something that might have been compatible and might have been able to be worked out with everybody, or at least with the majority, I think it's important that the city looks at your codes and makes an avenue that currently is not available in the codes. Because right now, for small acreage parcels, which are the infill parcels, you have nothing for that. So I request that you guys look at something for that. Thank you.
Point well taken.
Thank
Next.
you, Todd Parlow, 240 North 19th Street. Can we go back to the overhead, the map photo, right there? What we're seeing is when this gets all the way developed on this, is that freeway either an on-ramp or off-ramp or whatever? Is it going to have truck traffic? Because, and I'm saying this because I live next to the freeway, and anytime you have engine braking or you have the diesel trucks powering up, you're not going to get much sleep unless you're deaf like me. So if there's, it's going to be real limited on residential if they're planning on putting in.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I apologize, Michelle Tobler again. I just meant to submit this into the record.
Okay,
and I apologize
thank you.
for not doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hearing anyone else? Have I missed anybody? Hearing none, I will close the public hearings. Now, Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for being here. No one's going to dispute this is a challenging parcel, to say the least. But Ms. Tobler, I will direct your comments to our city attorney, as this is the first I've heard of this. Mr. Scott, have you got some input here?
Just for the record, Mayor and Council, this city council doesn't have the ability to enforce private covenants or conditions. So the CCNRs that she's speaking about are the deeds that were recorded on their parcels when they purchased. There's a provision in our code which specifically states, and it's at Las Vegas Municipal Code 19.00.080J. It says, no provision of this title is intended to interfere or abrogate or annul any easement, private covenant, deed restriction, or other agreement between private parties. By virtue of this title, the city is not a party to and has no power or authority to enforce private deed, covenants, conditions, or restrictions. And that simply means that they would have to enforce that provision of their CCNRs against this particular property owner to compel him or prevent him from actually building a commercial project on a purely residential parcel. You can take that into consideration if you'd like, but you don't have the ability to enforce that provision against this person.
Thank you, Mr. Scott, and thank you, Mayor, for allowing him to give that response. Mr. Garcia, I want to express my appreciation to you for working so closely with Mr. Schwartz and the neighbors who live there, because they're my neighbors too. And I visited with Mr. Tobler in his home with Miss Keith and another one of his neighbors that couldn't be here today, who I spoke to on the phone yesterday. You and I have had many conversations about this parcel and the challenge that it presents. And Ms. Tobler, I would like nothing more than homes to be built here, and we wouldn't be having this conversation. It would be an easy no-brainer for me That's something that you guys are going to have to pursue if you intend to do so. In the meantime, this is a private parcel held by a private person who wants to build something. And I expressed to Mr. Tobler in your home, with the three of you present, that the highest, most intense use I can support here is office professional. And I'm going to agree with Mr. Schwartz in regards to what do we do with these remnant pieces. And Mr. Fagg, we don't have a tool, if you will, to address these pieces. As Mr. Garcia and I have gone back and forth about this parcel, and he's done so with the neighbors and with the homeowners association in regards to limitations on what they can do there. The C1 designation just doesn't work. The planned unit development we discussed, I think, Mr. Garcia, doesn't that require 50 acres, at least 50 acres to be a PUD? So I'm going to agree with Todd in regards to we need some kind of mechanism to address these smaller infill pieces, especially in this economy. This isn't a time when massive developers are just coming in here swooping these parcels up and building tons and tons of homes right now. It's just not the case. And Todd, I'd like nothing more for the Spring Mountain Homeowners Association to just buy this parcel at a great price and you just extend your park across the street. That's what I'd like to see you do. You know that. But again, Mr. Garcia, I know you've worked many weeks, many months with the neighbors and the homeowners. And the whole idea, and I made a commitment to Ms. Keith and Mr. Tobler that I will do everything in my power to protect their homes and their investments for the years to come. And you know that about me, and I'm going to continue to do that. This designation, office professional, allows for lesser uses as well. And I'm going to mention a daycare use perhaps, which is less intensive than an office professional. Some kind of neighborhood retail, if we had some kind of designation to work that in there with restrictions on gaming and liquor and so forth and so on, would work perfectly. Love to see a dry cleaners, love to see a beauty salon, somewhere you can get your nails done. Those kind of uses in there. And in my opinion, those are still a little too intense for that location, just because of the nature of that neighborhood that I drive through every day. So we're going to start here. And if Ms. Tobler, you see something, or Todd, you see something with your attorney that we missed, we'll have to address this at a later time. I think this is the least or the highest zoning that I could support in this location. Mr. Fagg, do we need a GPA change as well, designation?
Yes, the land use designation that the applicant originally applied for was SC Service Commercial, and so they would need to amend that request as well to O Office. And so the general plan designation would be O Office, and then the zoning designation would also be O Office.
Then on that, with that, Mr. Garcia, are you in agreement to change that designation on the GPA?
Yes, Mayor. Both, as indicated, both the changes to office for both the land use as well as the zoning.
Okay. With that, I would move to approve agenda item 73, the GPA as an office designation.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Before we go to the vote, I do have a question for Flynn, and that is, in the agenda, the Planning Commission voted, it looks like 4-2, has no recommendation. What does that represent? What does that mean, no recommendation?
Actually, there were two votes of the Planning Commission. The first motion failed. The second motion failed as well. And when you have that type of a situation, then the actual recommendation to City Council is no recommendation when both votes fail.
So
it was locked.
If I can help, Mayor, maybe Councilman, what happened is for a general plan amendment, you require a 5-vote supermajority.
Okay, the supermajority.
And because there were not enough planning commissioners to recuse themselves or basically abstained, then there weren't enough left to vote to get to the supermajority. We did get the 4 votes, but not to the 5th because of that lack of a sufficient supermajority.
Thank you for that clarification.
I have a question also. Does this then come back to City Council when there is a design, design use and specifics of what would be going into this entity? That would have to come back to us, correct?
That's correct, Mayor. Under a site development plan review.
Okay, and what
Correct,
it
Mayor.
looks like, everything, the design, landscaping,
I
all
think
of that.
Councilman Ross would expect nothing less, and we're certainly committed to that.
Thank you for asking that, Mayor, because absolutely, as closely as Mr. Garcia has gotten to my neighbors over at Spring Mountain Ranch, I'm sure he would just do that without me even asking him to go out there and meet with them all over again. You have a very proactive homeowners association president, and these are my neighbors too. I think we're in good shape, but they still have to bring something back to us.
Well, and two, I know Councilwoman Tarkanian has been speaking simultaneously about all these infill areas that are little pieces that are scattered around through the city, and we need to be doing something about that. And my hope is that you will continue to spur that movement.
I feel very strongly about that, and it's not only in the emerging wards, but in the older wards as well. I know we have problems with infill, and we were talking about something we could do it with an ordinance.
Thank you.
I think that being said, we can actually direct Mr. Fagg to actually come up with some kind of mechanism to help us, help the development community, help the neighborhoods, so they know what they're going to get or know what to expect. And we can help start filling in these areas if there's a willing developer to do so. My motion stands, Mayor.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
And likewise, on agenda item 74, I would move to approve the zoning for office on that, subject to those office conditions. And Mr. Garcia, you're okay with all that?
We're okay with that.
That's my motion, Mayor.
There's a motion. Please vote.
Excuse me, could I just see that map again? The map that we showed, are we now talking about, we're talking about the other land included within? I've got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, are we all in? City Clerk? Are we all there? Thank you. Please post. Thank you. Motion carries.
Mayor, Council, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilman. We'll now move on to item 75, DIR 42266, Director's Business, Public Hearing, applicant Carwin Advisors LLC, owner KAG Property LLC, for possible action on a request regarding the amendment of the development agreement for the Kyle Canyon development on approximately 1,662 acres at the southwest corner of Fort Apache Road and Moccasin Road. This is in Ward 6. Councilman Ross. Staff has no recommendation. Planning Commission voted 6-0, recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Are the applicants present? And would you care to announce yourselves, please, after your playing stops? Boy, talk about being not prepared. Oh no, you're giving us all those books for nighttime reading?
It's only a perception. There's a lot of things in
Okay.
there. It's fairly quick.
Okay. Yeah, it would have been nice last night for bedtime reading.
Your Honor, members of the council, good afternoon. My name is Bob Gronauer, 8345 West Sunset Road. With me is Mike Ross with Carwin Advisors. We're both here representing the property owner and applicant in this matter. The first thing that I'd like to do as we're handing out some of the exhibits here is, first of all, give you a little bit of history about the Kyle Canyon Development Agreement. Some of you were here a few years ago, and some of you are new to the council. So I think it's important, first of all, before we get into the new proposed development agreement, to go over exactly what has happened since 2007. Starting in 2007, the Focus Development Group and the City of Las Vegas entered into a development agreement for Kyle Canyon, which consists of approximately 1,600 plus acres. On the overhead here, you can see our proposed land use plan for the 1,600 acres. Since 2007, I think, as you can understand, there's been a lot of changes. Obviously, ownership of the property has changed. The economy of Las Vegas, but not only in Las Vegas, but the economy in the world has changed. And also the infrastructures of the needs for the city of Las Vegas has also changed. Because of that, because of all those changes, we're here today to ask for a change into the current development agreement for Kyle Canyon. But I don't think that's a bad thing, because as a matter of fact, and our office has negotiated those development agreements from 2005 and 2007, such as Inspirata, as I mentioned, Kyle Canyon as I'm standing here, and Park Highlands in the city of North Las Vegas. The fact of the matter is, those three development agreements and master plan communities were approved and negotiated during a different economic time. During a different economic time in development economy or development environment, there were different standards, different goals, different policies. Back at that time, for all three master plan communities, there was those buzzwords known as new urbanism. Let's have everybody live, work, and play together with high-rise developments and put as much density as we can. However, that was back in 2007. Over the last 4 years, we've had, as I already just mentioned, significant changes. This is the first master plan community that's coming before you or before a government jurisdiction to make the changes of what I call to right-size the community to meet what those needs are today. What are the economy needs? What is the development needs? So one of the things that Mike and I are both excited about, and we've had a lot of conversations with your staff, is what are we going to do to this new master plan community? And one of the things that I'd like to do is I'm going to go through and highlight some of the several changes in the master plan community itself or the development agreement that we're bringing forth to you. But before I do that, the first thing I want to do, or another thing I'd like to do first before I get into that, is just to give you some background in regards to the process. We've been working with your staff for the past almost 2 years, it might seem like 4 years to some. It's been a very long time. A lot of conversations have taken place. We've went over studies, we've discussed philosophies, went back and forth on language in the agreement itself. Both Mike and I are standing here to tell you have a first-class staff. No matter what the agreements or the agreements to disagree on, they've been very respectful. They've worked through this process with integrity. And if there's anything that Mike and I would like to add before we go on into the presentation is just say thank you. You have a wonderful staff, and a lot of thought process has gone through this development agreement and changes. So with that being said, I'm going to get into some of the highlights. One of the first things, and I can see up on the screen here, although this is not our stuff here, is we're reducing the density. That alone itself is a home run. Okay? Reducing density from 16,000 units to 9,000 units is a significant change to a master plan, a significant change to any development. The other thing that we have done here is even though we are reducing the density on the property itself and reducing the amount of people that are going to be a part of this master plan community, we are still providing 3 schools for the community itself. With 16,000 units, it is proposed for a middle school, an elementary school, and a high school. With the reduction, we are still living up to that commitment to to dedicate up to 75 acres of property for a high school, a middle school, and also an elementary school. The other thing that I'd like to point out is the parks, which is always important in master plan communities when you deal with parks, open space, and trails. As your staff has mentioned, is that we meet, or actually we exceed the 2020 Park and Recreational Plan for the City of Las Vegas. Because what we have done with the reduction of the density that's before you today, we have not reduced the amount of park space, the open space or trails that was originally planned in the previous plan. So what that goes to show you is even though we have less density, you're going to have still more open space for those people, parks and trails to play in. With respect to the trails, one of the unique things about this master plan community, and what Mike has been a very important part of, is making sure that we have the community trails within the master plan community to connect to your regional trails. We work long and hard with your Parks and Recs department to do that. The other thing is within this master plan community, all of our trails links up to parks, something similar to Summerlin, where you have the trails that will take you to each and every park throughout the master plan community. Some of the other points that I want to make here is with respect to the fire station. We have agreed to contribute $4.1 million for the construction of a fire station. But what is important to note in this is not only is this fire station going to service our master plan community, the fire station is going to service the northwest area in that geographic area. So by us coming to the table, reducing the density and doing the things that we're doing, we've agreed to write a check over to the city of North Las Vegas for $4.1 million for the fire station. In the city of Las Vegas, I'm sorry. I have North Las Vegas on my mind for tonight also. We've also agreed to contribute $218 per residential unit for the Metro substation. A Metro substation that we've struck a deal with Metro is supposed to be within a mile of our master plan community, and that money and that contribution is going to go to help service not only our master plan community, but outside of our master plan community also. We've agreed, even though we've reduced the density and you already have a beautiful RTC facility in Town Center in Centennial Hills, we are going to still, we're going to donate money, excuse me, not donate money, we're going to donate land of 2.5 acres of property for the construction of a park and ride in this area, as Mike is pointing out to you on the overhead. The other thing that I want to point out is the realignment of the Sheep Mountain Parkway. Initially, and Mike will show you in the master plan community, the first developer came in, as Mike's showing you, and they came in to realign Sheep Mountain Parkway in that area. What we are doing is bringing it back to its original alignment, as you can see as it goes through the property itself. In addition to doing that, we have agreed with your City Public Works Department to build a permanent detention basin in that area, as Mike is pointing out to you. What's so great about this infrastructure here that you didn't have previously is not only does this help our property, but also helps the other properties just to the south and east of our property, as Mike is pointing out, from flooding issues. The next thing that we've also agreed to do is to contribute $2 million to the city for the design of the Kyle Canyon interchange, as Mike has pointed out to you. And if that money is not used for the design of the Kyle Canyon interchange, it can be used by your Public Works Traffic Department to address other traffic issues up in the northwest area. And also, the last thing I want to point out, there's numerous of technical issues that we've worked out through the drainage, through traffic, through planning, that I can go on and on and on. But I'm going to stop right there with respect to some of the highlights of the development agreement itself, of what you're getting today, which we believe is a big improvement. Now, the next issue that I do want to discuss is the neighborhood meetings and some of the neighborhood concern. What we're going to do is we're going to show you an area of concern. I know we have a couple neighbors here to speak in opposition to some of the things that we've been discussing, but I think it's important to discuss this right now at this point in time. First and foremost, as we were finishing up the development agreement, Councilman Ross asked Mike and I to go and make sure we went out to meet with the neighbors. In doing so, what Mike and I did, we sent out a couple thousand notices to the property owners in this general vicinity. In our first neighborhood meeting, I'd say there was 50 to 60 people that showed. We have about 52 people that signed in. There were essentially two groups of people in this meeting, two groups generally speaking of questions and concerns. One group wanted to know what was happening with all the changes as I just explained to you to the development itself for the master plan community. And we believe, and based on, as you can see, by the amount of opposition we have and so on, that we've addressed a lot of people's concerns. They were happy. They were happy because we're coming down in density. You know, that was the major concern there. And for a lot of people, they were happy because we're going to be giving money to help get that fire station going. They were happy with a lot of the amenities that we're providing here. So we took care of those issues. Those people were satisfied. They obviously have moved on. The other group that and they had some legitimate concerns here, is the group that I'm talking about now, and Mike's going to focus on a little bit on the overhead. We're going to zoom in on the exhibit, is what I call is the Horse in 95 off-ramp area. And the three areas, the three properties that are highlighted are colored purple. We had a lot of discussion. That was the second group that I call. We heard a lot of issues, a lot of concerns with the neighbors in the first meeting in regards to what are you going to do, why are you going to come in with commercial adjacent to the schools, why what are you doing here as far as the impacting the schools and the neighborhood and the community? We took those comments. There were a lot of valid comments in there. We went back, talked to the clients, had another neighborhood meeting. As a matter of fact, we had 2 more neighborhood meetings. And in those next 2 meetings, what we ended up doing, we provided what we called a conceptual plan. Okay, and I use the word conceptual very loosely because, as we said, we don't know what this property is going to be. Okay, well, I can't tell you 3 years from now exactly what type of commercial development is going to be built, but with Mike's experience, his engineering experience, our experience from representing commercial developers, talking to other brokers of what could possibly be put on this property, which is south of 2 existing elementary schools. One is Bill Bray, and then the one a little bit further to the north is Schirkenbach. And what we wanted to do is put together a concept plan to try to address the neighbors' concerns. In doing so, as you can see here, I use the word a neighborhood shopping center. And some of the things that we discussed with the neighbors, there was a long list of conditions they wanted us to agree to address their concerns. The school district was also involved in the meetings. Miss Garvey was in the meetings, and Mr. Cole from the school board of trustees. We had other elected officials and appointed officials that were in these subsequent meetings. The conditions that we agreed to, unfortunately we can't agree to everything, and I'll explain it, but I believe we've done a very good effort here in addressing a lot of the legitimate concerns. First of all, along Brent Lane, Mike's going to show you where Brent Lane is located. The number one concern, or one of the initial concerns that the neighbors have stated, is we do not want those people in the commercial or residential property here to the south to have access on the Brent Lane, so you would have conflict between school and commercial or school and residential. We said, okay. As a matter of fact, the current agreement has curb cuts or driveways planned to go out onto Brent Lane. So we've already automatically done one better than the previous development agreement by just agreeing to that condition alone. We went a step further. We said, okay, in the landscaping area, code doesn't require it. We're going to exceed code requirements. We're going to put a 30-foot buffer along Brent Lane there. And inside that 30-foot buffer, you're going to have a 5-foot separated or meandering sidewalk. You're going to have a double row of trees. We're going to make it a nice area. We're going to, hey, whatever you want for the landscaping, we want to work with you in reason, we'll do it. Okay, we offered Mondale pines. We talked to your staff. They wanted other kind of trees. The bottom line is you want to make it look nice. We said, look, we'll put a 8-foot high decorative block wall here also. There were discussions to put a 12-foot high block wall to a 6-foot high block wall. The Planning Commission said a 6-foot high block wall decorative. We could go an 8-foot high decorative block wall because that's what we made a promise to the neighbors of accepting a condition for that. The reason why I'm going through that is because I wanted to make sure in regards to the development standards and us amending the development agreement before the Planning Commission, those conditions or amendments went into the development standards for whenever that property will be developed. It has to be developed based along Brent Lane, based on the, I call it conditions, the requirements that we put in. There were additional concerns on top of that, and they were concerned about taverns, tattoo parlors, payday loans, etc. We've agreed at the Planning Commission level to amend the development agreement, not only for this parcel here, but the other 2 parcels that we have control over in the master plan community. We said we'll agree in the development standards not to do the taverns, the payday loans, the sexually oriented businesses, etc. Totally fine with that. And then we went a step further and we said whatever uses come onto the property, we'll make sure it's required to have a public hearing. So we can go and we or an applicant, the property owner, can go and meet with the neighbors. There are 2 conditions, though, that are being offered out there by the neighbors that we respectfully disagree, and we think it's what I call is cutting your nose off to spite your face. One of the conditions that they're asking us to do is to accept the condition to have no restricted gaming on the property itself. Okay? What does that mean? That means whatever use we have on the property cannot come in and have any gaming operations there. As you can see by the big box picture itself, we're looking at potentially, as Mike is showing you, that could be an Albertsons, a Vons, a Smith's, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, on and on and on. we want to bring in a top retail person for the shopping center. After all, this isn't a master plan community, just like Summerlin or some of your other master plan communities. Our fear is putting a restriction on something that you don't know the name that could go in there today is going to take a tier 1 shopping center possibility down to a second tier possibility. Because in representing commercial developers and representing commercial tenants, the more restrictions you put on a piece of property before development, they don't even look at this. They'll just gloss it over. And then you know what you get the Class B person that comes in. And nothing wrong with a Class B person, but when you're doing a nice master plan community and we're doing everything exceeding your development standards and design guidelines, the last thing you want to put in is something less than an Albertsons if you're going to put in a grocery store. You want to put something in there that's a quality tenant. The other issue that we're in disagreement is with respect to having off sales of alcohol. They want to put a restriction requirement on that. I think it's gone from 15,000 to 12,000 square foot under roof. To 10,000, I think it is, somewhere around there. Our point is again, what you're going to do is you're going to ban certain uses coming in. You're going to get unintended consequences. For example, I represent ABC stores. They're down here along the Strip in the county in the city of Las Vegas. It's classified as a convenience store. That's what they do, okay? They sell alcohol. Their plan is someday to expand off the Strip. They won't even look at this property if there are restrictions on there. But what we ask the neighbors to do, let somebody like an ABC Stores come and meet with the neighbors to discuss. And if the neighbors don't want a use like that, that's fine. But do not stop it now. By stopping it now, you lose the quality tenants, and it's a domino effect. The domino effect is if the big anchor tenant that we want in here is not in here, nobody else is going to come. Everybody's gone. And then the development viability of the property is done. There is no approvals here tonight to get alcohol uses on the property. There are no approvals here to allow restricted gaming. All that we're asking to do is don't make a premature decision tonight to hurt yourself for a great development in the future. If we can all understand that, we can get by this. We can address that issue when that development opportunity comes. Because to be quite honest, as Mike has said, we don't even know when this property will be developed. There's a lot of rooftops that still yet need to come in. And on top of that, we don't even know if this configuration is going to stay the same. Somebody else may come in and buy it and chop it up for individual pads. The reason I'm spending a lot of time on that because I know this is the crux of the issue, so I apologize for the length of going through that. So the last thing that I'm going to just point out here before I turn it over to you and to the neighbors who are here is we also did our homework in regards to just not only doing the non-mandatory neighborhood meetings. We took a lot of phone calls. When I say we, Mike took a lot of phone calls of people who said they were in support. They liked what we did. He also took phone calls. People had concerns until we explained to them some of the conditions that we would explain. The book that's before you, and I'm not going to go through the whole book. It's just for, exactly, I told you this is going to be the quick part of the presentation here, is there's a map on the front. You're going to see different colors. It all means the same thing. If you're concerned about the colors, apparently the computer deciphers between streets and courts and avenues and what type of streets and lanes people live on. What that is we went out to the neighborhood. We got 237 signatures in support. You can see individual petitions right there. We're out in the neighborhood. This is the people who live in the community. Yes, what you're pointing to. Yes, Mayor. And the point is, I'm not going to go through it anymore. We wanted to reach out further into the community itself and ask them, would you like to have a shopping center with these type of restrictions or with these potential uses? Obviously, we had a significant amount of people that came in support of what we're trying to accomplish. So I know we're going to have some more discussion on that. I'm going to ask to reserve some comments to address some of the issues that are going to be brought up on the development agreement. But I would hope that everybody on this council and everybody in this room understands that when you do a master plan community, when you do these development agreements, I've done many, there are a lot of issues. And there's a lot of wins, a lot of losses going through. But at the end of the day, What you're trying to create is that masterpiece of a perfect master plan community. And just because you don't get one thing or the other, it doesn't mean the master plan community isn't the best. The most important thing is let's look at the body of the work of itself on the master plan community itself. And if you do that and you look at all the wonderful changes we've gone through, and up front working with your staff, some of these changes we voluntarily came in with. If anything can give you some positive feedback is that we are preparing for development for the future, and we're more than responsible in coming in with a community that we can hope will rival your Summerlin Master Plan community here in the city of Las Vegas. That's our goal. That's the reason why everything's in those details are to rival that. That being said, we can answer any questions now, or we'll answer questions after the neighbors are up here to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. Mr. Fagg, before we get moving, could you mention why staff has no recommendation? Please.
Certainly. As you are aware, that this is an amendment to a previously approved development agreement, and basically all we are doing is just considering this as an amendment to that. That being said, that was really the basis for our no recommendation, as we're going through the process of revising a development agreement. However, you will note that there has been a significant reduction in density. We have maintained the parks and the open space and trails. There's a number of things that are improvements over the previous development agreement, so there are a number of things to certainly recommend this to you all.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing, so would the public come up if they wish to be heard?
Mayor
And state your
Goodman,
name. Yes.
Just so I can understand this map that's here, what does the blue stand for? I mean, I look at the bottom and it says Court Street Place. Is that, it's not people then, or people who are supportive?
Every one of those dots, regardless of the color, is someone who supported the commercial application in that location with the restrictions that Bob described.
But we don't know what the full amount of dots would be.
Yes, we do.
Well, no, I don't mean this. I mean, we know how many support. I didn't know how many didn't support, that's all. But probably somebody else will tell us today.
Thank you. Please state your name again, even though you've been here.
Todd Schwartz, 9112 Watermelon Seed Avenue. I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate if you give me a little length on this, as it's a big book. Unfortunately, you only got 5 days since it got posted to go through the most recent changes. Unfortunately, I have not seen what their questionnaire or what their cover letter to their survey said, so I can't even comment to that. But as you guys know in politics, and as I know, anyone can write a survey to get the kind of answers you want people to answer. I have submitted a partial petition to you guys. Fortunately, when you have volunteers, trying to collect them is always a tough thing. So we've gotten some. There are more out there that unfortunately have not made it back to you guys. I apologize to you guys, and I apologize to the people that signed those petitions. But you can see what our petitions clearly stated. You can see what the cover explained to those petitions and made it very clear. Regarding a few of the comments that were made, there are high-level tier or grocery stores out there that don't need the gaming. There's the Whole Foods. There's the Trader Joe's. I don't know of one in town, and if I could be wrong, that has that in their store. So we're trying to find the compromise, and that's where I talked last on the previous agenda item, is the compromise. And one of the things I want to discuss is the Kyle Canyon, the history of the Kyle Canyon. Before the Kyle Canyon land ever got auctioned off, the city held charrettes. I made it to one of the very last meetings of those charrettes and thought, this looks great. And then came Kyle Canyon and came Focus Group, 15,000 homes. So when we talk about this downsizing from 15,000 homes to 9,000 homes, look at what the charrettes had recommended. We're now actually getting back to what charrettes recommended. The 15,000 should have never even been. And we fought that from the beginning. I stood up here 4 years ago or 3 years ago and said, I would be surprised if a shovel ever goes in the ground. I hate to say I was right. I hate to say I was right because of what my home is worth. I hate to say we're right because of what the economy looks like. Regarding the meetings, here's the overhead. This was the neighborhood meeting notice. Now, I'm a pretty savvy person, and it took me a minute to realize what an APN number was. Okay? And I'm pretty savvy, and I'm pretty involved in the city. I was a citizen, city recognized citizen a number of years ago from Steve Ross.
Mr. Schwartz,
Yep.
is there a possibility that we could fine-tune this
It might
meeting notice?
it might be the scan too that I don't have the original
It's
anymore.
one big blur to me unless somebody can
You know,
read it.
I can pass it. It's the same piece of paper that was emailed to you guys too, so it's in that same one. There is, pretty much all it says is neighborhood meeting, dear residents, we will be conducting a neighborhood meeting to present information on a proposed development for Kyle Canyon Master Plan community. APN number and about 20 numbers listed. Under that, please join us on Tuesday, September 6, 2011. Going back to George Garcia and the previous agenda item, when he sent the neighborhood meeting, he had a map with an arrow pointing to what area he was talking about. That's why you don't get a lot of people. Going back to the original focus group meetings, I went to every one of those. Some of them had 5, some of them had 20. The one that we had 100 was when we were talking about the particular land that they spent some time on. That at that time it was called mixed use. When the original focus group came through, the mixed use part of the development agreement was not approved in the initial development agreement to give more time for the developer and the citizens that live out there existingly to have time to work through those details. That meeting, which was held on December 18th of 07, probably had 100 plus people, and they did the same thing. Showed the pretty picture of what that commercial area might look like, but that's not the 500 pages of documents. As soon as I started asking questions regarding what was in those pages of documents, that meeting abruptly ended by the representative lawyer at that time, and they did not proceed. And then as the economy went south, unfortunately, it never came forward for us to work through those details. Now, saying that, Steve Ross, councilman, in June 22nd, 2009, in an official city email blast, he put out an advisory regarding the Kyle Canyon, the sale of the Kyle Canyon, and to talk about how the city would rework through those plans. In that discussion, one, he promised that they would hold a public meeting before it came to the city. Second, he talked about a citizen advisory committee. Unfortunately, for the 2 years I tried to find out what was going on behind the scene, it took until the Planning Commission to see the documents. Okay? So that citizen advisory committee never happened. This is not a campaign promise. This was a stated thing by a sitting councilman in an official city document. Now, talking about those 500 pages, yes, you have these grand envisions and you say, come on out, this is what we're looking to do. Let it have the right of these people come forward. I agree. Let people have the right to come forward. Let landowners have the right to come forward. Doesn't mean that you get the right to have everything. This is what I talked about before. That's why we're a city. That's why we're a developed city that has zoning, that has rules, that has code to it. In one of the statements or one of the lines in that 500-page document discusses alcohol. In that, it says, use definite defined by alcohol-related uses shall have no specified spacing requirements between similar and protected uses. Protected uses in city code for alcohol is schools, parks, churches, and such, correct? If I'm not mistaken. Space separation. Well, we discussed space separation on our earlier agenda item today. The one thing that we fought out there, and we fought with the Wegmans, or not the Wegmans, sorry, I'm back from back east, the Walgreens, is alcohol and the off-site sales. Recently, a study came out by USC regarding alcohol sales and direct implementation that has on neighborhoods. It's an important study. And I'm sure that someone will come out and try to find a study that goes the other way. But at this point, this is a study that looked at cities, looked at over 50 cities, and showed that there is direct relationship to social economic sacrifices that happen in a neighborhood that has a lot of alcohol sales. We fought at Farm and Durango, just a mile away from this location, concentration of alcohol when the Walgreens wanted to sell alcohol. Fortunately, we had a councilman that supported us, a city staff that supported us, or a city council that supported us, and the Walgreens did not get their application approved. This particular clause would prevent, when someone comes forward, for us to argue these same things that are in current city code. That, I think, is disturbing. Regarding another thing that's in that contract is if there's a lawsuit that happens regarding the contract, the city shares 50% responsibility of the cost of that lawsuit against the developer. That, as a taxpayer, I have concerns on. Now, the other interesting thing about that same area is it said if the lawsuit deals with alcohol, the city does not get involved in paying. So there's a red flag right there that, well, maybe the alcohol has some other hierarchy and concern. Yes, what we were asking for was simple things. We were trying to find a fair balance. Gaming, if he wants gaming for 10,000 square feet, I'm willing to look at that. You know, I'm a flexible person. Steve Ross knows that. I've worked with him a lot. I try to find what's reasonable. When we are rushed to come to this decision and try to make something of it, on the back end, the citizens are at the minority effect here. When you have 1,600 acres coming forward and we want to protect 1%, and we don't want it to be this golden, holy land where there's nothing evil inside it, okay? As they said at Planning Commission. None of our rules went after anything regarding, they named a Cheesecake Factory. Cheesecake Factory can come in, they can serve alcohol. We did not look at that. We were looking at how to prevent proliferation of a convenience of C-stores on the corner, of gas stations, of the grocery store, all selling alcohol near the park that's going to go in by the city, near the park that our master plan holds. We have 13 parks. I have to have security patrol those parks, okay? Just the other day, reading the patrol reports, I got alcohol going on late at night in one of the parks, okay? And that alcohol has led to broken windows of the neighbors. These are the things why we need to at least look at limitations. Yes, there is a social responsibility at the home first, but there is a social responsibility for us as city, as residents, to look at what is proper. Another thing to discuss is the parks. Not being part of any of these meetings, it's hard to say, what do we need out there? The residents know what we need out there. The one park behind my house that's 7 acres, that's our anchor park. We have basketball courts, we have tennis courts, we have volleyball pits, we have playgrounds, we have a major soccer field. The number one item that gets used is the basketball courts. Okay? I have not seen in any of the current designs, and I realize that they're preliminary, basketball courts. The second thing that we have a huge issue with is people walking their dogs without leashes. We need another location now in the Northwest for dog parks. The previous plan had dog parks in, I think, the Indian Springs Park. It's not there now. So those are things that need to be looked at there. Another thing is the commercial. Under this current plan, any commercial is designated C2. I believe that there's some warrant for some of these parcels to still be C1. So nothing that I'm asking for is extreme. Nothing that I'm asking for is written in stone. But what we are asking for was a fair shake that we did not get. in this entire process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When you make your comments, please try not to repeat what Todd Schwartz has just so eloquently expressed. And please come forward with your
Can I just say one thing? And I apologize. The other residents in my area had to leave due to parking issues. Hopefully, I don't have a parking ticket on mine. But
well, if you do, it's stuck. So stuck.
Yeah. So but they had to leave. Otherwise, they would have spoken too. I just wanted to make that comment. I forgot to state that.
Thank
and
you.
I'm sacrificing my parking
Thank you.
ticket.
And Mayor, if I can, no, you don't have to, and I hate to publicize this, but no one gets a ticket in the parking garage on a city council day.
Mayor Goodman, may I please?
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Councilman.
Mr. Todd, may I please ask you a question? You're the president of a homeowners association?
I am the board president of the Homeowners Association. We've actually had this on the agenda several times.
And I had your letter, but I left it upstairs, so
Okay.
I'm trying to get a copy of it. You represent how many residents?
Over 1,620 homes. And it's hard to represent them all. It's hard to get the information out to all of them.
Hold on.
You guys understand that.
My question is, do you feel that you haven't been given enough opportunity to sit down with this developer to at least provide input?
Absolutely. I feel that when we are given the opportunity at the end of a 2-year process of 500 pages, we get very little input. It's the, it's...
Okay, and I can appreciate that, and I understand your rationale, but, I've worked with Mr. Gronauer on a number of projects in 7 years. He's a very open, accessible guy. May I please finish? And I would think that perhaps you were aware that Mr. Gronauer was working on this project, and if you called him up a month ago or 2 months ago and said, Mr. Gronauer, I understand that something's coming. I'd like, on behalf of my association and my neighbors, to be able to sit down, have a public meeting, et cetera. Could that have been a telephone call that was made?
I will actually say I met with Mike Ross several months ago.
Who's Mike Ross? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yep. Okay. He did get in touch with me, and I, over the 2 years, have contacted the city councilman's office to ask where the process is. But when I met with Mike Ross, I brought up the issues regarding these parcels. He talked about possibly going to C1 on those. He talked about doing some other things. And I looked at things. I said, residential. Obviously, residential doesn't work for them. I agreed to that. I said, okay, let's look at what we can do as a commercial and what we can do to keep it as a good area. The one thing, though, was when I originally asked I said, it's great you're meeting with me, but I'm one voice. I just want to make this very clear. I said, I'm one voice. We need to have a neighborhood meeting. He goes, we'll get the neighbors together. I go, no, you need to do a notification. His answer was, well, I don't want to do a big neighborhood meeting that has to be notified because then the news gets involved and there's politics, and that's what he said to me.
Okay.
So
the only reason
I
I say this is because for as long as I've been on the council, and Councilman Tarkanian's been on a long time, Councilman Barlow, Councilman Ross, and the others after that is, we're very transparent, we're very open. People want to come in and see me, they can see me, and it just kind of hits me in a weird way that you didn't get enough of an opportunity. I don't know where the fault is, if there's any fault, because like I said, Mr. Gronauer,
I don't know where
I'm
the
sure.
Citizen Advisory Committee happened. That would be my number one question. What happened to the Citizen Advisory Committee?
I can't answer that, but my only point is that, Todd, my only point is that, and I know Councilman Ross encourages people to get together to talk and see if there can be some compromises or some give and take. That's all
Next, if you would come to the microphone and state your name.
My name is Andy Hard. I'm a little scared to show up. But anyway, the question I wanted to answer is, I know a lot of time has been spent. Okay, you're talking about a developer, and he's talking about putting out land set aside for schools and fire stations and this and that and all that. And in these economical hard times, do this developer have millions of dollars on hand to actually go forth with this project, even if y'all agree to it at this date and time? That far out, is this developer ready to deal with whatever he's bringing forth, with all of this time being spent? Is there money out there for this project? That's what I need to know. Because if it is, that's a good thing. But at the same time, you got to put up for schools, fire stations. Hey, these is an addition to things that's going to put a burden on the community that's already something. Remember, if that fire station is in the suburb, it's still a part of the city. So the whole area, you know what I'm saying, is a part of this package. The city got a big burden here that's going to be put in their lap. Schools with the school board, fire station, whatever, substation for the poor, whatever. These things are things that will come in this developing community if, that's under the big word if ever takes place. Okay? So right now I know y'all gonna be so mad at the end of the day you're gonna beat each other up and throw me down the road, whatever. But I'm just saying that what you got here, this is all conversation. Do they have millions of dollars ready right now to put up the bill of development at the end of the suburban area of the backside of the city? In Ward 6 right now, Mr. Ross, I don't mean in harm. This is speculation. It sounds good, but we talking about millions and millions of dollars. We got houses that are empty. We got communities that, what I'm saying? It's nice to see the construction if it will take place and cross some development. But right now, this is all a bunch of maybe, might, and could be in orders and whatever. And the poor fella from that homeowner association, it's the homeowner association, like everything else, is like 3 terms and out. I don't mean no harm for that fella, but how long has he been with the president of that homeowner association? Hey, I like him, but he's pretty long-winded. Hello, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Years ago, when Bart Anderson had dark hair and Finn hair looked like Ringo Starr's, there was a first charrette out there.
Is that true?
We're talking about before the 2020 master plan was adopted, so it had to have been in 2000 or 2001. Councilman Max had the first charrette out there, and he invited me out there, and we had a long talk. Mr. Gronauer was out there. I believe that charrette, if I'm not in error, I think it lasted 2 days, and they went through the whole thing. What they're showing right now is about as close as possible that you'll ever come to the original idea. This was in the days when there wasn't anything out there but a snake, lizard, and rocks. And they came up with this. So this isn't something that was just dumped on these homeowners right now. That charrette was held before anybody was out there. And it's real close to what they had. They've got the trails there. At the Planning Commission, I brought this up. One of the objectives was in the original plan is that the people that worked out there would have the opportunity to have some housing that they could afford so the people that worked out there could actually live out there. I was informed at the Planning Commission that I have to back up just a little bit. Because of the reduction in the number of units, I was concerned that the remaining units would have to be priced so much that the people that worked out there couldn't afford them. And I was assured at the Planning Commission that there will be units that will serve all income levels. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? I now declare this portion closed, the public hearing closed. Mr. Gronauer? And
yes,
we
Mayor.
have questions, too.
Can I make a couple of comments to address them?
Certainly, and I know council have questions.
Yes. Number one, I want to personally apologize to Mr. Schwartz or anybody else who thinks that we didn't go out of our way to have a neighborhood meeting and meet with people. Mike's information, his phone number, his cell number was available in all those sheets. We spent many hours in meetings with the neighbors. We spent hours outside with other neighbors addressing other issues. I do apologize. I thought we gave enough information to the neighbors. We told them each meeting we will stay here as long as possible to answer every question that we could. I think it comes down to a fundamental issue of where two parties agree to disagree. But that doesn't make us the bad person or Mr. Schwartz or whoever he's representing the bad people. It's just that sometimes philosophically you agree to disagree on things. So I want to at least clear that up because I take it somewhat personal. I pride myself in representing our clients to the best of the ability to meet with neighbors and address issues. And in this case, I wish I could have stood up here earlier and say, we've met with the neighbors and we've agreed to everything and anything. But that doesn't happen 100% of the time. I wish it did and make my job much easier. So I'm going to move off the neighborhood meeting. I hope you understand. We did that 3 different times, multiple meetings, willing to meet. Mr. Schwartz was there at every single one of those meetings. As I already told you, other members who attended, we've addressed as many issues as we can. The second issue that I want to point out, and Mr. Schwartz said it the best. He said, and I live up in the Northwest, so I consider this my community also. We shop at the same shopping centers. We shop at the same Walgreens. I go to for prescriptions at Walgreens, and I go to the Albertsons convenience store and so on. Same thing that everybody else does that lives up in this area, because that's really all that we have on the east side of US 95. But he said something that was very important. It actually makes the point. Walgreens came in. Well, Walgreens, I think, was existing at the time where they came in. They wanted to do alcohol. The neighbors came up, and I think according to Todd, in that application either was denied or withdrawn. But you know what? That's the point that we've been trying to hit from the beginning with the neighbors. Give an applicant the opportunity to present its case. If the applicant makes the case and the neighbors are fine, then that's good. That's a part of that's a great thing about the process. And if not, they got a decision to move forward or withdraw. That's all that we're asking you to do. Nobody's approving anything today on those commercial properties. All that we're trying to do is put a package on this and get it ready to go for development when the time comes. And when the time comes, if somebody comes in, if it's a Fresh and Easy, the conditions that are there, even though there's a Fresh and Easy on farm in Durango, if they want to move further up or something like a Fresh and Easy, the conditions that they're putting on, we can't apply for a Fresh and Easy to come in because they don't qualify for those conditions. That's the gist of the point. I think Mr. Schwartz hit the nail on the head in regards to what we want to accomplish, and the system works. It's it's proven in reality. At the Planning Commission, nobody showed at the Planning Commission. I know Mr. Schwartz had a meeting. He submitted a letter for the record. We've been open for the last several months trying to meet with whomever wants to meet with us. So the point is, we believe we did our due diligence in meeting with the people and addressing the issues. One of the last things that I want to make a point on before Mike's going to talk about the parks and the dog parks and that, is with respect to the commercial properties again. As you know, you have Bill Bray Elementary in Schreckenbach. I already told you I do live up in the Northwest. As a matter of fact, I have friends, and I consider friends who are family members who live in that area because their kids go to Bill Bray or their kids go to Schreckenbach. I coach those kids. And about 3 weeks ago, we were up in Summerlin, off the trails, off of Town Center and Summerlin Parkway. And the kids that I coach on a club ball baseball team, we're all from the Northwest area. Okay, and I'm going to make my point here, which is going to come back home to the location of these commercial properties. If I could get your attention on the overhead. This is just a blown-up aerial of a portion of Summerlin. What you're doing here is this is Summerlin Parkway. This is Town Center. If you got off Town Center here, heading to the west or heading to the north, you come around where, as I'm pointing out here, here's a park. These are 3 baseball diamonds, and actually this is Trails, if you're familiar in Summerlin, Trails Community Center. About 3 weeks ago, there was a baseball tournament here that a gentleman was hosting, and there were thousands of kids, including families, that were here playing baseball from all parts of the West Coast. We had California, we had Colorado, Arizona, Utah, Nevada. It was a great event, and this was one of the areas that was chosen. And and believe me, there was a ton of people at this location. This is a park, and all 3 fields were used. The reason why I point this out is because right across the street here, where the residential is, there's a Vons. I don't know if some of you may know this, but the Vons has alcohol. Not only do they have alcohol, but they have gaming. You have a CVS pharmacy that also sells alcohol in here. You have a variety of commercial uses in this community that have alcohol, some have non-alcohol. As a matter of fact, you have Fabulous Freddy's right on the corner. I know that because I used it back then. I was there today using it. My point is, bringing it back home, is when we walked across the street from one of our games, in between the games, we sat out in here, there was a Chronic Taco. One of the parents that actually live in this area, what we're talking about today, in the geographic area where that commercial is, and their kids go to Bill Bray, said, wouldn't this be great if we had these type of amenities in our area? Meaning, how simple was it to walk from a park, instead of getting into a car in a community, and walk across the street and sit there with your kids and not have any worries in the world and eat a meal and then walk back across the street and play a baseball game. Thousands of kids did that through that 3-day weekend, over Nevada Day weekend. My point is what we're proposing here in a master plan community is no different than Summerlin. I consider Summerlin the premier master plan community in the United States. It has won many awards. As I told you, Mike was the engineer, has engineered Summerlin, was one of the main engineers in doing that. We tried to bring those concepts here. So we're asking you to have that confidence in the faith of what we're bringing to you is quality development. And that scenario here is exactly what we're trying to hit home with, is give us the opportunity to bring in those uses and make that decision at that point in time. And when the decision's made, if they want the Walgreens without the alcohol, so be it.
Mayor
That's-
Goodman, may I please?
Yes,
I
please.
can't help it, but Mr. Gronauer, the neighborhood you just described with the Vons and the Chronic Tacos and the park and the baseball fields is about 200 yards from where I've lived for 17 years. And I must say, you're absolutely right. It's a great neighborhood with great amenities, with a great synergy between the types of uses that people enjoy.
I'd like to question also, the fact is this is a generalized plan so that as each specific comes to be, there will be opportunity to debate on each one of those issues. This is a general plan, keeping the doors open non-restrictively, except in the areas you've already pointed out that you've agreed to. But each one of these items will then come back. So if in fact the neighborhood decides we don't care, we only want Whole Foods and Trader Joe's, well, that will be the time for that specific dialogue. Or wrong?
Correct. Absolutely correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think
Council,
he was next.
Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was just going to stress that, if we do not remove the gaming and the liquor, you still have to come back with special use permits and site development reviews and all that. So we're pretty clear on that. And,
Can I ask about the removal
and
of the distance?
hold on, let me finish. Mrs. Schwartz did bring up an issue about the zoning for that property, C2, C1, and we have had some conversation today and other meetings about whether particular zoning is too intense for a particular area. Right now it's considered zone C2, correct?
That's what the proposal is, yes,
Okay.
C2.
Would you be amiable to C1 zoning?
Actually, that's within reason. I can't stand up here and say we need C2, neighborhood commercial C1, so it would be appropriate for C1 zoning.
You would be willing to change
Yeah,
it to C1
that's-
zoning?
that's-
Okay, and I'll let,
We're
I'll,
speaking of this parcel,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The parcel adjacent to the school, the parcel adjacent to the interstate, between the interstate and Sky Point, I think that's appropriate for C2.
okay.
So
So
it's very removed from the residences. It's right up against the highway.
What about the third piece of property?
We can go C1 on that.
Okay, all right, so I'll give that to Councilman Ross, but you'd be willing to make the big piece of property C1, the one to the far bottom C1, the one next to the freeway, leave that C2 because of the buffer. It's not adjacent to other property. You're willing to do that?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Let's see. And I know you brought up these citizen advisory councils. It sounds like Councilman Ross is going to address that, because that's the first I heard of that particular item. So thank you very much.
Okay, Councilwoman.
When you asked about it coming back, if anything were going to come in, would you be making a commitment to involve the community before it came to the council? Have a neighborhood meeting then?
I think that.
Are you just talking about it being noticed?
No,
council?
I've worked long and hard on this, understand that if we are involved, that you're going to go to the neighborhood and have those meetings way in advance.
So
Because
a condition could be that you would have a neighborhood meeting before it came to council?
On these parcels?
we can
Absolutely.
address that make the amendment to the development standards,
Could
yes.
I just ask, why does it have to be that parcel that's right next to the school? When we're talking about Walgreens, I voted approval, recommended approval on almost every Walgreens, I think, except one. And that one, and I explained why to them, was because it was near Bonanza High. And we have a far bigger drinking problem far lower in grades than people realize. If you're not working with people who are every day working with children, you don't realize some of the problems. And I'm not going to get into that now, but that's why I always have a caution. So I was wondering why did it have to be this one right next to the school? There was no other place available?
What happens here with the...
Excuse me one second, I'm sorry, but how many acres is that next to the school?
About
about 13.
13 acres? And how many acres do you have in the whole thing? 6,000 or something?
1,600.
1,600. You have 1,600, and this is 7. That's why I was wondering why around the school it was necessary.
It's because of the size and the shape of the property. And as one of the neighbors has mentioned, is if you take a look at this property, it's not a perfect shaped property. You have roads that are cutting through the property itself. You have other constraints. You have topography issues on the property itself, which we had conversations with the neighbors. And actually, one of the school board trustees, I believe John Cole, mentioned about having multifamily there. And the neighbors, didn't want multifamily. Otherwise, we'd be showing you a multifamily development with high density. So we went through the variety types of uses for the single-family homes. You're not going to build. You're not going to have a quality single-family home development with those roads and everything cutting through on the property itself.
And the green on this map, is that where a proposed park is?
Yes.
That is Indian Hills Park. Yes, it is.
That's Indian Hills Park. Okay.
And if I could, I'd like to address Todd's comment on that. The parks in the development agreement, the uses are conceptual, and sports have trends and fads like anything else, and what will exactly be in any of those parks will be determined when they're designed, before they're built, which could be years from now. On Indian Hills Park, City Park, there is an existing city design, and we've talked with the city that when it's time to build this park, we'd like to look at it and possibly have the design altered to include dog parks. Fortunately, working with I use the city dog parks every night, and thank you for putting in the lights. It's very difficult for a private homeowners association to insure a dog park. It's very tough to get insurance for them. They need to be in a city park.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the City Council? Okay, I'll turn it over to Councilman Ross now.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Ross, if I could just ask one last
Certainly,
question.
Councilwoman.
With Mark, with that going C1, does that help alleviate some of the concerns? Yes. Did I have the wrong name? Todd, I'm sorry.
C1 definitely helps. My other
Yeah, sir, since the councilman was asking a question, why don't you come up and identify yourself and answer that specific question, please?
I'm just wondering if that alleviates some of the concern you might have. Plus, they're saying that they would have a neighborhood meeting before it came to the council for a vote for other new businesses.
It does alleviate some of my concern. My only other note is the directive sentence that I read earlier regarding the removal of distance waivers, which is in the Unified Code. I believe that should still stand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I believe Councilman Ross is going. Councilman Ross is going to address that.
Oh, okay.
Any other questions from the City Council? Okay, Councilman Ross. Councilman Ross.
Thank you. Mr. Fagg, would you explain to the council and to the public what a development agreement is, so Todd understands the separation issues and the whole 9 yards, so we all have an understanding what a development agreement is in regards to our unified codes?
Certainly. A development agreement is an agreement between a developer and, in this case, the City of Las Vegas, which essentially establishes the land use and development standards for a specific parcel of land throughout the life of the agreement. So, again, it establishes the land use and development standards for a parcel of property.
Which could vary from our unified code.
Which references, yes, our unified code in a number of places, correct.
Similar to Providence.
Yes, very much similar to Providence.
And I just want to point that out for Todd's benefit so he understands that. Todd, I also want to refer back to the notification that Mr. Ross sent out and all the APN numbers. He got that directly from the planning department. That's exactly where he got it from. So I want you to understand where that came from. So that's on the notice. And on the park issues, Mr. Ross is right. Very conceptual, Todd. And you and I both know the needs out there, whether it's a dog park, basketball courts, picnic tables, tennis courts. I mean, I'm getting calls for tennis courts. And yours are being used a lot by people that don't live there, probably. You know. That's okay. It's a public park. But I understand that. So we'll address all of that. The Citizens Advisory Committee that you mentioned, Todd, it's not time for that yet. These agenda items are an amendment to an existing development agreement. So we're amending that development agreement. It shrunk hugely. They're not, Carwin Advisors or Mr. Groner, your clients, for Mr. Ross, you're not ready to build anything yet. You haven't sold these parcels off. At that time, and the Planning Commission was right on the money. I think Commissioner Moody was right on the money. Everything that happens on those 3 parcels, including the one parcel we heard earlier that Mr. Garcia was representing, has to come back to this city council for a special use permit, for waivers, for variances. It's ours. It's ours in respect to us as residents who live there. And that's important. Todd, I want to point out, I actually want to do a couple of things. I want to recognize an email from Stephanie Myers. Stephanie, if you're paying attention to this, we do have that. We'll make that part of the record. I want to make this document part of the record as well, the 237 signatures that we've done a quick sampling on, and this is a good reference point. I also want to make Todd Schwartz's email to the council members and the mayor, including his petition, part of the record. But Todd, I had time to actually go through your petition. 20 of those people do not live in the area, and I know you're using volunteers, so just something to think about. This is pretty clear as to who signed this petition, and this is your homeowners association. It literally is Spring Mountain Ranch. And I want them to provide a copy of this to you, too. Mayor, with your permission?
Please. Did you get a copy?
And unfortunately, like I said, I'm representing what comes forward to me. If other people came forward to me and said that they support it, and that's kind of how we went about when we looked at this. You know, and I'm doing this more on my own. You know, on the HOA side, the thing that we've supported was more openness to the process.
Well, and I want to address that too.
Yeah.
You and I worked together for a long time.
Absolutely.
And we're going to continue to work together for a long time. And you're not alone on this. I'm sitting right here with you.
Absolutely.
Okay? Representing these people, representing these people that you gave us petitions on, trying to do the right thing for the community. That's what we're trying to get to.
Right.
And you use the term compromise. Awesome. That's because I think that's exactly where we're getting. The applicant's already committed to those parcels becoming a C1 parcel. We're going to get
I appreciate that.
We're going to get into some nitty-gritty stuff, too, that we're going to talk to them about, too. So in regards to notification, we've been dealing with this for months and months. You and I have, just individually.
Yep.
So, you know, even going out and visiting our neighbors' homes, Mr. Tolver and his house and his neighbors.
Yep.
You know, I'm out there. You know that. So
I know that.
I think I kind of want to explain this to you in regards to the length of this agreement. When Focus Development was doing this, they sat with the city for almost 2 years, negotiating, beating out this development agreement, long before it was presented to the public. Likewise, these amendments to the existing development agreement, they've been working with the city for a long time, almost 2 years again, to get to this point before it was rolled out to you and me.
Right.
I mean, I've heard little bits and pieces over the time period and worked with them, trying to get things pointed in the right direction. These are essentially 35 acres we're talking about. Am I right, Mr. Ross? About 35 acres? These 3 parts, 37 acres.
Yep.
Connected to 1,600 acres. You know, so this is a big 500-page document. That's what it is. And I think we're getting there.
And when you go through the nitty-gritty, I left the triangle part out in my earlier conversation. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, you can sit down now, Mr. Schwartz. Mr. Fagg, did you need to read something in on 75 regarding the school district?
Yes, actually I do. There is some correction to the language in Section 5.01 of the development agreement, and if you'll just bear with me as I read this into the record. We would propose that the section be amended as follows. 5.01 elementary, middle, and high school acreage. Master developer shall dedicate at no cost to the Clark County School District up to 74.34 acres total for a total of 3 school sites, 1 elementary, 1 middle, and 1 high school, as shown on the master land use plan. Master developer further agrees to construct master utility improvements and off-site improvements adjacent to the school parcels, contemporaneous with the construction of adjacent village streets. Such improvements for each dedicated parcel shall be constructed by master developer on such schedule as agreed between master developer and the Clark County School District. Prior to issuance of the first residential dwelling unit permit within the planned community, the master developer is to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Clark County School District for dedication, off-sites, and development of schools. City agrees that master developer has met its obligation in this section if it offers the dedication to Clark County School District with restrictions requiring A, conformance with the design guidelines as agreed upon within the memorandum of understanding between the master developer and the Clark County School District, B, replacement of any master utility improvements and off-site improvements or facilities installed by master developer damaged or removed by the Clark County School District, and C, a recorded memorandum of understanding with the Clark County School District. And that would be the change to section 5.01.
Okay, now we needed to get that in the record, so made that clear. Depending on what happens with this, Mr. Groner and Mr. Ross, on these parcels that are designated parks, schools, other uses, I would request signage to be put up. Difficult when it's out in the middle of the desert, I understand, but close to residences, close to roadways, if we can get signage up designating what that land is going to be, should these agenda items go one direction or another, I would request that of you, so that people who live in the area know what they're going to get, know what they're getting, know what they can expect from that land out there. I've done the same thing with Lord's Properties and the shopping center on the west side of the US 95 right there. I think that's imperative to do that. I've required the school district to do it. I've required the power company to do it. I just want people to know what's going to happen with that parcel one day when it grows up. That being said, a couple other things, and Mayor Pro Tem, thank you very much for your suggestion. The two parcels, and Mr. Fagg, I hope you're taking notes. The two parcels we're going to designate C1, less intense, and I don't know what on earth you could be thinking of for C2 on the one parcel that's adjacent to the highway, but I'll let you worry about that but when that time comes. I'm going to request these a couple of additional amendments to the standards here. I want mandatory neighborhood meetings required for any zoning change or use permit proposed for those three commercial properties. Are you guys in agreement with that?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I would like you to continue the landscape buffer from Brent Lane to TP Lane and up to Log Cabin Way. Follow the finger. I think that goes around the school. There you go. I'd like to see that same intense buffer that Mr. Schwartz worked so hard on, getting that 30-foot buffer there. I want to see that.
I didn't work on that.
But come on, I'm giving you some credit here, man.
Actually, clarification, I think it might be Iron Mountain Road. Is that to protect the school only instead of Log Cabin?
It is. Whatever use that is going to be on that other parcel to the
west side
northwest
of the
schools, I want that same type of buffer. I want it to have that heavy, the trees, the bushes. I want some good landscaping in there. We've got to protect those kids. We've got to protect those schools to the best of our ability. So are you in agreement with that?
Yeah, I want to make sure. So the landscape buffer along Brent will go up TP to Iron Mountain Road, which gives the buffer to the school.
Correct.
Okay.
Log Cabin's a little too far down the road.
Excuse me, Councilman, can I just ask, on that buffer, are you talking about the wall?
Wall and
that
landscaping.
Right, and is that wall 6 or 8 feet? Because there was some discussion, and I just wanted to tell you that near Bonanza, we had people who wanted that wall at 6 foot, and for some reason, the youngsters feel very confident in kicking holes in, the mortar squares at 6 feet, but maybe heights bother them. When we went 8 feet, we didn't have that. I'm just telling you, that's all.
We're fine. We made a representation at 8 feet. The Planning Commission, it was knocked to 6. I don't want to go back on the representation that we made to the school district, more importantly, and more importantly with the neighbors. So 8 feet is fine with us.
Well, I know, and I recognize what the planning commission was trying to do. You make it a nicer, neater,
Yeah.
cleaner, more
Mhm.
pedestrian-friendly. But with the mayor's permission, Councilwoman, that's certainly open for debate in regards to how this council feels about it.
You have to weigh it, I think, but I just wanted you to know that we did find that happened, and now the people wish they had made it.
Well, I'll defer to the Spring Mountain Ranch Homeowners Association president, if I may, Mayor, with your permission.
Please, Mr. Schwartz.
Actually, I find the height's not as much of an issue. If you use the right planning right along the wall, that's the most effective thing.
So, Mr. Schwartz, are you okay with 6 feet then?
I'm okay with 6 feet, and I would suggest that we get a non-pedestrian friendly plan.
No.
And we found one too,
Cactuses.
pyracantha.
For clarification, what we agreed to at the Planning Commission in the development standards for the amendment is a minimum 6-foot-high block wall, which means if we go through the planning process on those properties, if somebody wants to up it a little bit,
Good
then
point.
we can.
Good point. Let's leave it at that then, and I'm going to follow Mr. Schwartz's thoughts on the less pedestrian-friendly plant. That might keep him away, Councilwoman. Okay. There is a triangular piece, Mr. Gronauer, that picture you have up there right now, there's that triangular piece that is like no man's dead land, does nothing, and you're never going to build anything there. I have a suggestion that you might want to suggest to this council that the applicant landscape that, intensified with intense landscaping along that, and I'll tell you why. Our neighbors over there, number one, have asked me for a sound study because of sound walls, thinking we might need a sound wall. We didn't incorporate that in the Horse Drive interchange at the time we built it because we didn't think it was necessary. But I think some heavy landscaping in there maintained by you guys, so the homeowners association doesn't have to maintain that. Is that something that's amenable to you?
We can do that.
You okay with that?
Yes.
And once you guys come up with a plan with that or design of that landscaping, certainly let's get Todd and me together so we can look at that and kind of review that, just for the benefit of our neighbors right there. There were great concerns about traffic, lighting. There's already concerns now because of the schools. The schools create a ton of traffic for 2 hours a day, 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon. And that's what it is, and that's pretty much empty right there. But if you're amenable to those conditions, I think I pretty much covered everything, got everything into the record, explained things to Mr. Schwartz. I'm prepared to move forward if you guys are all amenable to those conditions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Fagg, you want to place those in any particular position, location, or how do you want to proceed?
Some of the conditions we will easily be able to place. Obviously, the changes to Section 5.01. The requirement for C1 on parcel E21 will be on page 2 of the development standards. The other conditions relative to the mandatory neighborhood meetings and the landscaping, I think I will need to go through the document and find out where those would best be placed. We will review those with the city attorney's office and make sure that we are in conformance with your motion.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can, the process from here on out is you've got a zoning action before you today. You've got some conditions you've heard. What will happen now is we've got to prepare an ordinance that will then come back again before this council. So between now and the time the ordinance appears, the developer and the city will work out the language, and then this council will then make sure that it suits you.
Well, with the mayor's
That sounds
permission,
good.
you're killing me. Well, let's, Mr. Schwartz, let's make sure we're part of that as well as they go through that. And I'm going to, follow through with my commitment with the Citizens Advisory Committee. Now, we can do that together, Mr. Ross, if you wish to when the time comes, we start formulating that and putting that together, and we'll do it together along with the folks out there. Mr. Schwartz doesn't represent all of those neighborhoods. There are a few neighborhoods to the south and to the north of him that are other homeowners associations as well that I'd like to include in this process. And you've certainly hit those neighborhoods as well, but I'd like that to happen so we get bigger input. So we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Are you ready to move, Mr. Fagg? Yes. Madam Mayor, on agenda item 75, I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, subject to those conditions and whatever Flynn added.
There's a motion, please vote. Please post. Thank you, everyone.
And that's under Director's Business, Mayor, and Council members. And you guys have already agreed to, and I want to just get this on the record, supporting, you're going to prohibit taverns, liquor stores, payday loan stores, tattoo parlors, adult-oriented businesses in the center, and that's right off of your document.
Yes, that's already in the development
agreement?
standards on page 3, if I'm not
Okay.
mistaken.
I just wanted to
Well, you didn't say you wouldn't take pawn shops. I've got one that's looking for a home.
We'll go through the process and have a mandatory neighborhood meeting, and then we'll figure out from there.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you all for your participation.
We're not done yet.
Afternoon.
Council,
Good job.
thank you.
Nope, we're not done. He
got two
still
more.
has the floor.
We got 2 more items.
Agenda
Okay.
item 76, the general plan amendment. I would
Well,
move.
don't let me read those. Council item 7677, excuse me, 76 GPA 41958 for possible action, excuse me, for possible action on a request to amend the master plan of streets and highways to realign Sheep Mountain Parkway between Grand Teton Drive and Fort Apache Road, then delete master planned roadways within the Kyle Canyon Master Plan area. Number 77, VAC 42250 for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate portions of the Sheep Mountain Parkway right-of-way grant. The applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas. The project is located on Sheep Mountain Parkway between Grand Teton Drive and Fort Apache. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of item 76, and staff recommends approval of item 77. These items are in Ward 6, Councilman Ross, and are public hearings which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. My name is David Bowers. I'm city engineer for the City of Las Vegas. And the first item, 76, basically just amends the city's master plan of streets and highways to move the proposed Sheep Mountain Parkway from the northern alignment back to its original location in the southern alignment. The northern alignment was negotiated with the previous developer who substantially was not able to, they basically defaulted. And because of that, we're no longer able to use that alignment. The previous alignment, the southern alignment, works fine for us. And because of that also, there's some roads in the existing master plan that we would like to be removed to accommodate the southern alignment.
Thank you.
And then item 77, if you'd like me to address
Yes,
that.
please continue.
Yes, item 77 vacates approximately 50 acres adjacent to the Sheep Mountain Parkway on the southern alignment. And as illustrated in the development agreement, the amended development agreement, we will be swapping that for about 4.5 acres adjacent to the southern alignment for assistance and right-of-way adjacent to our intersections, and about 46 acres for a detention basin that the KAG Development Group has agreed to build.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on these items? Please come forward, state your name.
I want to commit suicide right quick and get it over with. Since the city is involved, hello, and realignment, whatever, I hope that works for the greater good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Public hearing is now closed. Councilman Ross, do you have a motion on item 76, please?
I do, Madam. Mayor. GPA 76, I move to follow staff's recommendation, staff and Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Thank you. Motion carries. And on to item number 77, Councilman.
And Mayor, Ron, does she need to read that in the record? Was that good enough?
You probably need to read it in, Mayor. Number 77, did you read that one in?
Okay. I thought I read that, but I did read it.
No, with that, then I would follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval of agenda item 77, also subject to all the conditions.
Thank you. Motion on the floor. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And item number 78 has been withdrawn without prejudice, so we will move on to item number 79. Item 79, zoning, 42684, rezoning, public hearing, applicant, City of Las Vegas, owners, Terry William B. et al., for possible action on a request for a rezoning from R1 Single Family Residential to P-O Professional Office on 31 properties within the area generally located south of Clark Avenue and east of 6th Street. Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Anyone wishing to be heard from the public? Mr. Fagg, please.
Madam Mayor, as city staff has initiated this application, let me just briefly give you an overview of what this rezoning action is. This is part of a larger project by staff to clean up areas where we have zoning that's inconsistent with the actual use of the property. Looking specifically at this area south of Clark and to the east of 6th Street, there's quite a number of offices that are still zoned residential because of the transition of the area. And historically, City Council approved use variances for that, but never actually rezoned the properties. And so what we're requesting to do here today is to rezone the properties so that the use is now in conformance with the zoning.
I am so glad you're on top of this. This is a public hearing. Please come forward. State your
I recommend approval.
Thank you very much. Councilman Wolfson.
Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
I own an office building that is catty corner to the property that is listed, that owned by Mr. Terry, and it's directly near many of the properties that are shown on that map. I don't think this rezoning affects my property any differently than any other properties, so I believe your advice would be that I needed to disclose, but I can still vote.
You're correct, Councilman, because those uses are already currently being made of those properties, and this doesn't change anything. It's just a cleanup item. So you're okay.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing. And Councilman Coffin.
I have a question of staff. Are these properties in the historic Las Vegas High School neighborhood, or are they just out of it?
I believe the majority of them are within the boundaries of the historic district.
So at this point, this action doesn't do anything to permit evasions of the existing limitations we have on the size of the buildings, and so it won't change the integrity of the neighborhood at this point?
No, it will not.
That's on a case-by-case basis?
Correct.
Okay.
And again, these are already office uses. We're just bringing the zoning into conformance with the actual use of the property.
Okay, Your Honor.
Councilman
I move
Coffin?
that we approve this bill requested by our city staff, this item.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now we will move on to items 80 and 81. 80, variance 42845 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 0-foot corner side yard setback for a shade structure where 5 feet is required. That's number 80. Number 81, SDR 42843 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed playground with a waiver to allow no landscape buffer on a portion of the west perimeter where 10 feet is the minimum required, and a corresponding request for encroachment into the Maryland Parkway public right-of-way. The applicant is First Good Shepherd Lutheran School, and the owner is Church Lutheran Evangelical. The project is located on .77 acres at 301 South Maryland Parkway. The Planning Commission recommends approval, and staff recommends denial of both. These items are in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin, and the public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor, councilpersons, it's Sam Dunham, 6960 Smoke Ranch Road. I'm actually the civil engineer for this project. First Good Shepherd has been in existence at the southeast corner of Bridger and Maryland Parkway since the late 40s, early 50s. It literally has grown up with this neighborhood. There was in the staff analysis, it says that the subject site is located in the Live Work Overlay District and in the Las Vegas Redevelopment Plan area. The proposed playground and shade structure would not have a negative impact on the special purpose and overlay district if approved. I think that's important to realize that this is part of the community, and what they're seeing recently is an upsurge in their daycare for people that not only live in downtown area, but most certainly work in the downtown area. Very literally, they built a new school southeast of the existing school several years ago, and calculations were done incorrectly, and they do not have enough playground area to physically open up their fourth classroom. They need about 600 square feet. This area over here, adjacent to Maryland Parkway, is where they're proposing to put a shade structure and a very small type of playground for preschool kids. On the overlay, you can see something that is similar to what is proposed there for playground equipment. I can also show you a picture of hopefully I can show you a picture of the shade structure. Great. This is the concept for the shade structure, either a two-pole, possibly a monopole. The concept of this area is to go in and occupy part of public right-of-way with a 2-foot retaining wall. Here is the public right-of-way on Maryland Parkway. The shade structure and the actual playground equipment would be on private property. The area between the playground equipment and the wall would be just a flat area per se, and then it would be built right at, the retaining wall would be built right at back of sidewalk. Here is a photo of that area as it is used today. You'll see that there are picnic tables where the kids at that school literally have lunch every day. There is 2 palm trees that have just gone rogue on us, and they actually occupy part of the sidewalk. Those will be coming out. Those were never planned. That's one of those things that I think those palm trees have literally been there 30 or 40 years. So that will be remodeled. The chain link fence in this area will be removed. 24-inch block wall with wrought iron on top of it will be at back of sidewalk. We really think that the retaining wall will provide more security for the children that are in this area from cars if they were to leave the public right-of-way and get onto private property. That hasn't happened in the 40 or 50 or 60 years that that school has been there. After talking with Jim Kraft, the principal, don't have police records to support that statement, but I do believe it's true. And I would ask for your support in this. I would note that there were 2 letters of approval in the packet that you received from some of the neighbors. Planning Commission did recommend approval. So I can answer any questions if you'd like.
What is the speed limit on that street there at that point?
During school hours, it's 15 miles an hour. It is
With flashing?
There is flashers, yes, ma'am.
And is that car that's in that photograph going the correct direction?
It is. And that location, Maryland Parkway, is one way going north.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions, comments? Councilman Coffin?
Well, there's somebody coming to speak from the public, so I think my only comment would be more of a question. I think I agree with you on the chain link coming out and replacing that with 2-foot block. Can that be doubly reinforced in order to help create an additional barrier? I think that it probably would be. There's a certain specification to doing that, but on the other hand, to play a little defense against the potential of a long, it's a long odds thing, but to have a car wander up onto that property, it's not out of the question. It could happen. And so is it possible, Sam, to put additional rebar and so on into that block?
It will be a retaining wall. There will be vertical bars at minimum of 16 inches on center, and each cell within the block wall would be solid grouted. So that's standard for a retaining wall.
Okay.
It's above and beyond a normal screen wall. So if that's what you're asking for, yes, it will be built to retaining wall standards and designed as such.
My daughter went to school here 7 years, Your Honor, and believe me, that playground can get awful hot. And they're out there anyway, whether there's permission or not. I mean, they're there, and playing in the area that is scheduled to be shaded, and basically that's what we're talking about.
Well, and good for the skin to be protected.
Yeah.
Is the property used on Saturdays? when the speed and
Yes.
the flashing lights are not in existence?
Yes, the school actually has carnivals, and several times a year, and that is done on a Saturday. It is also used, obviously, for the church on Sundays, and the cars park there. That facility is used quite a bit.
Because I would certainly encourage what Councilman Coffin is suggesting, that whatever you've got planned, whatever you do, just for the errant chance that there is someone that jumps that sidewalk, they're just vulnerable. Whatever you do to make sure that wall that is up is extra secure, and as best you can with the rebar or whatever you're using.
Yes, ma'am.
Seems to me, Your Honor, that of course, this chain link is really almost no protection at all, except, from something heavy. So I think that in any event, just built to specifications, something solid would be better.
Okay.
And certainly would be a heck of a lot more attractive. This is a real success story in Ward 3. This truly is a school which actually is expanding.
Wonderful. We are in an open hearing, Councilman. If it's all right, is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item or these items?
Ward 3, Mr. Kevin, this is a school and church, combination, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, and as you said, it's been there a long time, and make the walls and whatever safe for the greater good, and so we can all go home. Sound good to me.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard?
I just want to say something. For what Councilman Coffin stated about the rebar, you can ask for more rebar, can't you?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
And I'll tell you why I would agree with him on more rebar. We lost absolutely beautiful red-haired little boy about 5 houses away from me because they were supposed to have that rebar in, and they didn't have enough in, and it collapsed, and it went through them. So you remember that. It's something you can never forget, and nobody would have thought. And whoever inspects the rebar, please be real careful. And I just wanted to say that, Councilman Coffin.
Councilman?
I'm sorry? Yes, sir.
Yes.
Councilman Coffin, do you want to make a motion here? I think, any other comments? Public
Move for
hearing's
approval
closed.
of item 70, excuse me, 1989, 80. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion to approve item number 80. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Item number 81, Councilman.
Move for approval, Your Honor, subject to conditions that might have been added by the constructive suggestions from staff. I think there were some.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Dunham. We're on to item number 82, RQR 43410, required review, special use permit, public hearing, applicant, no citations, bail bonds, owner Cook Living Trust, Hero Properties, for possible action on a request for a required review of a previously approved special use permit, SUP 40326, for a 1,400 square foot bail bond service at 1600 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Suite 140. This is in Councilman Coffin's Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, we are. Doug Cooperman, 28 Chateau Whistler. Your Honor, Councilman, Councilwoman, we've enjoyed our first 6 months or so, and hopefully we'll enjoy a long, successful business from here on out. Since on the 10th, when the original recommendation for denial came out, I called Mr. Fagg and let him know that the only reason for that recommendation was that our signage had not gone in front of the Downtown Design Review Committee as of yet. We were on the agenda for yesterday, and we were approved. And once he found that out, he said that planning would go for approval.
Mr. Fagg, would you care to make a statement?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much. As the applicant has indicated, in terms of the conditions of approval that were placed upon his special use permit, he complies with all of them but one, and that one condition was that his signage go before the Downtown Design Review Committee for review and approval. When we had written the report, he hadn't yet done that. I'm happy to report, however, that yesterday he was at the Downtown Design Review Committee. The review committee approved his signage, and so now he is in conformance with his conditions of approval, and we would be happy to change our recommendation to approval.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward.
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street, and I just think that this is the wrong place for a bail bondsman. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing. And is there a motion, Councilman Coffin?
Your Honor, with a comment as well. I suppose if I had been serving, I might have not, at the time this was first approved, I might not have approved this. But on the other hand, what's happened is that this business has moved in. This little shopping center is reviving. They've been a good business, apparently a good tenant, as I can see. There's been no crime in the area, and I've checked with the other folks. So they haven't brought anything bad to the area and provided a service to those who need it. I hope we don't have any more applications for bail bonds in this area. So therefore, I would suggest that we go ahead and keep them going and wish them well. They're doing pretty good. I move for the approval of item number 82.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Please post. Motion carries. Good luck. Thank you. Item number 83, SUP 42253, special use permit, public hearing. Applicant CEZ Mini Mart, owner My Charleston Plaza LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed beer wine cooler off-sale establishment within an existing 2,000 square foot convenience store at 5100 West Charleston. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Applicant, please state your name and whatever statement you care to make.
I'm Cecilia Tamio, the owner of Tess Mini Mart. And I here, I think, last month, and the topic is the wire on top of the building. And I talked to the owner, and he said that before he put that wire, he got approval from the city because he's a general contractor. And I asked him for help for this because he said he's not going to remove it because it's approved. And I said there's no way that I can get approved for the special use permit. And I told him my rent is coming up next year. And he said, I spent a lot of money for this. And he told me, if you cannot afford the rent, hand me the key, I'll take over the store. I said, oh my God. So I'm begging you, please, give me a special use
Mr.
permit.
Fang?
The applicant is referring to condition number 2 in the conditions of approval for this use, that the razor wire that's on the building should be removed. According to our records, it was put up there without any permits to do so. And so that's why that condition exists. If we look at the specific use that the applicant is requesting relative to the special use permit for the sale of alcohol, no waivers are required, and we certainly support that request, the approval of the special use permit.
And what happens to the wire?
Yeah.
We would prefer that the wire be removed.
It's only a prefer?
Well, we could also refer this as a code enforcement matter. We could actually have code enforcement go out there and enforce it against the actual property owner for the razor wire.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
They said that the owner said he put that wire there because he found out one day that his air conditioning unit is gone and they cut all the copper. So they put the wire.
Unbelievable. The public hearing, I declare it open, please. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item?
My name is Anthony Hart. What do you today? For the greater good for the lady, I hope that, for her business' sake, and I hope the landlord take that razor wire down in the resident community. And like I said, there's an old saying: if a thief want to do something, hey, nothing stops them, including a blowtorch, whatever. So right now we're talking about for the lady's business, and tell the landlord they got to bring that razor wire down. That's all I got to say. Good luck.
Thank you. Councilwoman Tarkanian. Anyone on the dais up here wish to have comment?
I like razor wire.
Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I do believe that we should tell them to get the razor wire down. I believe we've told that gentleman before. I believe code enforcement has spoken to him before. It's really dangerous-looking stuff. We're a little more crowded in this ward, so we have to be careful. But it's against the law, and he wasn't very helpful at that time, and I believe we should go to code enforcement again, and I will be sure that that occurs. All right, and then I move to approve. So you don't have to worry about the razor wire, and when he looks at the keys, you can just smile.
Thank you, Councilwoman. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post.
Thank you very much.
Motion is not appearing. Motion carries. Thank you very much. On to item number 84, SUP 43009, special use permit, public hearing. Applicant owner Michael Dalgian for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 3,744 square foot urban lounge with 4,466 square feet of outdoor seating at 901 South Main. This is in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Ignacio Gonzalez, 2516 Oceanfront Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this? Please come forward and state your name.
No?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. I support this, and I also support item number 85.
Beats me.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
I'm Anthony Hodges. I'm in the same position. I support 84 and 85.
Thank you very much. Councilman Coffin?
Ignacio, I don't think we've met.
No, I don't think so.
I think it's important for us to get to know each other so that we understand the importance of how you use this area, because you're talking about outside use.
Correct.
So let's pretend we've had a chance to meet, and this will be the first one, and hopefully the only one. Are you familiar with the noise ordinance in 18B?
Yes, absolutely. And by the way, I'm the architect on the job.
So you'll
you
know
my situation.
Right, so you'll know that you've got to limit your noise.
Right, and there's
It's
a
different
time.
than the Fremont East now.
Yes, and there's a time issue also on the,
That's
on
correct.
the noise, so we're aware of that, yes.
Okay, that's the main thing, because
Yes.
that's the only way you can invade on the privacy of everybody else.
Absolutely.
I have no objection to this, Your Honor. I think it'll work. We want these urban lounges to definitely come around, but it'd be nice to know the plans in advance of them coming to the meetings.
You bet.
I'm sure we could get together after this meeting.
Yes.
I move for approval.
There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Item number 85, SUP 43017, special use permit, public hearing. Applicant owner Mesquite Wood 2 LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 3,375 square foot urban lounge with a 6,900 square foot of outdoor seating and event area, and a corresponding request for encroachment into the Main Street public right-of-way at 1218 and 1226 South Main. This also is in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin. The Planning Commission and the staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. I see an applicant, I think. So please state your name.
Wesley Miles Isbett, 107 East Charleston Boulevard. This is a project that we've been talking about for quite some time. This is an urban lounge on Main Street, just a couple doors down from Casa Don Juan on the same side of the street. We believe that the density of these lounges are going to bring more life to the city. The owners, who I will introduce here in just a moment, are excited about the Arts District. We are, hopeful that this is a tipping point with these lounges to create something that is new and exciting. On this particular one, we're trying to create an indoor and outdoor feel. The picture, which I hope you can see, shows it in a daytime type mode where the awnings, which we call eyelashes, are kind of open. They close at night. This is a vertical wood design. The sign, which is hard to see in this particular image, is a neon sign and will be fairly attractive there on Main Street. It does have a fairly large 6,500 or plus outdoor area on it, which will be surrounded on the alley sides with block walls to protect it and the neighbors, and on the face side with a decorative wrought iron. Once again, we're very excited to bring this to you. At this time, I'd like to introduce Christina and Pamela Dilag, who are the future proprietors of this, and this is their dream that I'm going to let you hear from them directly.
Pamela Dilag, 9417 Churchill Downs Drive. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Me and my sister are co-owners of this project. We're very excited. We grew up in Las Vegas for most of our lives. I left and was inspired by other places I had been to, my sister as well. And we had this idea, and with the growth of the arts community here, and especially with the Urban Lounge license, we were ecstatic, and everything's been falling into place. We're really excited about bringing an urban lounge, another urban lounge to this area. We want to focus on classic cocktails. We'll have 12 beers on tap. We want to focus on live music and other performance art and other kinds of art as well. We're just ecstatic, and we ask for your approval. Thank you.
Any food?
We will have prepackaged food, yes.
Okay, thank
Supplied
you.
by Bar Bistro.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Conveniently.
All right, thank you. The Councilman Wolfson wanted to know if you're still in high school.
Oh, in high school? No, we're past college. We went to Bonanza.
No, wait, he'll tell you exactly what he said. He has to correct me.
I don't correct you. Actually, what I said was I was wondering if you were of age to own a bar.
I'm a UNLV alumni. I'm 27 years old.
Okay, and I also said that you look like my two daughters that are, barely old enough to do that.
I
But I'm
appreciate
happy.
the compliment.
I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
And Las Vegas living is very good.
Yes.
This is an open hearing. Please step forward.
I don't mean any harm, young lady, but I'm 17, whatever.
We're not going to believe that one.
Watch it. I vote for approval.
Thank you. We're going to have you come up here and sit with us. Okay, Councilman Coffin, you're on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Wes knows all the rules on sound, and I trust that you all have become acquainted with it. The residential density isn't nearly as tight in your area where you're going as it was on the previous applicant, but you probably heard the admonitions about it. So you've got a serious event plan ahead of you, so you're going to make some noise. Just be very careful on the hours. And I don't really think of anything else. I'm just very, very welcome to see you start this business. Really. I can't think
It's a very
of
exciting
anything
time.
against this.
Thank heavens. Is that a motion?
I move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Congratulations.
Thank you very
Move
much.
forward with pride and bring us all. What's the deadline? When are you opening?
Around the first of the year is
Good.
our hope.
Work hard.
There's a few little logistics with the lot lines being combined and so forth because of the expansion. But we're working through that, and we already have certain permits, so we have proceeded forward with anticipation of this approval. So thank you.
And we know some good artists that might help
Oh,
you.
good. We'll
So
welcome
good.
them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. We will now move on to SDR 43016 Site Development Plan Public Hearing. Applicant Trader Joe's, owner, Parkway Retail Center, LLC, for possible action on a request for a major amendment to Site Development Plan Review Z0131-94, for a 703 square foot service and loading area addition to an existing retail establishment on 11.73 acres at 7575 West Washington, Suite 117. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. This is a public hearing, and is the applicant present?
Yes, Mayor, council members, my name is Keith Green from Ken McCracken Architects. I represent Trader Joe's at 7575 West Washington Avenue. The location, as you can see on the map here, Shops B, the back of our building is right on the property line, so we don't have any space behind our building to have deliveries, pallets stored, that kind of stuff. We put in a temporary facility to hide that stuff from public view, but we want to make it a permanent structure. So we have worked with city staff to provide a 10-foot high wall with stucco that matches the center with the colors and everything. And yeah, we're in agreement with everything that was stipulated in the planning council meeting. So.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to be heard? Do you have a comment on this? Okay. This is in your area, Councilwoman Tarkanian, please.
Glad to hear this. It seems you're doing well if you need to do any kind of expansion, and we have many fine compliments about your stores. So
thank you.
Congratulations on that, and I move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. You have to post. You have to. Please post. Motion carries.
Mayor,
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to say, if you represent Trader Joe's, I got a great location for you out there in the Northwest. Okay? Just keep that in mind.
Okay. We are going to go back to item 83 at this point. Mr. Fack's going to add a condition to that item, so please vote to reopen item number 83. I have made a motion there, too. Yes, please. Okay, please vote to reconsider item 83. Please post. Mr. Fack, please continue.
It was a little unclear in the motion exactly what we were going to do with condition number 2 relative to the razor wire, so I just want to clarify for the record that we are going to remove condition number 2 and that we are going to refer the issue of the razor wire to code enforcement. And so, again, we'll be removing condition number 2, and then staff will refer this to code enforcement.
Okay.
And that's because really the applicant has no authority in being able to remove that, so it's unfair to put that as a condition for her.
Does that need a vote then?
Yes, we do need a vote.
To add condition number 2.
Remove condition number 2.
Remove condition number 2.
Remove condition number 2.
Correct.
That's my motion.
That is the motion of Councilwoman Tarkanian. Please vote.
And approve.
Please post. Motion has carried. We are now moving on to item number 88. SDR 40321, Site Development Plan, Public Hearing, Applicant Walmart Stores, Inc., Owner WRI Charleston Commons, LLC, for possible action on a request for a major amendment to an approved plot plan review Z006188 for a proposed 14,000 square foot expansion to an existing 118,000 square foot general retail store other than listed on 10.51 acres at 201 North Nellis Boulevard. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Paul Larson, 300 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is the architect, Charles Jordan. If I could direct your attention to the overhead. This is a picture of the existing Walmart located approximately between Charleston and Stewart on Nellis Boulevard. The proposed renovation that we're doing is simply to enclose what is currently sort of an open entry area, as well as to add additional square footage to the side abutting the channel, which is currently used as a sort of an outdoor storage area. So for all intents and purposes, the building won't be any larger in terms of its footprint, but in terms of usable interior space, it will be adding approximately 14,000 square feet. In addition, we'll be screening the loading bays, which are currently not screened. We'll be providing an additional, 61 trees in the parking lot, because the parking lot will be reconfigured. Currently, it has 45-degree parking. That will be changed to 90-degree parking with trees in diamonds, so that will be upgraded. In addition, we're providing 8 additional trees along the frontage of Nellis Boulevard. As you can see, we're switching from the original sort of industrial blue, for lack of a better term, color scheme of Walmart to a more southwest, more earth tone kind of color palette. It's a very, very nice aesthetic reconfiguration, and you see actually how the entranceway will also be reconfigured. All in all, as you can see from your staff report, the design review that we're proposing to you conforms in every way to the standards. The staff's recommending denial based upon, if I can, currently we have only one loading dock, and that would be in the back. We're proposing to add a second one, and Mr. Jordan will indicate where we're proposing to add the second one. That'll be used mostly for grocery items as opposed to large merchandise items. That loading dock will be screened. However, trucks using that dock will have to enter from the north entrance back into the loading dock and then exit out of the second entrance. Staff believes that provides conflict with southbound traffic on Nellis. As a result, condition number 15 in your as-approved conditions was negotiated between the applicant and staff, and it requires either construction of a deceleration lane and bus stop or dedication of the real property for that and contribution of a monetary amount of $50,000 to the city to construct a deceleration lane and bus stop. So that is a mitigation of our impact that we're entirely comfortable with. I think staff is comfortable with it as well. The Planning Commission approved it unanimously based upon that mitigation, and we'd urge you to do the same thing. At that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, I'd like to ask Mr. Fagg to make a statement as to this, please.
Certainly. As this is a condition of approval, in the if approved conditions, we are supportive of the drawing that they show there in compliance with condition number 15.
Thank you. This is an open hearing. Anybody from the public who wishes to make comment, please step forward and state your name.
My name is Anthony Hart. I don't mean no harm, but Walmart, that's a small company, right? 2 or 3 people work, whatever. It's in my neck of the woods. I only want to say one thing. A few years ago, I jumped on your company because I had a half a flag hanging on top of the building, and I hit you up on that because our flag is very important in our country. And Walmart, you took it and put a new flag up, but I just want to let you know what you're doing now to improve the area is very good. Trees and all that kind of stuff. I like that. Have a good day.
Very nice. Any comments, questions from our council? Love the architectural improvements. Of course, we love the trees, as Mr. Hodges just said.
Indeed.
This is Councilman Coffin. You're busy today.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ward 3, always at high speed. We're happy to see this color change, by the way. I think that's more congruent with the neighborhood up near Sunrise Mountain, and I trust that would be a color change all around town. Get away from those Arkansas colors and back into the southwest. So with those conditions, as agreed upon here in the meeting, which I think will frankly enhance the view, too, for the traffic upon Nellis, I think, and safety, certainly will move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Go to it. Thank you. We are now on to item 89, DIR 41972, Director's Business, Public Hearing, Applicant Owner, City of Las Vegas for possible action on a request regarding the adoption of Sahara West Walkable Community Plan. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Note this item is related to item 44, R-52-2011. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Mr. Fagg.
Madam Mayor and members of council, I'll make my presentation very brief as we're getting late here in the City Council meeting. As you're aware, about 2 years ago, we brought before you the idea of developing walkable community plans in support of the city's master plan, and we identified a number of areas The Sahara West area, which is centered on the intersection of Sahara and Fort Apache, is the first walkable community plan that we're bringing before you. We started the input process in August of 2009. We met with all of the homeowners associations within the plan area, getting their input. We took input online through the city's website as well. And once we had a draft plan available with the comments from the residents, we took that back to them in July and August of this year. And they had some suggestions and some recommendations for us, which we were happy to accommodate. We made tweaks to the plan, and that version is what you have before you here today. The plan itself is divided into a number of sections, looking at the existing conditions, but most importantly, it talks about implementation, how we can make walking and cycling safer for residents within their neighborhood. And so that's really the bulk of the plan, or the important portion of the plan is the recommendations. A lot of the suggestions that we received from the neighbors were things such as improving the safety of crosswalks, looking at how children walk to school and making sure those routes were safe, improving safety through adding street lights on certain areas so that as people walk or as they cycle, they feel that they're safe within their community. And so that's what a large number of the recommendations there are. We would hope that you would support this walkable community plan. Once the plan itself is approved, we then begin looking for funding to implement the recommendations. Funding would come through a number of different ways. With an approved plan, we can begin to look for grants to implement the recommendations. We can also begin to perhaps piggyback these recommendations on other projects that are implemented by our Public Works Department or by the Regional Transportation Commission. So there's a number of ways that we can do it, but again, we need to have an approved plan in place in order to seek funding. So again, we would seek for your approval of this document.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Hearing none, I will then ask for a motion to approve.
I'd be glad to make that motion.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank you and your department, Flynn. I know you put a lot of time, a lot of effort. This is a great plan, and this is just the beginning. This is one plan of many that are going to be incorporated throughout the city of Las Vegas. I love the idea of a walkable community. We have a walkable community in my neighborhood and a lot of areas out in Ward 2 without calling it a walkable community plan. We have such great weather here. We have great amenities. So this is just another advancement towards getting a permanent walkable community plan. And like you said, we need to adopt the plan in order to seek the funding. So this is a key step. So once again, thank you and your department for such great work. And my motion is to accept the report or approve the... To approve. That's my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Hear me. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion has passed. We will now move on to item number 44, R52-2011, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution adopting the Sahara West Walkable Community Plan, which focuses on neighborhood generally located within a half-mile radius of the intersection of Sahara and Fort Apache Road. Ward 2, Councilman Wolfson, note this item is related to the preceding item 89, DIR 41972. Again, Mr. Pag?
This resolution basically supports the plan that you just approved, and so we would also seek your approval of the resolution as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Coffin, you wish to...
Just, Your Honor, I just wanted to find out when something will be coming on the east side of Las Vegas in this arena. I know Councilman Wolfson indicated there are lots of plans, and this one probably relied heavily upon funding from the RTC plan on the boulevard, running all the way down, if I'm guessing right, tell me. The point is, in the east side of Las Vegas, we don't have any planned unit developments. There are no walkable areas built in, so it's all as it was in the beginning. So what is the next time something is scheduled? I hope the east side of the town is at the top of the queue.
Certainly. We've looked at all of the areas of the city where it would be advantageous to develop a walkable community plan. We're currently working on one in Ward 1 around the Meadows Mall area. We're also working on a plan in Ward 5, the historic West Side Walkable Community Plan. Ward 3, we've looked at a couple of areas, one being the 5 Points area as being an area for potential development of a walkable community plan. But obviously, we will seek your input as we look at those areas on the east side of town.
Thank you. Councilman Wolfson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. On to item 90. I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. Citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? We will limit the time to 3 minutes, please.
Alan broke your speaker.
That's costing you time.
Thank you. I ain't worried anyway. I really like...
You're going to break that one, too?
No. The 22nd of next week will be the 48th year of the assassination of the great president. So the only reason I wanted to show you this is because this is important for the greater good for the public. In the old days, when you sent something, and it'll say the White House, and I received this from her. He died on the 22nd of November, and on the 9th of December, this lady was still in her mourning, and she answered me back. And that's important. And this is another part to prove that her handwriting, that lady was stingy with her handwriting. Whatever. And then this is a Martin Luther King's wife, Mrs. Do you have that where the public can get it this time? Is it so the public will look at? Will the public be able to see that? Or whatever? Okay. And here's a picture of the family took just before he was assassinated. You know, they were Catholic, remember? And the only somebody living is the young lady. What's her name? Caroline, whatever. So the boy died there, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I'm leaving this for y'all. I had to keep this, but anyway, this is for you to have, and these are good things, okay? We're talking about a great president being assassinated, whatever, and so I don't play any games. I try to, I give it to you for the greater good. I love you, and throw me out. We've been here all day. Bye.
Thank you. It has been a long day. Yes, please.
At the risk of burdening you because it's been a long day, I just want to say what Hodges brings up is a good point because he shows a picture of John F. Kennedy assassinated, the first and only Catholic elected to the highest office in the land. 51 years ago, this country was torn apart in many ways by the campaigns for presidents and the bias against a Catholic running for high office. The same fear-mongering was used against John Kennedy that is being used against Mitt Romney this year and in previous campaigns because he's a Mormon. And I think that it's a good idea for all of us to look back and say, let's extend the same courtesy to a member of any faith running for high office and not discriminate. I thought we were past all that, but it appears that even though Romney's not my candidate for president, I can assure you that we ought to do all we can to beat that down because it probably contributed to the assassination of that late president.
Thank you. Oh. We haven't excused you yet. No, I'm kidding. Go, please. Okay, council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of...
No, you have one more.
Now, wait a minute. And come on up, please.
Yes, ma'am.
And give us your name.
Good evening, Councilman. My name is Michael Staley. I reside at 1511 Las Vegas Boulevard, Catholic Charities Homeless Shelter for Men. I stand before you this morning as an advocate for the homeless. I want to thank the council. I want to thank the volunteers, and I want to thank all those that were involved at the Cashman Field annual stand down for the homeless, and the services that they provided was astronomical. I was a participant and a recipient, and I stand before you as a representative for those who did participate in that, the free services, and we thank you very, very much. Also, I would like to say to the council is that they asked me a question at the end, what could we do to improve? And one thing that I did notice that was not there is it's these free phones, the Obama phones they call them. A lot of homeless people do not have an address in which to receive that phone. And would like to just make a suggestion or propose that even Salvation Army has had used their facilities to allow the homeless to have mail, but they don't do that anymore. So now the homeless do not have anywhere to get their mail. So as my suggestion is that I would hope that someone would look into that and see that we have some kind of box office or something where the homeless can receive some of this free stuff, and also that they may be able to get mail and take care of their business and things like that. So I'm just so thankful.
Thank you. Thank
Mayor
you for
Goodman,
the suggestion. Please, Councilman
Thank you.
Wilson.
Michael, I miss you over at the Courthouse Grill.
I miss you too, sir.
You okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
It's good to see you too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Barlow, have you caught up on your sleep yet?
I'm sleeping on the days. I'm trying to catch up on it, but thank you for asking.
The next time you're on your bicycle, I want to go on a bike trip with you on the old I-95 route.
We can do that Friday or Saturday.
What's that?
We can do it Friday or Saturday.
I'm
Just call my office tomorrow. We'll coordinate it.
What time?
Call me in the morning about 9 o'clock.
Okay. And Councilman Coffin, this involves Ward 3 too, because code enforcement is got the people to clean up their act and open up that I-95 freeway, and now we're just going from the housing administration, which keeps it real clean underneath their part, over to Casino Center. And if we could get those fences down, I mean, we'd sure appreciate that. And I wonder if we could put this on the council's agenda sometime. Maybe what's his name, Tom Perigo, have him make a report on that or something, get that opened up. Because when Zappas get here, they're going to want that bike trail. Believe me.
Thank you. Thank you. Council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject's on the agenda and scheduled for action. Is there any member of the council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda? Moving down to Councilman Coffin first. No thank you from Councilman Coffin. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate
my.
that. Yeah, just a few things. I want to, I've already announced this before, but I'll announce it again. I'm currently having a YouTube video contest. And the YouTube video contest consists of Why I Love Centennial Hills. It is a 3-minute video that needs to be rated G. You can go to LasVegasNevada.gov and follow the links over to Ward 6, and all the rules are there for anyone to enjoy. So I'm encouraging all of the residents in the city to participate. The winner gets dinner for 4 at Leticia's Cocina and movies for 4 at the Santa Fe Movie Theater. Also, on November 18th, 6 p.m. at Centennial Hills Amphitheater, it is the end of our movie season. The last movie of this year will be Back to the Future. We're going to have Sliding Through out there, Grouchy John's Coffee, and Snow Ono. It is free to the public. Bring a blanket, bring your jackets. It's going to be chilly. And also, we will not have another meeting until December 7th. I need to also announce December 3rd is our annual Cowboy Christmas. event at Floydland Park at Tule Springs. It is free. We've got pony rides, petting zoo, we've got jump houses, we've got lots of Christmas and holiday vendors to start the season off right. We've got the high school choirs and junior high school choirs coming out to entertain the public. Please get it on your calendar. It's free to the public, December 3rd, 10 to 2. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Anthony. Zip. Councilman Wolfson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. This Saturday, November 19th at noon, I will be at the Las Vegas Premium Outlet Mall, which is the mall, outlet mall downtown, to help the Salvation Army kick off their annual Kettle Drive. We'll be in the food court for this, and the public is always welcome. And a special recognition to Charlie DeSiderio, who we all lost recently. And Charlie was out there every year for this Kettle Drive kickoff. I was out there, Mayor Goodman, with your husband a bunch of times, and anybody that knows and knew Charlie and wants to come out in his honor, I'd welcome them. Saturday, November 19th at the Premium Outlet Mall downtown. Next, Saturday, December 10th is the annual Lakes Festival of Light. We highlighted the volunteers and the captains this morning. December 10th, Saturday, out at the lakes, craft festival, car show, live entertainment, and a visit from Santa, and a lighted boat parade at dusk. Make sure you wear layered clothing. Finally, Nevada Child Seekers has sent me another missing child to highlight today. This young lady has been missing since September 9th. Please take a look at the screen and see if you recognize her. Brooke Phillips is only 14 years old. She's 4 foot 5 inches tall, weighs 126 pounds, brown eyes, brown hair, has a tattoo of 3 dots on her left wrist and on her right thigh. She was last seen in the area of North Tenaya and West Smoke Ranch. She likes to hang out in the areas of Nellis and Desert Inn. Brooke was last seen wearing blue jeans and a green tank top. She may be carrying a black backpack. If you know where Brooke is, please contact Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009 or Las Vegas Metro Missing Persons Unit at 702-828-311. And once again, I always like to say, the more people we have looking for these missing kids, the better chance we have of finding them. Thank you.
Wow. That's sad. Councilwoman.
Yes, I'd like to tell Councilman Wolfson that when I went out to the second floor today, they had a table with the child seekers, and they are very excited and very pleased with the help that you give them and the attention. And I will be joining you at the mall. Probably the mayor will be there too. And what you said about Charlie was very true. A very kind man, a man who dedicated himself to the Salvation Army, and he's in all our prayers, I know. During the week of Thanksgiving, the Ward 1 staff will assist with local businesses in providing Thanksgiving lunches for the residents of our senior citizens, and those resident senior citizen centers are at Sartini Plaza, James Down, Clark Towers, and Stella Fleming. The local businesses involved are Arizona Charlie's, Super Pawn, and Four Queens, and they always help us get a delicious meal to the seniors, and I know the seniors appreciate it very much. We're emphasizing this year being grateful for the positive in our lives, focusing on that, which will give us strength as we come through these rocky times. And we wish you from Ward 1, everybody, happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Barlow, Daddy.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. On December 16th at Lorenzi Park, I will be hosting the Ward 5 annual Christmas tree lighting ceremony and also movie in the park. So please come out. The movie will start approximately at dusk after we turn on the Christmas tree lights. So, of course, we anticipate the weather to be crisp, so please layer up and come out and enjoy this festive opportunity, movie in the park, and the annual Ward 5 tree lighting celebration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of my colleagues on the City Council, and I know the staff of the city and everyone at the city, happy Thanksgiving. Be safe, stay healthy, and we will see you at next City Council. Good night.